Bye. Perfect. Perfect. What is going on, everybody? How are you doing? Great to see you this evening as we kick off yet another Chicago Bears All 22 stream. I, for one, am excited to get into this as we've got a lot to talk about on this particular episode, and not as much as you might think of it is actually related to the Chicago Bears playing the Buffalo Bills. Look, okay, we can talk about the Bills and the Bears if you want to, but we're going to. There's stuff that's well worth getting into there, but I'll tell you with an open mind and an open heart that there's a lot more to free agency and a lot more to the draft that I think we can really start to get conversation rolling about. That it tangentially has to do with how the Bears did against the Bills, but that's just... It was a beating delivered by a good team to a bad team after a spicy half that nobody's going to give you a trophy for. It's not like you're going home with a medal that says, we won the first half, and then the Bills walk away with one that says, we won the second and we won the game. But the Bears showed some good fight. I mean, honestly, I can give you the platitudes and the lip service if you want to, but the truth is that the Bears have holes. That we knew about these holes. They got beat at specific spots of the field, and we saw some progression from Justin Fields. We saw some progression from Kyler Gordon. The offensive line did not have a great day. The wide receivers did not have a great day. A lot of drops, an unusual amount of drops for the Chicago team. It's not really been a drop-heavy team up to this point, but it certainly was today. And if anything, it really got me stewing, especially because we saw Elton Jenkins get extended. We saw Jack Conklin get extended. We are beginning to hit that point where free agents that are going to be with their team long term are starting to get their deals done, especially with YouTube's stated taking over of NFL Sunday Ticket. And so I think that there's a lot more free agency talk to be had. Look, we've looked at some big names. Eric, to use an example. And let me see, for instance, let me see if I can pin this like I want to. I'm not sure I can, but we're going to try. Let's see here. And maybe something I need to try for another day. I tried to add a couple of widgets. Let's see here. Am I able to... Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. Well, that's a bummer. We'll try that another time. Anyways, we've got, like you're mentioning, Josh Winslow. There's a masterclass that Nick Foles is putting on at like last night that we could go through if we wanted to, but instead we're going to focus on our lowly Bears game. Eric, I completely understand where you're coming from. To get back on track, we're talking about how there's a lot to be pessimistic about. Not everything's going to be sunshine, roses, and gravy. I am optimistic, and I know that as a person, but I'm not here to blow smoke up you know where. Like, I took a look specifically at a lot of the free agents that I actually think will make it to the market. I really did what I could to investigate on which guys are actually going to get there. Like, it's one thing, like you're mentioning, to talk about Daron Payne, but as we really start to shift towards the end of the season, I mean, especially with the Washington Commanders in a playoff hunt, I feel like a tag is much more likely for a guy like Daron Payne. So as much as that would be great, maybe we don't factor him into the future plans, saying, you know what, it would be great if we could, but I doubt that we will. Khalid, excited to see you here. Not much is up this week. We had a wonderful holiday season. In our case, my family celebrated Christmas, an awful lot of fun. Jonah's first Christmas, which was super, super exciting. And so then, outside of that, it's just been like I spent probably yesterday and today watching a ton of draft guys and a ton of free agency guys. I mean, everybody from Ethan Pocic on the center for Cleveland to Sheldon Rankins to Dalvin Tomlinson to Davenport to Onyemata to more Draymond Jones, because I love watching Draymond Jones. Like, I mean, I've watched a ton of defensive linemen, Yannick Ngakoue, et cetera, et cetera. I've watched a ton of offensive players, especially in the draft. Still getting through a bunch more of those so we can get a more complete picture as I really start to hit my stride and watch more and more and more. But right now I'm just tape guzzling at this point, just drinking it all in. Christian, you mentioned Merry Belated Christmas. Merry Belated Christmas to you as well. MJ, hope your family is doing as well as mine is. So far, everybody's safe and warm. That's all we could ask for. Josh Winslow, you mentioned Bears fans setting themselves up for a frustrating 9-8 2023. I don't see a darn thing that would be frustrating about going 9-8 in 2023. history. Say what you will, 6-win improvements are not that easy in the NFL, as we're seeing from Brian Daboll, who took his team from a 5 to 6 win team to a 7 to 8 win team with pizzazz. And I say that loving Daboll. Like, I'm not critiquing Daboll at all. I'm more saying that it is just hard to complete 11 wins in the NFL without a really stacked team around you, which is part of what we're excited about San Francisco for doing. Because I'll tell you what, if you, Bears fans, want Week 18, the week after this next game, to matter for the Vikings, San Francisco and the Vikings both need to win. If both of them win, the Vikings need our game for the 2 seed, which I think is what we are looking for, because as much as I cannot believe I'm saying it, yes, there is an off chance that the Houston Texans will fumble the bag, win a game here at the end of the season, like another one, because they already won one, exciting win over Tennessee. And if they do, Chicago's looking at the number 1 overall pick. We got a lot that we can talk about this week. We'll get into it in just a little bit. Do we have any early questions that we want to go over? Look, I'll be honest with you. Normally, I'd be just jumping into the film right now. But the big problem that I'm staring at, and I talked about this a little bit, but boy, oh boy, it is really the case right now, is that we're staring at a Chicago Bears game where I'm going to show you a disheveled offensive performance where I think the quarterback performed surprisingly well, given his stat line of like 120 some odd yards, 2 sacks, no turnovers, a touchdown pass. The Bills did a really good job of limiting Justin Fields' magic from taking over the game. I think that they really worked it well. And the only problem is that it makes for kind of a boring product to rewatch. And then on defense, the Bears threw a lot at the Bills. Josh Allen played quite poorly in general. And as fun as that is to watch, it doesn't mean that we're staring at a ton of great defensive players. In fact, we're mostly looking at like Matt Adams played surprisingly well. Like there's a good amount of stuff that we can look through that's like, I mean, it's football on a screen. It's just not as relevant to the future as I think some pieces of this conversation are. I don't think you care about whether Dante Pettis can catch a football, but unfortunately, that's a real topic of conversation in this one. MJ, that's certainly the hope. Let's see here. Eric Alley, you mentioned number 1 and no real trade back opportunities unless the QB hype train builds up significantly. We'll just have to see, Eric. I mean, at least from what okay, so last year and the year before that, and et cetera, things get awfully strange, don't they? Where I tend to think that Bryce Young and Will Levis and maybe even CJ Stroud, but I think Stroud conversation has fallen off a little bit. I agree with you. This is no 2020 class, but I do think that given how poorly last year's class was received, clearly not very good, given Kenny Pickett fell harmlessly into the mid-20 or like the mid-teens, late teens. I cannot remember exactly where he was drafted. I do tend to think, Eric, that the Bears will be a benefit of QB-needy teams feeling like it's time. Right? Not everybody gets the opportunity to wait for Caleb Williams, as much as I know they'd love to. Plenty of people are going to jump on a Mac Jones, jump on a Justin Fields. That's me commenting on the fact that he was drafted number 4 specifically. Or like in those settings when you got teams that are going to take their quarterback so that they can gun for it. I can't say that it's exact. Like, Eric, where I draw the line is acting like number 1 overall means that the Bears are going to collect 2 future firsts, 2 firsts this year, and and also a second round pick plus another mid rounder. Like, we're not going to entertain conversation that's just patently ridiculous. But until the moment that teams show that they're willing to wait 2 or even 3 years to draft a quarterback, I don't buy it. And so at this stage, if the Bears can trade back, they can pick up another second round pick, maybe even a future first to go with it, which generally speaking, Jimmy Johnson charts and even like PFF mock draft simulators, et cetera, support. I think that's still a major value add, given that all that really changed is the idea that what am I trying to say? It's like all that really changed at this point is that the Bears lost a couple extra games. Like, the bright side about number 2 versus number 1 and this whole conversation is that the Chicago Bears are having the same season they were having. Like, they just dropped an extra game or 2 here or there that don't really matter. Like, in the long term, I don't think we'll be looking back at this season saying, gosh, I wish we just won 2 extra games. But losing a couple of the games that the Bears could have won is the only reason they may be able to get a free player or 2 free players through an additional second or an additional first. We'll have to see. I mean, it depends. Like you're saying, everybody keeps suggesting that the Bears are going to trade that pick for a haul. But it's not as if last year's number 1 pick was able to be traded for a haul because there wasn't really a quarterback that had anybody excited. I'm hopeful Bryce Young can. I think he's got a lot of tools that are flat out great. I'm hoping this Will Levis thing is real. I mean, if anything, it could be impatience. Somebody mentioned, Darren, where's the Mitch Trubisky of 2023? Well, this could be that. I mean, really could. We'll have to see what it looks like. It's hard to immediately know, right? But it's something that I know I would be looking at is, okay, let's see how the value inflates for quarterbacks over time. Jordan, hey, how you doing? I don't think I mentioned, I don't think I shouted you out earlier. Glad to have you here. Let's dig into a little bit of film. We'll start with the offense because that's what I put on the schedule. And we're gonna pop through this. My tape dealer didn't come through for me, so we're actually watching the whole game's tape, meaning we get to start with a Velus kickoff return. Velus had his best game in an extremely limited role, and I don't blame him because last week was so bad that part of me thinks that he just came out eyes on fire to do any better than he did last week. The good news is he did a pretty good job of it. Let's go ahead and get my software pulled up. It is way too common that I just forget to actually engage this thing. Let me see. Yeah, no kidding, Darren, right? Let me see. So, Drex, you mentioned that he's, let's see, that Saquon's putting up 1,000 rushing yards with an offensive line arguably worse or worse than the Bears. Might be worth the difference in money between him and Demo. Maybe. Drex, my argument back to you would be that I think that the bell cow back as we know it is a bit of a misnomer. I think the problem with somebody like Saquon Barkley is that you pay him today and you need him to produce for 2 to 3 more years, and you're very likely going to get a sweet year next year, but the year after that becomes a bigger question mark just because of the nicks and injuries that come from playing football. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate running backs. That's not what it's about. It's more about how much can you really count on that running back to be that special guy for years and years and years? Generally speaking, most of these guys hit a cliff and fall off. So if the Giants feel really good about him being that special guy, they would probably pay him. If they don't, you shouldn't think that they made the mistake. Does that make sense? Like Dalvin Tomlinson, who plays like defensive line. Sheldon Rankins also plays defensive line. These are great examples of players. They're like, overall, we're talking about like B-rank players, right? Great examples of like run stuffers that can press the pocket a little bit, and they're not crazy, but they're very good against the run, like plus players against the run, neutral players against the pass. They play like that one tech nose spot that you're just not expecting to get much pressure from. So within that, like those are the kinds of players that a team will let go. With a star running back, specifically when you want to make them out to be a star, if they were the star, the team would have kept them. Why would they let him walk if he's as good as you think he is? Are they just making a mistake? So catching a team on a mistake, I mean, sometimes, again, with the Rankins, the Dalvin-like player, Tomlinson that is, like, there's no mistake to be made. They're letting go of a B player because they can't afford him, and you're the team with $120, $130 million of cap space. The Jets are stupid for letting Rankins walk. It's more like they just can't afford him. They've got to draft and replace him, whereas the Bears can add him to their team for fairly, I don't want to say fairly cheap, but it doesn't destroy their team's future cap to add somebody like Sheldon Rankins who would come in and look to be a muted version of Akeem Hicks. I'm trying to think of a decent example. The Bears haven't really had like a journeyman lineman that established themselves, and the last one that did, you get the idea. He popped off a little too hard in Akeem Hicks to be a good example here. But when you're looking at a star running back, when you're looking at a star receiver, when you're looking at a star edge rusher, when you're looking at a star quarterback, Lamar Jackson leaves the Ravens. Lamar Jackson goes to another team. Lamar Jackson gets paid. You are calling the Ravens a fool if you pay him that much, because you're suggesting that the idea that they didn't is a problem. Like or was stupid that you would because they wouldn't. They gave you the chance and you took it. And that's not bad. You're not always going to be wrong. I don't want to make it out like every time you do that, you're going to be wrong. What I will say is that I think it's a little different when in free agency, you look at a player that one team just couldn't afford and you say, we're going to make the decision you wish you could, versus making a decision like paying Saquon that says, I know you can, I know you didn't. That was stupid. We're going to do it. I think those decisions tend not to work out. But that's just a feeling that I have. Like I'm totally riffing off the top of my head. But so anyways, let's dig into some offense. Let me see. Like, Myrtle, I don't blame you. How old is Lorenzo Carter at this point? Like, to me, the big problem, Myrtle, is the other thing that you got to talk about. We talked about this on a stream a little while ago. Oh boy, I snapped over to Draymond Jones. Let me get us back on track. We will talk about this. As you know, these streams right now are very off-season-y. Like, we're going to talk about the game. We're also going to talk about free agency off-season stuff. Because, honestly, to tell the story of the Bears right now is to tell the story of the off-season. Well, you got to remember, Myrtle, the big thing I'm looking for, right, is we are in 2022. Next year is 2023. The year after that is obviously 2024. And in my opinion, if you're going to sign a free agency right now, they got to be good through all of it. Like, you're not signing a Javon Hargrave thinking I've seen that suggested. Maybe the Bears will. Maybe the Bears will prove me wrong. But Hargrave right now is 30. So then he'd be 31. And then he'd be 32. And that's neat and all, but like this is the go year. 2024 is the target, right? 2023 is taking a step to contention. That's our Lions year, our Jaguars year, our Giants year. The year after that is when you're trying to win an outright Super Bowl. So somebody like Draymond Jones, right, who's 26, that means he'll be 27. That means he'll be 28 when you really need him, and that's an age you can count on. Look, I'm not trying to be ageist here. It's not that simple, obviously. You can be 25 and bad. You can be 35 and good. It's not that easy, but I am saying that an older free agent, like a truly relatively old free agent, may not be in play. The Bears don't exclusively need young guys, but guys like Sheldon Rankins. Sheldon Rankins this season is 28. Next season, he'll be 29. Next season, he'll be 30. You could play good ball at 30. You could play good ball after 30, at 31. But when you're already at 31, you start to shift towards 32, 33. How close are you to that Robert Quinn fall off, right? Because when father time comes for a football player, he tends to come quite quickly. Let's see. Christian, the bright side, the good news is that it's going to be both. Like, the Bears are in a good position to invest a lot in defensive line, a lot in offensive line, even some in receiver, without skimping on one or the other. Where, Christian, where I think the Bears have a real advantage is that it's more about positions than anything. Here, let's go D, let's go O. We'll break them down, right? All right, so on D, you're looking at CB, you're looking at safety, you're looking at linebacker, you're looking at defensive tackle, you're looking at defensive end, and we're just gonna leave it at that. And so then on offense, you need wide receiver, you need running back, you need quarterback, you need offensive tackle, let's just call it IOL, and then you need some tight ends. This is honestly not the greatest position bracketing I could have done. Like, I think I could have splintered it a lot more. The bright side for the Bears is that they've got a relatively decent CB1, a solid CB2 or nickel corner, depending on what you think of Kyler Gordon, like which position you think he plays. And they also have a really not so bad CB2, though probably best a depth CB2. But if you desperately needed to throw Vildor out there, you know what? He could probably get the job done-ish. Safety, you've got one. you've also got another one. So you have two of them, right? Defensive tackle, you don't have any. But at linebacker, you do have one. And as much as you may laugh about it, the fact that you can stare at the Bears defense and pluck out six people, five and a half, if you want to count Vildor as one half, 5.5 that are there for the future. Like, don't envision it as a whole product. Envision it as spots to replace, right? Because Harrison, you mentioned, or no, you didn't. Sorry, I thought you were going to talk about James Jones, right? Defensive tackle. Do you guys think that Jones on the defensive line has shown you new Porter? I'm counting Sanborn, which sounds a little over the skis, but I really do believe that he can be part of the future if you needed him to. Similar category as Vildor, but not quite the same. Point is that when you look at this defense, you see half of it is there, and half of it's actually kind of ready to go. You just need to add 2 defensive tackles. Let's do little O's. 2 defensive ends. How you doing, Marshall? And a linebacker. Then you could also probably add, like, I'll do a little O next to CB. You could probably add one of those. You could probably add a 3rd defensive tackle so that you can run a rotation. Like, there are more that you can add, but to assemble a good defense, not Super Bowl, a good defense, you don't need as many additions, Christian, as I think quite meets the eye, especially when you're talking about $140 million, right? So then quarterback, obviously we're good there. Running back, I think we're good there. If we had to be. Like, we can add, but if we had to be, we're there. Offensive tackle, I really think you're going to see today Braxton Jones is coming into his own. Cole Kmet is not a horrible tight end. We can do better, but it's not a horrible tight end. Interior offensive line, I'm going to give Jenkins a spot, and that is it. Wide receiver, I think Darnell Mooney makes the cut. Chase Claypool, you guys tell me, thumbs up, thumbs down. Like, do we want to consider him part of the plan, or do we want to give him the Vildor treatment? Say he's halfway in. I would understand both. He's got one more year of contract flexibility, and that's about it. But, like, honestly, Shane, I think you're probably right that, like, if you wanted a good team, you need a second cornerback. Evan, I think Whitehair's going to get cut. I think Whitehair's been so bad after his injury that you could replace him relatively easily. I'd probably agree with Chase Claypool, which means that the offense has roughly 7 out of roughly 14 players that you need. So within this, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm not saying any of this is easy. Right? There's a reason that when we went through it, I highlighted 2024 as the year that they're going to be trying to compete. It's more to say that, Christian, I think that we're less looking at a defense that needs talent all over it. We're more looking at a defense that needs very specific positions completely rebuilt from the ground up. And I think that's a little easier to do. Right? Instead of saying, we need another good corner, we need another good, we need another good corner, we need another good safety, we need another good linebacker, we need another good defensive lineman, but at least we have one of each, right? It's like our safeties are done. Our corners, we have a good stable of corners. They're not perfect, but we got a good stable of corners. Linebacker, I think we found something. Defensive line needs to be completely refreshed. Throw it all out, needs to be completely refreshed. But at the very least, you know what you're looking for, right? Evan, if we could get Buckner or Payne, I am in for it. I think it's just a matter of how and how much, right? I would rather just pay for money. Khalid, I agree. This would be pretty impossible, if we didn't have a quarterback. But so because we do have a quarterback that we can at least work around, you could start to have these conversations. You could start to ask questions about which part of the offense or defense do you actually think the Bears need help at? We'll get into that later. First, let's review some tape. Look, I can't guarantee that we are just going to breeze through this, right? You know me, I'm pretty long-winded. If you've never been on the channel before, welcome. Hit the like button, please. But outside of that, I will, at this point, welcome. Hit the like button. I am going to take you through what these plays are to the best of my knowledge. I'm not in the locker room with them. I can't say I know for sure, but we can touch on general rules. How you doing, Frank? What's going on? So this is one that the Bears have done a lot recently. It's Yeah, right. Myrtle, exactly. But so, one play that the Bears have run all the time lately is a play action rollout with a little bit of an iteration on it. So you're gonna have this guy right here. He's gonna run up and out. You're gonna have Velus Jones just try to take the top off of the defense. This is literally just a decoy route, so we're gonna call that an alert. This would be one at this stage, and then let's see. I think, is going to swing over and block. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then he's going to run your deep over route. Now, I get the impression that whichever tight end does this is a little too deep. That's neither here nor there. Like, that's just route running precision because that's number 2. The main thing I wanted to talk about, though, is this right here, this block out. Normally, when you run a play action rollout, it is very common to do a 3-layer concept. You go 1, you go 2, you go 3 into the flat, right? So you check up here. A lot of times, even this is an alert. If you really think you're going to throw it, like, good for you, but you're probably not. So then this would be number 1, and then this is number 2. This is why you see this throw all the time. Like, roll out, throw to the flat. Roll out, throw to the flat. Roll out, throw to the flat. Well, one thing that the Bears have been doing is they've been trying to mix in Fields' mobility while also allowing him to not have to deal with pressure into his face. Everybody and their mother knows that there's a backside edge crashing to the overwhelming majority of running actions, so the Bears have started countering that with having a blocker sit back and just get in the guy's way. So then, instead of this flat route, he's blocking. So then what's the check down? It's just Fields running the ball. Right? I saw some people on Twitter complain about this play design, right? Where they look at this and they said, I don't understand what's going on. Where's the flat route? And my thought is, this is actually really not that bad of a use of a player, right? Now you've got Justin Fields in wide open space should he have an opportunity. And if the if the over wiggles free, great. If you want to throw this out route, you can. You don't have to. Like, it looks like it's an out and up even. So it's not even an out. It's an out and up. So it's not really there. That means that it's just as simple as, is he open? He is not. We're going to run this thing. And so then, you control your keyboard, Robert. He does. 7 yards. No hit. I have no problem with this. Like, of all the play calls in the world, I don't think having the backside receiver hinge back and block the defensive end, which is anticipated to be a bit of a surprise, is a real issue for me. Now, one guy that made a big difference, got to give him his flowers. Tremaine Edmonds was legitimately on Justin Fields the overwhelming majority of the game. I'm not trying to pretend to you that every single linebacker out there can keep up with Fields, but he did a really good job of keeping him contained, because if Tremaine Edmonds was Jackson Nobody, making up a person, obviously, Fields could have baked him for a lot more yardage than he got. He's been doing that all season long. That's not new. But Tremaine Edmonds did a very good job of keeping Fields under control. That's much more his game because he was an ultra athlete coming out of school. So just tracking a single player and bringing him down probably fits a little bit what he's doing. Honestly, Drex, they did. Linebackers really went crazy. Eric, you mentioned, like, honestly, Eric, I agree with you. It's why I think that Payne's not going to get a deal done. I think he's going to get tagged. I mean, we'll have to see what happens, but I tend to think that a tag is coming. Let's see here. So then second down, it's like second down and 3. I think they're just going to hand the ball off. So we get to see Borum Borum as a guard. This is what Olin Kreutz wanted, right? He wanted Borum as a guard. He wanted Larry Borum as a guard, right? And you just love it, don't you? I mean, I think Borum is a tackle's tackle. Like, I'm not even trying to say he's a good tackle. I'm saying, to me, Borum is long. Borum he kind of moves in a muddy way. I don't know how else to say that. And so to me, him playing guard looks just completely different than even like Michael Schofield, etc. playing guard. This is, to me, a position that I don't think makes... That was just a line of thinking I did not like. And this is me voicing that disapproval. But the Bears, I think they get a first down, right? Usually we would have this thing popped up. Yeah, well, okay, so Drex, it's funny you mentioned that. You talk about Sam Mustipher blowing his assignment. Let's see. He doesn't get all the way back. But the problem is that, new poster, to be clear, don't hear me critiquing Borum playing guard. It just didn't make it did not make me think that he or like it didn't make a ton of sense to me in the offseason trying to pigeonhole Borum as a better guard than Cody Whitehair or Tevin Jenkins. That's all I'm really trying to say. So you got to remember, let me see, who was it? It was Drex, that the Bears are trying to have a double team where Mustafa and Borum are going to work 92 onto Borum's outside shoulder, and then Mustafa is going to head up top. The priority is to get this part done, though. So within that, I don't blame Sam for spending a little bit extra time trying to get Borum under control. But yeah, when you do reach back like that, you got to be able to do something. I mean, I guess he kind of cleans him out of the lane. It's really not the worst Sam Mustafa I've seen in general. And Sir Lord, I don't disagree. Like, Borum isn't that bad. For as much as I think some people critique him, he looks worse than he is, right? Alessandro, I completely understand. I'm there. That's why it takes us a little while to heat up anyways. We're on like the second, third play of the game. This is one spot where I think that the Bears have really, really, let's see, his stance at guard is less than ideal. He's too high. He's a tall dude, MJ. Like, it's hard for him to get much lower than this. Like, I'm sure he could try, but he's a very big person. And it's not that big people struggle at guard. It's more that I just think it's not his game. I'll tell you what, Braxton Jones can move. This isn't new, but it's always fun watching him do it. Gets out into open space, plays straight through the guy. 35, makes a nice little block, and the Bears pick up like 6-ish more. Gotta love it. So let me see here, Sir Lord. I think Borum is the best. Let me be clear. Okay, so because Shane, you took the words right out of my mouth. To me, Sir Lord, I like Borum in the same sense that I like a wide receiver 3, right? Or a depth corner. I like Vildor, but don't start him or I won't like him anymore. Does that make sense? I love DeAndre Houston Carson as a backup, right? And so when you say I like Borum, the only reason I would disagree with you is because I don't really want to start Borum. Borum is a 6th offensive lineman. Borum is a depth offensive lineman. Yes, we are talking. In fact, we are cooking. Like, I am there for it. The trouble comes when I see people swoop into my mentions stating that Borum is more than I think he is. That's really all. So somebody like Braxton, kudos to the guy. He is quietly earning the starting role in 2023's left tackle, but you'll see more of that as the Bears start to drop back into more standard passing sets. Here, basic rollout again. Fields is going to get this one out a little quicker. So this is the rollout that I think we see a little bit more commonly. See what I'm talking about? 1, 2, 3, right? Where you've got out, over, flat. This is as standard rollout as standard gets. And Fields does a good job operating it. But, like, this is the much more basic tight end rollout that you'll see. The flat route stretches what looks like it's this looks like cover 2 to me. So let's see. I'm wondering what this guy's doing right here, to be honest with you. Like, you would think that he would... Is it like quarters? What is this corner doing? Huh. Because you would think that if it was cover 2, he'd pinch in and try to stop Pringle right here. But, like, it's very... Yeah, it must be 6. Like, it must be quarter, half right here in cover 6. But Fields sees it. One thing Fields is just never going to be is the guy who comes back here. You see him pump. Like, he could feasibly throw it at that point, but he doesn't. Instead, Pringle, by the way, does a really good job of not overrunning this opportunity. Say what you will, it looks really easy, but like Pringle is going to stay in this window. Let me see if I can just leave that on the entire time. It did not work. He basically, if you envision these linebackers as posts, he stays right in between those posts the whole way down until Fields gets him the ball. Kudos to him. Like, honestly, it's easy. It's easy receiving. Like, that shouldn't be that hard, right? But some people, looking at you, Valus, don't get the nuance of NFL receiver. And you can see him a little better on this one, controlling his speed, right? Like, this guy is not sprinting, so to speak. He understands what the passing lane looks like. He even decelerates a bit to make sure he stays in it appropriately. But then Fields gets him the ball. Fields can, in long developing plays like this, where Fields is in open space and he's not under pressure, there is no real need to throw on time, and we see enough of him throwing on time throughout this game anyways that it's really not something that I would worry about. So here's something the Bills did functionally all game. They brought extra pressure off the side. To call this extra pressure may not even be, no, it is. Okay, so this looks like it's a nickel blitz of some type, but especially when the Bears lined up in shotgun with a running back to one of the sides, the Bills wanted to bring somebody extra as basically like to try to discourage zone read, right? It works. I mean, this is as clear a give read as you're going to get, right? Give. The problem is for them, the Bears absolutely nail long trap, which is a play I learned about this year. Here's the gist of it, right? What the big key for you is watching Braxton Jones, who the Bears are using his mobility once again. You're going to have a whole bunch of down blocking. In fact, I even think the Bears throw a couple of like double blocks to make it look like it might be duo, which is not an uncommon thing to pair with zone read. So it's supposed to look like zone read all the way, but it's zone read long trap. And you can see that when Jones comes wheeling around the side, the Bills are just completely not ready for this. Let's see. The defensive end. Which defensive end? 57? GT. Ooh, it is. The guard's coming too. Okay. So it's more than just long trap. Yeah, you get both. I guess he's probably got to crash, huh? Because he just stands there. Like, he gets frozen by zone read at that point. And the Bears are able to get 2 extra blockers in space. There's just not a lot that a DB and another DB is going to do about it. And Montgomery is home free. You love it. If you were like me as a Bears fan, you were like, here we go. Like, of course. It's wild. I mean, say what you will. Like, the Bears' talent may not be all the way there, but the Rolodex of run plays is sweet. Like, watching what the Bears will do. Because honestly, like, at this point, what you basically get is these 2 feet, Justin Fields' magic feet, basically account for 2 full defenders. This one schematically, this one from an attitude perspective, and you're able to just pull 2 blockers fully away from the play to or just because you feel like it. And I agree with you, MJ. Like, you probably got to follow the pull, but he gets frozen because there's any zone read action of any kind, and the Bears are able to pound the ball straight down the field. Like, Myrtle, you mentioned like good patience, or if you'd prefer him to explode. This to me is Monty. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, if he runs too much faster, you don't want to outrun your lineman. Like, as soon as you see Braxton hit this hook right here with his left arm, that's your moment. Because now you've got lineman's back, basically open doors, right? And he runs straight through those open doors and heads straight into straight to the 1 yard line. Would you love a running back that can score there? Let's address that question later. For now, we've got a running back that'll take it to the 1, which would be a lot cooler if we didn't take a hold on the immediate next play. Montgomery gets in. I don't even know quite who they called it on, to be honest with you. Bears go 6 offensive linemen. I always think this formation's just a little on the dopey side, to be honest with you. But they probably called it on Borum because Borum gets absolutely flattened. I mean, like, flatlined. He doesn't have the step over. He gets smoked. I thought Monty scored the first time too. I'm not going to lie to you, but it was kind of like, oh man. But so anyways, then they line up. They run this like shovel option. I mean, it's more screen game. Luke Getsy has called more screens than I have seen before. Like, honestly, I've just not seen this many screen designs. Like, the Bears have run wide receiver screens. They run this little tossback screen. They've run slip screens. They've run tight end slip screens. They've run all kinds of screens. Truly. Not all of them have worked. Not all of them have been any good. One thing, if we do get to watching Ethan Pocic tonight, I hope that's how you pronounce his name. It's Pocic. If anybody else is better or at pronunciation, you let me know. But Pocic is way better on screens. Way better on screens than Sam Mustipher is, who seems to just have a real problem getting to a player. But at least he gets to Tremaine Edmonds there so that we're able to slow them down a little bit. Turu, it might be. It's hard to tell, to be honest with you. Like whether it is specifically to work around the offensive line. I imagine it's as much as anything else to try to basically gimmick the passing game a little bit, make something easy for Fields. But here they go with the quarterback draw. Here's a good example. It's not exactly the same of the way that the Bills were planning around Justin Fields. It's a little more obvious on non-red zone plays, but they did a particularly good job maintaining gap integrity from 5 yards off, right? It wasn't these guys who needed to watch out for Justin Fields. It was these guys who needed to watch out for Justin Fields, and they knew it. In fact, they planned around it. As you'll see, 3 guys, one on basically like each rushing file ready for him. And so the Bills defender number 7 explodes down and is able to clamp down Justin Fields. Kudos to them. I mean, they were ready for this. I'm not heartbroken if Justin Fields gets beat by good planning. Like, especially at this point, this is the Bears' primary weapon on offense. If we get beat because they finally account for it, they're one of the first to do it in like 10 weeks. 10 separate coordinators where teams just have let Justin Fields run for literally 1,000 yards. I would take that. So now you're dealing with 3rd and 6 from the goal line. Obviously, you went from first and 10 at the 1 to here. So, not great, right? But the Bears run a nice little play, honestly. It's like, it's not quite double China, but it's double posts on this side with, I think it's Pettis running a flat across the other way, and it does a really good job because against like cover 2 to cover 4, you're basically going to try and see if you can work on this corner right here, because the real matchup you're looking for is if this corner follows him, you should have a free shot in the flat, and if this corner sits down, now you've got a one-on-one with this safety to try to just feed the ball on a seam. Now, the Bills blow a coverage. You shouldn't be this open, as you probably remember the play. He should probably be tracking with Pettis. But we like blown coverage touchdowns. Everybody else scores blown coverage touchdowns on us. So you take it. Like, it's good job by Fields. He understands where his eyes need to be. He checks on Kmet. Kmet's not there. He checks on Pringle. Pringle's not there. But as soon as he sees he's not there and he's not there, he's just planting and ripping to Pettis. Throws right where you would expect it to be. Easy looking as anything else. John, is that a play, or is it a similar play Fields missed against Washington? The one he missed against Washington was a flat-out lollipop. To be honest with you, John, the Washington one was easier. But we take it. Fields cashed in on a similar play a couple weeks later to Cole Kmet, to the one on Washington. So he redeemed that in a different way. This is more just standard red zone passing, I guess you could call it. The concept isn't that nuanced. Where I think the Bills must get confused is this yo-yo motion with Dante Pettis shows just a little bit of zone coverage and just a little bit of, I don't know. It's strange because 7 is kind of walking with Pettis and kind of not, but you would expect him to follow him. He doesn't. We love a good touchdown. Go Bears. This was this their only touchdown of the game? I think so. Yeah, it was. So drink it in. It doesn't get better. Procedurally, some pieces do, I guess. But a lot of stuff worked on that first drive that the Bears wouldn't get back. Gotta love teams footage. This is the first time in a while we've been able to watch teams footage. Take a look at Borum right here. Arms out. Absolutely zero movement. Just get in the way. Honestly, Sean, it did. Like, it felt as if he just had no idea, or at the very least didn't see the guy coming across from him. I mean, to be fair, Sean, like, if you're a Chicago Bear, or if you're going up against the Chicago Bears, you just have not seen, you've not seen a ton of red zone concepts that the Bears like to throw. They don't throw almost at all in the red zone. So, getting fooled by that, I mean, there's a first time for everything, I guess. I know that's silly, but if it's not on tape, you didn't plan for it, right? And so the Bears coming out and trotting out a standard end zone concept and you not having it in your defensive game plan to get ready for that sucks. Damo agreed. Hopefully the Texans go up against Foles, and hopefully Foles doesn't have the same magic that he had a couple weeks later or like not weeks later, but like he doesn't have the same magic he had every once in a while in Chicago, like that crazy Seattle game. You got to use all that magic up, Nick. You got to win the next week so that you can lose the week after that. Here we get another nice Velus return, which I might as well highlight. Look, I could bring a better coach than me on to talk special teams, but when Velus has the ball in his hands, like, he looks good. It's just a matter of how do you get the ball into his hands, and can you make him an ever so slightly more natural-looking receiver? The Bears are doing a little bit of that. I mean, I'm sure they're trying to, but he still got 48% of the snaps in this week, so he's getting reps. He just needs to do better with those reps. Also, WFM, it's funny you mentioned Velus' redemption game. He looks good or fumbles. Yeah, right? Darren, I agree. It stands for running zone. I like it. So, one thing I would love to see change is that the Bears have been woefully low on neutral zone pass, or like neutral, basically like neutral down passing. That's the word I was looking for. They don't throw almost at all. Here, Fields does a nice little job. Catch, get the ball out. Now, is it quick? It's not. Is it quick enough? Sure, if you want it to be, and I want it to be. I mean, throw is forward so that Kmet can catch it. The blockers do a good job of getting out. Man, look at Braxton Jones. I know it's simple. It's not that hard, but Braxton is a huge block for a play like this. He gets out, hustles, pushes him out of the way so that Kmet can take on the other guy coming for him. Now, Kmet getting caught by defensive ends is something you don't necessarily want to be a habit, but a 5 to 6 yard gain through the air on first down, sure, let's take it. We'll move on to second and whatever it is. Like, it's quicker than the old quick throws, Turu, for sure. It's still not Rodgers, which, if that's the standard we're comparing it to, a lot of people are going to be that slow. And Darren, the problem to me isn't just, okay, if I could go hard on Cole Kmet, there's a, I'm going to cheat. Okay, we're going to be right back to the Bears game. First, I want to show you this guy, just even for a little bit, okay? This guy's Darnell Washington out of Georgia. I'm just going to play you his tape, right? We are looking at this guy right here, number, I think it's like 8, but he's going to be hard to miss because he's massive, right? Like, he's an absolute bully, a huge human being. And sure, he looks slow, but he is monstrously large, right? If you're going to be relatively slow, in my opinion, you should be big. And this is why Darnell Washington should be available in the second round if you're interested in him, is getting comped to a Packer named Mercedes Lewis. There he is running out, bullies a poor defensive back, like, oh man, just absolutely smokes this guy. But the main reason that I'm showing you this guy's tape at all is because he comes out, he wants to hit. I mean, this guy plays like he hates people. I mean, look at him on this. Like, watch him take on 2 Oregon players. Like, 5 snaps, you're already just seeing violence, more violence, just to go scrap at like 300 pounds, no less. And is he the greatest route runner in the world? I didn't say he is. Is he super fast? Not necessarily, but he's huge and he enforces his will as a blocker, and I think that there's true value in that, whereas with Kmet, when he runs relatively slowly, it's not like he's all that huge either. Like, I mean, look at what he's doing to this poor guy right here. Let's see, there he is in like the H-back spot, and he's not just going to block him, but he's going to throw him to the ground a couple more times just to be sure. I'm waiting for one more specific play when we finally see him catch a pass, where I understand this is college. I understand even more so we're watching SEC versus Pac-12, which I hope I'm not bristling any Oregon Duck fans in here's or like hairs on their neck when I say this, but when a huge SEC speed, violence, momentum. Look at this route real fast, by the way. You want to talk about physical? Like, this poor nickel corner just gets chucked to the ground because to compete with Darnell Washington on the sidelines, like, let me make sure we're all seeing this, because it's a nickel corner, right? But you're gonna see him come off the line, just enough of a stutter step, get a hand on his arm, get his other arm over, catch him out of leverage, throw him on the ground. And who's to say, like, it's not about whether he's open, it's about the way that he runs his routes. And here's the main play that I wanted you to see, aside from all the blocking, right? So I think, not this one. There's a screen coming up. Yeah, he comes across this formation. He's going to catch it. He's completely untackleable. And then he vaults another defender for like a 25-yard gain. The main reason I'm bringing his tape up at all is because Darnell Washington is so big that his sheer size and violence becomes a problem. If there is something that I would potentially critique just as I start watching a bunch of draft tight end film, right? If there's something I would critique Cole Kmet on, it's that sometimes I feel like tight end is neither fast nor big, right? Or not tight end, Cole Kmet specifically, right? It feels like Cole Kmet doesn't play with the extreme violence and size of some tight ends in the NFL, but he also doesn't play with the burst of a Tyler Higbee, right? I'm trying to stay away from using the unicorn tight ends. We don't need to talk about Kittle. We don't need to talk about Kelsey. Those guys are just different. But the role-playing tight ends tend to have what they're good at. And right now, Cole Kmet's pretty good at, I guess, doing like a little bit of everything. But instead of, I'm good at this, I'm not good at this, Cole Kmet is, I'm not bad at anything, but I may not be great at anything either. And I'm not saying that that's an awful thing. It's more like, if I was going to give you my honest opinion about number 85, that's where I tend to land at this stage. That's where, Jordan, that's where it's so strange to me that you mentioned, like, I'm not sure whether we can say what Cole Kmet is good at or not good at, given he's been so limited in opportunities. And Jordan, I feel like Cole Kmet has been a pseudo feature piece of his offenses for 2 years running. Like, Matt Nagy force-fed Cole Kmet the ball constantly. It feels as if Cole Kmet is placed at the point of the attack all the time. I mean, no, he's not running seam routes, right? He's not running the routes that we look at and we're like, that one's fun. But he's running out routes. He's running tight end options. He's running like the silly little flat route. They're obviously not like big, sexy tight end one routes, so to speak, but he's getting a lot of the same opportunities that other tight ends across the league tend to get at this point. Like, that's the problem, Jordan. You're picking one route and saying that's what good usage is. In my opinion, you have to but like, when I watch a Tyler Higbee, I see him make so much after the catch of a throw into the flat, that then when he runs into the seam, somebody was attacking down to stop that flat route, and he took it up the field. Again, I don't hate Cole Kmet. Can't be clear on that enough. It's more to say that when I am looking at, because you mentioned Eric, like, is second round pick really where we want to use for a tight end? And I would tell you with an honest opinion, like, I'm not begging for it. Like, I'm not showing you Darnell Washington, let's be clear, to say I want Darnell Washington. I'm showing you Darnell Washington because he's a very easy player to look at on film and say, I know what he's good at, right? Can we agree with this? Like, in 6 to 7 reps, can we agree that we know what Darnell Washington is good at? That's all. And I feel like with Kmet, sometimes we struggle to point and say, that's what he's good at. And I would love to, I'm interested, given the resources the Bears have, to see what it would look like for them to add a tight end where we know who he's good or what he's good at. But it's not like I have a name for that yet. Anyways, let's continue. So the Bears really wanted to attack the edge of the Bills defense, which worked early on. Like, this is a sweet little run. Let me take a look at specifically what the design elements are, because they load so many players over here. I think it's probably just going to be like a double crack with a double pull. But let's see. Yeah, they really love doing this where they'll have one receiver get to the second level, another receiver wait at the first level, and they'll basically try to crack around that side. And when it works, I mean, honestly, it looks pretty doggone good. I mean, here is that really Braxton? Just like, oh, Braxton's playing like 6-0L. Like, he's shifted from here to here. Man, they love Braxton Jones in the run game. I don't blame them. We don't need to make the argument that like Braxton Jones is. At one point, I made the stupid comment where I was like, Braxton Jones looks like Trent Williams. We don't need to get there. But like he establishes, you're going to see him pass to Riley Reif, passes the defensive lineman, gets upfield, takes on a linebacker. Braxton Jones is the key on this play, and he's the only reason it gets yards, let alone gets a first down. Honestly, 70 has looked very good. Like, over the last couple weeks, it's like number 70 is playing some really solid football. And then this one, RIP. I actually forgot about this. This was not on purpose because I did not remember that this play is what immediately comes up. But it does look like Kmet almost fights the football on this one. And a real darn shame that he dropped this too, because there is some space on space if he catches this ball. Like, if he catches it and keeps his feet, again, not an Orlovsky touchdown. Chances are him comes over and cuts him off, but you're looking at a solid, healthy gain to, like, the 22-23, let alone if he, like, makes a play with his feet and takes it even further. But it sucks when you can't catch the ball because what should have been at least a couple yards suddenly becomes, suddenly becomes 2nd and 10. WFM, you very well might be right, but man, oh man. Fields delivers this one pretty on time too. Let's see. It makes me think, WFM, now we're analyzing drops. This is how deep we go. It looks like the way that he carries the ball, like the way he's bringing it down, especially right there, just looks a little too low. Like he didn't necessarily catch it and have it hit his hands. And Alexander, I hear you. I don't think that's quite true. Because just taking a look at this, I think he basically would have, okay, so I'm reaching a little bit. But catch, you're going to see him, even as he's dropping it, plant that foot. I think he would have turned and had the sideline just fine. And Josh, I'm here. I hear you. Don't hear this as me killing Kmet. It's a drop. It's a physical mistake. Have you heard me talk about Christian Watson? Have I ever mentioned drops? I'm really not a drop guy. It sucks when in an offense like the Bears, you make a mistake because I don't think the Bears are quite good enough to overcome those mistakes. But that's the end of it, right? Like outside of that, it's not like we need to just destroy the guy. It's just a bummer that that's a play that they left on the field because they needed it. So then on 2nd and 10, the Bears have a legal obligation to run the ball, and so they do. I would love to ban this. Like, not the play. The play, that's not what I care about. The Bears' 2nd and 10 is killing them. I mean, where I feel second down has been a problem all season, but the Bears' 2nd and 10 is just killing them over the last couple weeks. Stunning, isn't it, that the Bears started playing defenses that can defend a thing or two, and their 2nd and 10 obvious runs are just getting destroyed. I mean, you want to talk about a defensive line that, let's see, it's not even like, oh no, it's Kmet again, isn't it? And Charles, that's been the joke on this channel, is that the Bears have some kind of contractual or legal obligation to run the ball. But it's Kmet on the defensive end, and it looks like the defensive end rips through and makes the play. Oh, no. I watched this game once lazily, so I promise I didn't go on that whole rant about Kmet showing a whole separate tight end on purpose. This is completely on accident. But, man, seriously. Ooh, I mean, just keep him out of the play. It doesn't matter quite where. Good job on the defensive end's part. Like, this is a play that you totally circle and be like, sweet play by our defensive end. That's why we pay him the big bucks, right? But on 2nd and 10, like, oh no. Oh, he just gets whooped. Was there more for Herbert? I don't know. This defensive back did a really good job coming into the play. Like, I think Herbert would have gone down one way or another. But if you keep the defensive end over here, per se, like, instead of obviously arcing over and making the play, at least Herbert could attack this seam right there and do his little thing where he pinballs and gets a little bit. Big Brother Motown, do they? Do they lead the league in runs for 0 yards? They certainly have the attempts for something like that to be true. And Alexander, you're right. Like, D on it. Okay, so that's Alexander. That's where I'm glad you bring it up, because this is the complicated part about tight end. If this was Jimmy Graham, I'd completely agree, right? If we're talking about a guy who we think that guy can't block, defensive end on tight end isn't a fair matchup. But you're still hoping that you keep him out of the play just long enough so that he can do his job. It's not offensive line on defensive tackle, that's for sure, but you're hoping that that tight end can give you something. So think about it this way. I'm not talking about like a double minus, right? But you're still, I need to pick different symbols. It's still a play that you're hoping your tight end can give you. But so, like, okay, Drex, we don't need any of that. That feels to me like it's a little bit targeted. We don't need to be targeted. We can like people differently. Not everybody has to agree here. Not to mention, Kmet is, to give the guy some credit, Kmet's pretty fast in a straight line. And Kmet has done a pretty good job of, like, okay, not Jason Witten, but Jason Witten light. Where when plays break down, Kmet and Fields seem to have a good understanding of where they want people to be. Just like that flat route that Kmet converted up the sidelines and was able to get, and Fields was able to find him for that like 3rd and 10, so on and so forth. But so that's where Kmet has legitimately distinguished himself, I guess. I don't hate the guy. Adam Shaheen. But anyways, here we see Velus Jones on a slant. If you told me Velus Jones would be one of the first people to draw out a Justin Fields like 1-2 plant slant, I would never have believed you, let alone that Velus would have caught it. But here we are. Like, we do see this all over his Tennessee footage. I mean, simple route, not that hard, but like when people talk about, I understand that the corners are playing the same depth. That's not really the point here. When people talk about Velus Jones's speed being a weapon on all kinds of play types, this is a decent reason for where Velus Jones's speed is helpful. Is that what makes him a separator? I don't know. But, like, certainly it's nice to see Velus catch the ball. Bears get, like, a 4th and 2 scenario, and they're able to work from there. Now, they don't cash in on it, but 1-2, plant, throws pretty solid. Like, you're looking for this throw to hum in low just like this one does. Like, yes, in Madden, I understand that the throw would be placed like right there, and then your guy would get the first down and get tackled. But that's a really, really great way to fumble in the National Football League, or at least to get hit and potentially cost the incompletion. This kind of possession catch happens all the time. And I agree, Turu. Like, because he's fast, they give him the cushion, and that's when it man-to-man, and when it's man-to-man, it looks a little easy. Now, also, it's worth mentioning that while you're right, the Bills look like they're sitting in, let me see, this looks like a version of cover 3. Hard to tell exactly what this safety's doing right here, but both of these corners are sitting back enough that if you did run a slant, both of them are going to be pretty well open. So what really makes this work is that since the Bears are running double slants with Pettis going inside and Velus going in on the outside, Pettis clears space for Velus. Fields sees it, throws it, 4th and 2. Must be, right? That would be like a cover 3 hole, or is it a cover 1 hole and they call that corner technique something else, Brandon? But so then 4th and 2, like, it's hard to get a sense for this kind of play Okay, cover one, but then what are the corners doing so far off? I guess they're just playing the sticks, basically. Like, I don't quite know what the Bears' aim was here. Like, plenty of times you can get a little bit of a sense for what the play looks like it's trying to be. And here the Bears have, is this Montgomery? They must have gone motion Montgomery to the outside. And then they're going to have Montgomery on a must outside release go. They're going to have a curl right here. And then they're going to have Kmet coming over. It looks like Fields looks for Kmet, doesn't like it, turns back to Pettis, and then the ball gets batted. Look, I got to be honest with you, John. I don't actually know why these batted balls keep happening. Like, I think it's as much as anything else that the defensive line makes a play. And maybe there's a little bit of this that, like, anybody who has an opinion, like, let me know. But it feels as if there could be some of this that's Fields trying to just rip the ball, and so it has a lower trajectory. But we haven't seen him hit anybody in the face in a little while, so that's a plus. And so then the ball gets batted. Bummer. 4th and 2 doesn't work. I like the aggression. I appreciate the fact that they aren't running the ball necessarily. If we get to be, this is where, you know, you can at this point start to almost over criticize Fields, and I don't really want to. Like, Fields is just such a weapon that on 4th and 2 plays like this, where he's playing normal quarterback, like, it is hard for me to imagine that. I don't know. Both those guys are right there. I don't blame Fields' decision. In theory, if this ball gets through, there's a decent chance that he just stuffs it to Pettis. But it gets tipped. I don't know whether that's a Borum fault. I would need to ask an actual coach, truly. Like, and it might. It seems as if sometimes these plays just happen. Borum certainly, like, if that's the passing lane, the only thing that I don't understand is why we wouldn't protect it. Just because if it's a quicker throw, you would imagine that we would protect the passing lane a little bit. But also, that's not that high. You can't just flick the ball to him. If you did, it's probably going to get picked. Like, Milano is close enough. And so, kudos to the Bills. They're good defense. They're a good defense that made a good play. Like, Borum did get whooped, Brandon. Like, that's probably a decent way to put it. Honestly, like, if you were going to hand out blame somewhere, it's probably the fact that when you look across the rest of the defensive line, the whole rest of the defensive line does not have their hands free for obvious reasons. His hands aren't free. His hands aren't free. His hands sure are. His hands are not free. Kudos, by the way, to Braxton. Like, spotlight on Braxton. True passing snap. Really nice hold technique there. That's a real, or hug technique. Let's call it what the Packers call it, right? But, like, you walk through this, step, arms around, good enough. But overall, offensive line play probably just needs to be a little bit better. John, I agree with you that Fields needs a separator. We'll talk about that in a little while. But so we'll skip the defense for now and come back to it. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, okay, I do want to cover this. You want to talk about how sometimes people can get credit for something that maybe they don't necessarily deserve credit for? Kyler Gordon makes a pick here, and it's pretty great, right? So the Bears are going to rotate into a similar cover 3 to exactly what the Bills were just running, where you're going to see both Jalen Jones and Kyler Gordon play standard cover 3. Right? If you don't know cover 3, we can talk about it later. But Kyler Gordon is going to see that he doesn't have anybody in his zone. As soon as this guy releases this way, your eyes are supposed to go from here inside, right? And so then you take a look and you basically just try to find, okay, is anybody coming into my zone? Is 14 coming? Then I need to cover him. Is he going to bend it back? Then I need to cover him. You're looking for work in this file of the field as a cover 3 corner with no assignment. So Gordon, rats, I will find this. So Gordon identifies as he takes a look that he thinks 14's coming. 14 stops. He realizes 6 is coming and gets upfield, mirrors his route to 6, and then breaks back for the football. Boom. But can we call a spade, guys? First of all, this is basic cover 3. I'm not dunking on Kyler. Kyler does his job, right? But this isn't Kyler Gordon splits off of one guy, fades back, and uses incredible athleticism to leap for the ball and tip it back into the sidelines. Like, this isn't Roger McCreary. This isn't like Sauce Gardner. This is Josh Allen is blind and just throws the ball, assuming the corner's nowhere near where he's supposed to be. Like, I mean, he never saw him. And so, like, it is so funny how, as an evaluator, when you really start watching the All-22, some things become a bit of a bummer. Like, I agree with you, Sir Lord. Like, to be clear, I'm not hating on Kyler Gordon. Kudos to Gordon. He does his job, and he looks good doing it. I mean, the movement you get from Gordon is super nice, in my opinion. Like, this hip flip right here. Stop, flip. So easy. So easy. But Josh Allen should never throw this football. This is a very, very poor decision by 17, who made a run of poor decisions. And Eric, we'll talk about it when we get there, because I'm interested in that as well. And Turu, you mentioned safety when he's older. Won't surprise me if he just stays there. John, you mentioned Gordon should have been playing outside, not the slot. I think that when you look at the fact that they had Lucas Patrick and Tevin Jenkins switching, when you had, or like rotating, that they had Riley Reif and Alex Leatherwood switching, that they have Kyler Gordon playing inside and outside, but when Jalen Johnson's out, suddenly he's the outside corner. I got to tell you, John, I think the proof's in the pudding. Like, I think the Bears, they have not thrown the year on purpose, but they are taking advantage of weird development scenarios that I don't think that they would be doing if every single snap matters, right? But that's a gut feel of mine. I don't think that there's any way that a sane, normal coach would have looked at Kyler Gordon and thought, I'm going to get the most production out of him by playing him in 2 spots at the same time. I think that this was a year where they expected Gordon to take his lumps, and he has taken a lot of lumps on his side. But kudos to him for making a solid play here. Like, truly, seriously. He cuts in. He's where he should be. The throw is terrible, but it's an easy pick, and from there we get to watch him on his run back, which, is fun. Why not? Always fun watching all this kind of stuff. Turu, did they give up on trying to make him a nickel? I don't think so. Let me see. I don't think it's a I don't think that they've given up. I think that they just needed an outside corner, and Gordon can play it. Sean, I'm here for you. I love you. This is a terrible, in my opinion, you can't think that a cover 3 corner is just going to stay down here, which on the slot, that's where he was, right? You've got to assume a cover 3 corner is going to stay or going to bail back. And so while you might have thought maybe that they were in cover 1, that much I might understand. It's still, in my opinion, a poor read of the situation. Kudos to Kyler. Hey, most defensive plays are not rip-aways. Most defensive plays are capitalizing on a mistake or forcing a physical mistake one way or another. We take them. Honestly, Jordan, it wouldn't surprise me if Kyler Gordon was, or if best case scenario for Josh Allen, he treated Kyler Gordon like he's a brain dead doofus, just because of how poor some of Kyler's awareness was in the early parts of the season. But this looks much more like the Kyler Gordon that we would hope we see going forward. Will he ever justify the number 39 pick? Who cares? If he can play well, if he's part of a good secondary going forward, he is a pick that we can at least rally behind. That's really all I'm looking for. I have very low standards. Oh, yeah, Jordan. I mean, there's a reason that we talked about early on in this season that I feel like Kyler Gordon moves around and has moved around like a first-round pick. We've all heard me say that before, right? Not that I get points or energy from hearing that I'm correct, but it's like Kyler was always a question of instincts. It's never been a question of is he athletic enough. His athleticism is astounding. So I'm hopeful that we see a little bit more instinct and a little bit more instinct, a little bit more fluidity, a little bit more savvy within his game. Because if we do, it's awfully fun. It's awfully fun to just envision what he can do. So then it's awfully nice just seeing little simple plays like this. I mean, it is basically just a screen at this point. Like, he's running a pick route. He's just running an out. Nothing hard. Sprint out. Throw. Where it should be. When it should be. Boom. Sure. Awfully nice getting to see the young quarterback place the football relatively well. I mean, little things, right? Like doing the little stuff. That's what we need to see Fields do. We know he can do a lot of the big stuff. We know he can do a lot of the crazy stuff. Getting to see him do the basic stuff is awfully nice. Jeepers. Look at Kari Blazing Game. Look at Kari Blazing Game on this. He's going to take on a DB and just, I mean, like, chest to chest. It's like he gets surprised and just goes sheer force of will to drive him into the ground. Kudos to the run game for that. Yeah, let's see. Monty steps around. Looks like Harry gets out, makes a block against a linebacker. Harry does not move like a first-round pick, but that's not me trying to hate. It's more that he looks like he's carrying a lot of weight. It's not even trying to say he's fat. He's just not play slim, and that's okay. Is that Herbert? Yeah, that's Herbert. Thank you, Myrtle. It's been Monty for weeks. Herbert did not have a fabulous game. The opportunities weren't like there. Let's see. This is a play I went back and forth on because it's just an out route. It's just basic, but it looks like they sent a nickel blitz. And Fields, best thing you could say about it is that Fields does a good job to get the ball out at all. Like, some of these plays did used to be sacks. Is the throw accurate? It's not. I think he's throwing it away. Like, I think he's just ripping and getting it out there. Should that be there? I don't know. But it looks to me like there's an element of defensive gotcha in this. Maybe, Eric. Like, I don't know. I truly could not tell you. Like, Fields is throwing with anticipation because it's required at this point. But Pettis also runs relatively good routes. Like, my legitimate guess here, just being as fair as I can be to everybody, is that Fields just got stunned by a defense or by a blitz at that point, and that he got the ball out to try to save the play, which sometimes that's what you got to do. The biggest problem, I guess, that the Bears have on some of this stuff is that there isn't a check down. So it doesn't look like on this specific play there was a clean hot option. And if there was, then it was Pettis needing to come out earlier, and Pettis didn't see it. That's actually not that might be a thing. Like, I can't say that I know the Bears playbook. What I can say is that it's not uncommon in an NFL playbook setting for Dante Pettis to have a rule that says if he comes, we are converting this route right here into this route right here. So we're shortening it, right? I can't say this for sure. I don't know, right? But it is interesting seeing this blitz and seeing Fields stare right at Pettis and load to throw. And he throws on time, certainly, but he seems like he's throwing to a different spot than Pettis ends up going to. Hey, maybe it's just a throwaway. Either way, it's not a sack. Awfully nice. Not or like seeing less sacks, 6 sacks last week. Not due to not getting the ball out or anything, but you guys remember going back and rewatching that Texans game again. Like Fields used to look like a deer in headlights. In this game, whether he was efficient or not, a lot of times came down to everything else that happened. But like this play, have you ever seen Fields do this? It's simple, right? It's as simple as at this point, like. Let's see. It looks like Fields is looking at an out route. He doesn't like it here. He looks back at, I think it's Kmet, who's running like a curl. He doesn't like that. And then he's got a swing for Herbert. So he goes 1 to 2. Maybe he's even looking at the seam. Out. Doesn't like it. And then throws the ball. Now, is it accurate? Not really. But the progression's nice. It's fun. He's like, covered. I'm just going to throw it here. Ball's got to be better if we're going to do this. But that much is just kind of obvious, right? Herbert goes down to catch it, which almost bums me out. You'd almost want that to just hit the ground. But I just don't think that's how football players think. They see a ball. They think, I'm going to catch it and make a play. I don't blame them. How many of these routes were actual options? Hard to know without the playbook. But watching Fields navigate the field and work his eyes, I think is fun. And then you got this one. It doesn't need much analysis for me to show that a ball down here is hard to catch. Can we agree with this? So, I don't know if the wind took it. I don't know if it was just bad. But Fields has to go all the way down for it. His fingertips are not made of the same stuff as Spider-Man. And that's it. That's all she wrote on that drive. The Bills cannot quite get out of the shadow of their own end zone, and then the Bears repossess the ball at the 38. Bada boom. Here we go. Let me see. What are the Bills doing on these? Okay, so they're freezing. They're having Justin Fields just give the ball, and it works. What, John? Are people were mad at a lineman for wearing sleeves? I did not see this on Twitter. Really? Were they mad at Fields for wearing sleeves? I think wearing sleeves in like 10-degree weather is smart. I mean, pneumonia doesn't help anybody. Not trying to be a dork, but gracious. Man, Ed Oliver is just going to take Bourne to the cleaners here. Like, it looks as if it's outside zone, but some of these plays, you get somebody who gets beat so badly that it just does not look like the same play anymore. And that kind of looks like that's what's happening here. I want the Bears. Okay, I would say I want the Bears to get one of these, but like you don't find Ed Oliver growing on trees. No, it's not. That's Phillips. But still, you're going to see almost immediate backfield penetration. I'm going to force Montgomery to just scramble. Get what he can. Let's see. Okay. Did any of you... Sometimes it feels like if the Bears are allowed to run the ball, they're going to run the ball. Let's see here. This isn't a screen. Musty just barely loses. Let's see. Seriously, Josh? That's amazing. In a sense. Third and 6 run. Look, here's something that I'm struggling with. just as your friendly neighborhood Bears analyst, right? On one hand, I am a huge fan of vertical spread offense. If you ask me, what do I want to do? I want to get in the gun. I want to throw the ball. Like spread West Coast. I love it. Like spread coast offense, if you wanted to be specific, like I am just a huge fan of well-worked, spread it out, let's go empty, let's throw the ball. Throw the ball every down if we want to. Like hand it off eventually, sure. Let's get a decent running back that we can make plays with, but I want to run that like greatest show on turf, not specifically Martz, you get what I'm going for, but like throw to the running back an awful lot. Like curls, slants, quick passes, move the ball all throughout the air raid style. Like it's not all that it works in the NFL. It's more that like when I think offense, I love that stuff. I eat that stuff up. So when I tell you that I don't like 3rd and 6, like running the ball, John, you're getting to where I'm going. Like when I tell you I don't like running the ball on 3rd and 6, that's just not going to surprise you. Like I'm a huge fan of the forward pass, but with this team specifically, I get it. Like that's the problem that I have, is that this team in particular is not consistent enough throwing the ball, especially on short distance, to incentivize me to call those passes. Like they can get the yards, but they just don't get them more than 50% of the time. So there's only so much you can do. And so I do feel like it puts this Bears play caller in a spot. Like I kind of feel bad for Getsy in this because we're judging Getsy on what he's doing, but the ingredients he's working with don't look particularly expensive. Like you're saying, John, everything looks hard, and then things go surprisingly well sometimes. But on a down-to-down basis, the offensive line isn't good. The receivers aren't good. The quarterback is getting better at a lot of the little things, but right now he's a whole lot of big and bust. Like, that's not to say Boston Fields. That's more to say that you'll get the sweet play to Valus. You'll get a lot of these checkdowns into the flat, and then you'll get receivers that drop them. And when the receivers aren't dropping them, Fields will just miss. Like, it depends on the play, right? But so it sets up 4th down. And on 4th down, hey, can we call a channel favorite out? We've talked about Montgomery, the receiving back. How nice is this wiggle and out? Like, basic pick play for David Montgomery, ball thrown on time, but big credit to Montgomery to just pop, out, separation. Good pick. Montgomery makes a play. I love it. Honestly, I do. And yeah, exactly, Drex. If you try to bake a cake with expired eggs, no sugar, the cake's probably going to suck. But it's not that it's the grandest route anybody's ever run. It's that when a running back can go run that for you, yes, that's legit. Like, I love seeing Montgomery develop a little bit more as a receiver. If he's brought back to Chicago, I would love to see his receiving catalog expand a little bit. He is electric when he catches the football, and we can grow on that a little bit more. Now, if we were going to talk about sweet receiving backs, you got options in the world of receivers. Like, I mean, whether it's Tony Pollard, whether it's, I'm not going to say Saquon, but like there are other backs out there that you can throw and catch the ball with, like Raheem Mostert in, oh gosh, who's going to take 58? Do they both just not? Looks like somebody's supposed to. Nobody takes 58. I think Montgomery's supposed to take him. It's just like you would think. But Montgomery just sort of lets him be. And 58 turns the run. So Justin Fields doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Bleh. If you're going to use the tricky stuff, like I'm down for having your halfback go play fullback, but he's going to know how to play fullback. One of these days, I tell you, we're going to get a Bears receiver that we can see press with all this mileage and go win. One of these days. I want that. I want to have a Bears offense that even when we're this condensed, look at how many people are within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Like at this point, you're staring at, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, not even within 10 yards. They're within 5 yards of the ball. And then 2 more guys over the top that are like within this like tackle box more or less. But dang. But dang. That's just me pointing out the pre-snap stuff. Then I think Fields personally, like this is where I think the Bills did a really good job, is that instead of having their 2 safeties drop out, they basically had their safeties freeze until Justin Fields resolved what he was doing at the ball, and they'd crash when Justin Fields pulled it. In this case specifically, it's not that Fields, like, could Fields give here? Technically, yes. Then he's going to run into the meat grinder that we just talked about, and it's going to look like Warhammer 40K, like in the box. So Fields taking it and thinking that he can beat this guy in space, I actually don't blame him. But look at the safety. Like, you think they're ready for this? You think they're ready for this? Because as soon as he beats him, like, the safety is on him. So kudos to them for being prepared. I am stunned it took teams this long. Like, I really am surprised it took teams this long to take Justin Fields' legs really seriously. But they, like the Bills do, they shut that play down. Should it have been a give read? Should it have not been a give read? I almost wonder if it doesn't matter, because Fields has been making it irrelevant for all kinds of players across the NFL. Probably should give it. I don't think the Bears would have gotten a ton from that, but they lost yards all the same. Brandon says easy give. Let's see. It probably is, because 59's sitting on the outside. And that's the problem, Chauvin, if anything. Like, part of the reason that I'm even saying that it might not is it's not a give. It's more that Fields has the green light to pull it whenever he wants to, because he's made some easy give reads that where he's pulled it anyways, and he's made big plays. But like you're saying, I mean, you're expecting to pull if 59 actually crashes. So I get the technicality on why he should be giving it here. You almost wonder if Fields needed to learn the lesson a little bit, that you can't just pull it whenever you want to. You do have to give on the give reads, because teams are starting to prepare for you. And credit to the Bills. So then, man, you guys weren't kidding. Like, here's another batted ball. Now, somebody asked earlier, do you see Aaron Rodgers' throws get batted? Yeah. Do they get batted this often? That is hard to tell. But normally, the screen plays don't look quite so obvious. Like, I can't tell who it is or what it is that makes these throws so consistently batted. I can just tell you it's happening an awful lot. Like, and the Bears don't have the passing volume to not notice the batted balls. Like, every down feels like it matters. But during the offensive point explosion, they certainly had their fair share of batted, of non-batted passes that got out. It's a bummer seeing this ball. If the throw is a little bit better, Herbert might actually catch the first down here. But if the catch doesn't take Herbert off his feet, I don't know. Frankly, if he catches it at all, you're looking at 4th and 1. But Herbert doesn't catch it. Shades of the last guy to wear 24. Bummer. Drex, it does feel that way sometimes. I appreciate that Fields, with a man in his face, is still getting the ball out. Like, we watched some Zach Wilson earlier this season. Can we give some credit, because I think we should, that, let's see, John, you love Fields, but every time he drops back, it feels like a drop or sack is coming. The Bears' passing game is poor. Kudos to Fields for keeping his base relatively strong. I'm no quarterback mechanic magician, but Fields does maintain even that powerful base with a man in his face and still gets a throw out. So, like, this is what his back looks like as he's throwing it. So, obviously not ideal. Like, you're just doing what you can to get the ball out. and the ball zips straight to a pass that hits this guy in the hands. You'd hope you catch these. Look, are you hoping for a first down? Not necessarily. That's Ryan Griffin's. But you'd hope you catch those, in my opinion. And if anything, Fields is beginning to get the ball out quick enough. Look, there's a day and age where we would have said, oh, Fields hits the back of his drop, and, oh, how could you possibly play quarterback? How could you get the ball out? How could you possibly get the ball out with a man getting to the pocket this quickly? I've been there. Like, Fields is doing a better job. Oh, absolutely. He's doing a better job of playing like a normal quarterback, which is awfully nice, because if he can do the normal stuff, that means that you've got throws like that Velus throw we'll get to later in the game that's still on the table, and you've got a lot more stuff that you should be able to do in the passing game with a little bit of refinement instead of just helter-skelter run the ball all the time, which, gosh, I hope we can get away from that. Please. And then, yeah, Santos comes through. Hooray. I mean, he's been money. Has he missed a field goal? Or has he only missed extra points at this stage? Now, those extra points have been costly. But Tank King. They get in the end zone. Let's get a little more offense on. Looks like the Bears are in like 2-by-2. This is probably the worst Fields play of the game. Probably. Oh, Alexander, they're not on purpose. oh, the low ones. I get what you mean. I think Fields sees this, hesitates on what's called a basic route here, but he's got to throw it. Like, once Pringle clears the linebacker right here, throw this ball. Fields thinks about it. He knows he should. You see the arm. But he doesn't throw it. And he takes a sack. It's a good lesson to be learning this year. If he comes out of this year taking less and less and less sacks as he goes, just throw that ball. Trust it. Like, he anticipates it. He has it right. Like, he's so close with some of this stuff. We're seeing it more and more and more often where it's not deer in headlights. He knows he should. The arm is there. But like you're saying, Sean, Pringle clipping him scared him, but we still got to throw it. Like, do that same throw we had to Velus, where you throw it low. But then he pulls it down. Obviously, it doesn't work out. Alexander, like you're talking about, we saw a couple of them where he just missed the read altogether, but we have been seeing this. You're right. That we've seen this year, right? Let's see. Would the pass have been blocked? I don't think so. Maybe he's worried about 50. If you're worried about this guy getting a hand on it, you're in a real rough spot as a quarterback. Like, you got to let him bat it at that point. I don't think you got to be worried about the guy in front of you. But we take a sack there, which is not helpful for obvious reasons. Second and long, it is required we run the ball. You can get your run game analysis from the broadcast on that one. Oh, yeah, because they give up. This was halftime. So, I don't blame them at all. You take a sack? Yeah, go to half. Whatever. Brian, maybe don't hear me as coming after Fields. My whole goal is to critique where we need to critique so that when I say something was really good, you believe me. There are enough people out there that'll just say everything and everyone is always really good. That's not the goal. My goal is to tell you what is good and what isn't good, as close as I can to what I believe. But within this, I do feel like Fields' quick game has been getting better and better and better. It's just a matter of getting him some weapons and, frankly, iterating the scheme a little bit, because a lot of what they're running, from what I understand, is pretty doggone old and pretty doggone uninspiring. Like, you don't really have a ton of, like, NFL concepts. And I don't know if that's all quarterback. I have no idea. Maybe they didn't institute them. Like, maybe they didn't focus on this in in training camp. Maybe they spent all training camp, as I could believe if you asked me, focusing on the run game, because they thought that the run game was going to be the feature point of the team. We're going to shorten games. We're going to try to win through ball possession, and we're going to try to just get out of the game. But yeah, there's all kinds of like passing concepts that I think that they could work on. I want to see them work more 11. I want to see them like this stuff, right? This is so simple. This is I love this. Like, spread it out, 2x2, 11 personnel, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and let me see, what was this? Like, what did they actually run? Looks like it's just corner with a curl and a flat underneath. So it's just basic curl flat in its like in the way that it works. So Fields is looking at this linebacker right here, and if he follows Montgomery, you throw to Kmet. If he sits on Kmet, as he does, you throw to Montgomery. And look at this. The Bears are making quick game work as David Montgomery catches the ball, lurches forward, and is able to pick up like a neat little... Did they have some kind of... Are they on like 1st and 15? I can't tell what the down and distance is here. But, because it looks like they pick up like 7 yards. Oh, it's 2nd down. Did they lose a bunch of yards somewhere? They must have. I missed that. Let me see. Let's go back. Oh, it's this run play. Yeah, this one gets blown up. Wow, I blocked that out fast, didn't I? But so the Bears get like 8 to 10 yards back. Sets up 3rd and 5-ish. And is this the play I think it is? It might be. Oh, it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. I keep thinking that Dante Pettis is about to shoot me through the heart, right? But on this one, he did not. And you see it the whole way, right? Like, did we all watch Dante Pettis thinking that this was that flat route he dropped? I did. And every time I do this, I always think, oh, is this that one? And then you get to watch Dante Pettis get the snot held out of him by 27. So Fields keeps the play alive long enough for the referee to throw the flag. Let me see. When does he throw it? Honestly, he throws it late enough that it makes you think he's thinking about it. Just really stewing on this one, on whether or not he should let that flag go. But he does. He's like, okay, you earned it. And gets it out of there. It's hard to tell what the read would have been, because Fields drops back and looks for Pettis. So I imagine they wanted to attack this space somehow. I guess the fact that Pettis comes across makes me think that it's an in of some kind. But then Fields takes a look, makes things happen, gets the ball to Montgomery. Montgomery is becoming a check down Fields can trust. And honestly, like, watching Fields' evolution with David Montgomery makes you realize that, like, Fields and that trust is going to be so core for every player that he works with, period. Like, it's going to take time for Fields to just rip you the ball on sight. But he's getting there with some of these guys. And so the way he's treating David Montgomery, the way he's starting to get the ball out to some of these people, I think is really encouraging. It's just now Ryan Poles' job to make sure that you get the talent around Fields to make that a good thing and not a bad thing. That's honestly, like, not an easy throw. Like, not that we need to go and wow over it. It's a throw for 0 yards, right? But moving hard left just short stops the ball to David Montgomery, who gets tackled immediately. But they get the first down via penalty, which we can be a fan of. Basic rollout. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Conspiracy time. Watching this play, you're going to see, I think it's Pettis run like a corner post, and he runs the common alert for a bootleg, which Fields runs. I think that Pettis may have run the wrong route. I have no proof, right? Conspiracy time. But watching this play, I mean, who's it to? Like, you've got the hinge blocker in Cole Kmet, right? You've got you've got the alert heading deep, nobody's there. And you've got Fields turning around, looking into the middle of the field. Like, maybe he's supposed to turn and chuck this ball all the way down the field. Like, I don't know, maybe. I guess it's not impossible, but it seems to me like either somebody ran the flat out a wrong route, or the Bears had some real high hopes for a shot play here, and they did not. Those prayers were not answered. Glad the ball came, glad that we didn't take a sack, but it's such a weird one. Oh well, I guess it didn't work, right? So then second down. Basic run play. It must have been, Brandon. Like, Pettis running the wrong route adjustment to middle field open, to me, makes the most sense. Like, whatever the route was supposed to be, it just makes tons of sense that Pettis would have had the most room to maneuver there, and that Pettis might have been the one who just got mixed up on things. It's probably, I'm sure it's a tough read. I mean, NFL playbooks are so complicated with the way these things work. It's not Madden out there, guys. But it looked as if Fields was waiting for something, didn't get it, threw it out of bounds, which we take. The offensive line, man, oh man. Okay, so is that, does anybody get like well and truly bullied? Not really. Let's see. Handoff. The Bills' defensive line can play. Like, the Bears were having to earn everything that they got on that side of the ball, because these guys were feisty, and the linebackers came up quick. 2nd and 10. I mean, like, if there's something I don't understand about Luke Getsy, to be honest with you guys, it's that when you watch these linebackers, like, is there any drop in their feet? It's 2nd and 10, right? You would think, with it being 2nd and 10, these linebackers would take a couple steps back just in case it's a pass, or at least that's how the Bears seem to call the game. J2K, great to see you. But that never really seems to happen, as the linebackers just sit on a run call, like, charge upfield and make the stop. Like, it's frustrating to me because, oh shoot, and then there's the fumble. Like, oh, rip. And then, so the Bears give the ball away, which sucks extra. But the main thing I'm frustrated with is if you're calling these runs because you think the defense is going to call a coverage shell, assuming you're going to pass, then the run isn't helpful, right? Because you just run straight into the teeth of the defense and you get tackled for maybe a 2-yard game. Brian, there's a degree of truth to that. Like, they're daring Fields to beat him with his arm. Yes. They're also daring Dante Pettis to beat them with his receiving hands. They're daring Cole Kmet to beat him with his receiving hands. They're daring Larry Borum to beat... Oh, I could not believe this wasn't intercepted, by the way. Like, Josh Allen makes another cover 3 mistake where he just assumes that they must not... I guess in this case it's closer to quarters, but that... No, it's cover 2. Like, Jalen Jones does a good job dropping. And I mean, like, catch the ball, my guy. That's why he's not playing receiver. But man, he gets there. Brian, point is that I think that it's easy to distill it down to, oh yeah, they're daring the quarterback to beat him. But this isn't 2018. This isn't, they're daring Mitch Trubisky to, like, oh yeah, here's a good look at it. Just in the freeze frame world, right? Right through. I think it hits him in the face even. Maybe he got too excited. But man, for a UDFA, catching an interception, that's going in the shadow box. Too bad. But so, Brian, I do feel like it's different when you talk about some of these other teams. Like, teams will dare Tua Tagovailoa to get to his second read, right? Because we can agree that Jalen Waddle, that offensive line, Tyreek Hill, like, he's got a good supporting cast around him. Mitch Trubisky, back in the day at that point, like, they, let's see. Oh, did the linebackers not bite at all? Ooh. Yeah, credit to the Bears. They played the Bills like every play was a pass play. They gave up 10 yards per carry. I have to show you this because, like, this is so poor, you almost have to see it to believe it. Bears versus Bills. Like, the box on this is so funny. This will do. Like, I hate this box score, but it'll do. Like, look at the rushing yards. 8.8 yards per carry for Devin Singletary. 9.0 yards per carry for James Cook. And then, like, a healthy 6.8 for Josh Allen. But, like, really, really soak those in. That is some of the highest yards per carry numbers that I have ever seen. Now, why was that the case? It's because the Bears linebackers just assumed that there is no way they're going to pass the ball. Like, kudos to them. Seriously. Like, the Bears made the assumption, this Bills team is not going to run the ball on us. And they're right. But you want to cash in on those opportunities, because when Josh Allen's just giving Christmas presents away, obviously, like, you have to receive the gift. But so you get plays like this. Yeah, Josh Allen isn't beating us. Now, unfortunately, I will tell you that I thought that the Bears ran cover 0 a bunch because the safeties were so erased on some of these plays that it is hideous. So, do you guys remember when we used to talk about when we used to talk about how Eddie Jackson is so good at getting downhill and stopping touchdowns? Well, there's 2 really awful to watch examples in this game of that not happening. Spotlight on DHC. Running backs through the hole, DHC is not close. So then a good running back in Cook cooks DHC and just splits right on through. I understand it's cover 1, Brandon. It's more talking about the fact that Eddie Jackson always did a really good job of getting into the running lane and stopping running backs somewhere in this region. Whereas when you give a running back too much space, it is just, this is an impossible tackle. Like, once the defensive back has to turn his hips, all the running back has to do is just change direction, which, how did he get to the NFL if he couldn't change direction as a running back? I mean, zip, and it's easy. I mean, I really thought this was cover 0 the first time I saw it, because I thought, wow, he walked into the end zone. No way there was a safety back there. Yeah, I was wrong. Going back, there's another one. Is it here? It is. I have to show this rep so that we can not show it again. Okay? It's that simple. Don't watch Brisker. You have to watch Brisker. Because a similar play, Brisker is late to recognize it's a run play. Don't blame him. Again, the Bears are pass. It's a pass. This is a pass. It's a pass. There's no way they'll run the ball. There's no way they'll run the ball. There's, oh, shoot, they actually ran the ball. But he gets to the hole so late, and then he just gets peeled off of. So he ends up basically allow the running back to run on air, which, Rook, it's a good time to learn your lesson this year, right? Like, I'm no coach, but it's as good a time as you're going to get to learn the lesson. But, man, you never want to let that happen, right? Like, exactly like you're saying, J2K, both of them were flat-footed because they were just a little late to the hole. Singletary gives a shimmy and a shake, and he's gone and into the end zone for freezies. But, yeah, Alexander, safeties are going to get toasted in the open field. I mean, like, especially new safeties. Don't hear that as too much optimism. It's more like it's got to change in the future, but it's expected for now. Just because safety in the NFL is so hard. Why do you think I'm such an Eddie Jackson fan, guys? It's because safety is hard. And the guys that make safety look easy or doable or manageable are really good at it. Really good at it. The Bills started clicking at this point in the game. Not specifically this point. Like, I actually think the Bills may or may not have another turnover left in them. But, let's see. Did Velus do much on this one? No, they just kicked it out of the end zone. Let's see. Teams are starting to whoop the Bears on the ground. I mean, the Bears are losing linemen left and right. At this point, they're starting an awful lot of backups. And let me see. Is S-Bulls? I actually don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. Looks like, oh man, 91 does a good job. 92 does a good job too. Mustafer passes it off to Schofield. Schofield doesn't get a hold of 92, who just ranges over and consumes Montgomery's life. I mean, they're doing a good job, they being any team that plays the Bears right now, of having their backside edge player just sit on Fields. Don't let Fields beat us. Just don't let Fields beat us. And the Bills are also really good. Like, they're a good defense for a reason. They're a top 10 defense against the run. This is, like J2K, this is exactly the kind of result I guess you could say we should expect. I loved this play. It's so simple, right? And in fact, in the future, you could even say we want to do it quicker. But the defensive lineman here gets a great jump on Justin Fields. And Cole Kmet sees it. Like, he sees 50 is just going to rip right by him. And the moment he does, it looks like whatever his route is, he converts it to a curl because he's hot. So he recognizes, oh, shoot, okay, I got to turn around for this ball. He does. Fields, who looks like he's supposed to be on a sprint out pattern of some kind, probably for that route, is going to recognize, I got a man in my face. That means I got to get this ball to Kmet. Do we need the ball, Pat? Not necessarily, but one baby step at a time. Gets the ball out. Doesn't go to ground. So I guess like it counts as a bump, but maybe not a hit. And it's a completion. Do we only want 4 yards on 2nd and 10? Not necessarily. But when your coach can trust you to make little plays like this on 2nd and 10, we may very well throw the ball more. So kudos to Kmet for recognizing the hot read. Kudos to Fields for seeing it and recognizing where his hot is. Not a well-run play. That's not fair. It's not a huge result. This isn't a touchdown, right? But it's a well-run play at the very boilerplate level that you're excited to see the quarterback starting to master, because when you can take what should be a sack or what should be an incompletion or what should be a pressured throw and turn it into an ever so small gain, you can you can create opportunities just like this one where on 3rd and 6 you pick up the first down, right? I mean, nice throw right to the outside shoulder of the receiver, and oh no, we remember this one. He drops it. Like, nice separation. I mean, basic man pick concept, as you can tell. Open, easy, so easy. It looks like Dante Pettis is almost lollygagging through it. Throw is right where you want it. We just can't catch it. That one hurts. That one stings. Bummer. I mean, there's a surprising amount of this stuff where, like, I have real legitimate, like, positive things to say about what Fields is doing. He's just not rewarded at all throughout the course of this game. Brandon, I'm interested into what you saw, so I'm actually going to pull it back just a little bit so that we can see. You're talking about Tremaine Edmonds, who, let me see, him seeing Kmet right there and attacking? Like, are you saying that it's good that he didn't get lost? It looks to me like he's just sort of sitting in his zone, but he recognizes it. You tell me. John, you mentioned how much do I think Claypool would have helped? Man, John, I wish I could tell you. Like, on one hand, I think that there's some of this stuff that I'm sure Claypool would have helped some, but at this stage of the offense where the offensive line isn't necessarily trustworthy, the receivers, or like even honestly, John, like I am willing to speculate at this point that when I watch the Bears, I feel like they invested the overwhelming majority of their like practice time into forming a run game identity. I feel like they install run game identity all the time. Because their passing game is just bizarre. And so at this point, I feel like I don't really know about Chase Claypool's impact, but my hope would be that his impact next year is a lot better. Like it's not even that I'm really not trying to cape too hard for the guy. It's more to say that this, to me, John, does not look like a team that was built to let a receiver bear the brunt of an offense. Think about Allen Robinson in 2018, even Allen Robinson in 2019, right? Do we remember that player? Because he was a good third of the Bears' offense and a ton of their first downs. That, to me, is what an offense designed around a receiver looks like. Right now, the Bears' receivers all, to a person, look like afterthoughts within this offense. ESB looks like he was brought in more to block than to catch at this point. And John, I don't disagree that he looked like he was getting going against Green Bay. Like, I agree with you. It's more to say that the passing concepts in Green Bay, let's use Green Bay as an example. In 2021, it feels like Green Bay designed a good 40% of their offense, if not more, around Davante Adams, and Davante Adams very specifically. And that's honestly kudos to the coaches there. Like, when you get a good player, you identify a good player. When you identify a good player, you fit a bunch of plays to that skill set, right? The Bears did that for years with Allen Robinson. The Packers did it with Davante Adams. Miami's done it with Tyreek Hill. KC's done it with Travis Kelce forever. Like, it's very common, and you see it all the time. Vikings with Justin Jefferson, 100%. The Bears receivers do not look like there are any plays fit for them specifically. We've seen maybe 1 to 2 for Darnell Mooney, where Mooney will run like a snag route that nobody else on the roster seems to be capable of. But I actually want them to call them more, because I think Mooney's good enough to carry a bigger percentage of this play, or like of this playbook. Am I saying Mooney's good enough to carry 30% of it? No. But like 10%, 15%, like Darnell Mooney can do some things. You just need to feature those things so that he can do them. That, to me, I think that the Bears, like, all this to say, John, to answer your question, I think that Claypool's impact will be bigger when the Bears can identify and ideate a role for him that then they build into the playbook. Right now, Claypool is playing the role of Equanimeous St. Brown, where I do not think he is as good as he could be, right? But when they go to the drawing board, when they start installing, when they go back through a training camp, etc., I think that Chase Claypool can get plays called for Chase Claypool. I think that 1-2 routes that go from Mooney to Claypool can have a Mooney route and a Claypool route instead of Claypool running the Dante Pettis part of it, right? It's not that simple. I get it. Like, it's not as easy as we really do design every single route with a player in mind. Like, that the formations aren't going to be that specific. You want to be able to still use parts of your playbook when Dante Pettis is the only receiver that you have. But I'm more trying to say that right now, Chase Claypool, who's a very specific person, is trying to slot into a very generic role. And I don't think that benefits him like it might benefit other receivers. That's really all I'm trying to say. So do I think that Chase Claypool would have been the difference in this game? Probably not. But I think that he's got a much bigger chance to make a much bigger impact next year just based on the situation. So then let's see here. Bills punt. Is this where we get it? If it is, oh gosh. Oh gosh. What happens on the interior here? Oh no. Oh no, Larry Borum. Oh no, Larry Borum. Pushed aside and obliterated. Oh no. So then give to Herbert. Nothing there. Harrison, I don't know. Like, you mentioned, would Leatherwood be a good guard? I think his feet make more sense for tackle, but honestly, man, Harrison, I need to get a sense for what he looks like. I need to go back and watch his Raiders film. I need to just be brave and do it. But the main thing that I know I look at is, let me see, is this the one? No. Did this ball get batted again? Or did they count this as a fumble? What on earth? They batted another ball, didn't they? Did he have 3 in this game? Dang. Wow. I mean, he goes... Oliver is playing like crazy. I mean, like, kudos to 91. Not much you can... Okay, everybody, when people talk about getting excited about a Jalen Carter type, Ed Oliver is not exactly Jalen Carter, but, like, goodness gracious, look at what he's doing. Like, Alexander, I hear you. You're making this... Not you specifically, but, like, I don't know how much this is about Justin Fields. Ed Oliver is just living in the backfield at this point. Like, I mean, ripping through. The throw's there. Fields throws it. Fields even throws it like catch, 1, 2, fire. Ed Oliver just shows up too fast. Good gracious. Goodness gracious. So, J2K, you know what? Just for you, I'll talk about this pretty much as soon as we're done with the offense because I want to. But, oh, man. How many one techs? Freaking nose tackle. It's just, he's going to cross chop him. Pop, pop. It's a soft little cross chop, but get straight through. Get that ball out of here. Oh, man. Ugly. Ooh. Game record, Brian. Exactly. Sean, I would hope that if the Bears draft Jalen Carter, that it's, I think his name's Ethan Pocic, that he's whooping every day in practice, who he may not whoop every day in practice. But we'll talk about that in a little bit, because I have found my center love, and oh man, this guy can play. Like, he's fun to watch, honestly. Does this mean he has to be the guy? Not necessarily, but this isn't Brian Allen. Like, I mean, this is a center that looks really good, and I love that. Athletic and good. I think we only got like one more drive left. We basically are going to go until we get the Valus pass because whatever. Which I think is this one. Here it is. Let's see. Pull across. It's Valus. It looks like they're going to get... Honestly, this looks like quarter, half for cover 3. Like one of those two. Shot play. Fires it. Boom. So that's where things get complicated, right? You mentioned that he didn't see the backside defender. So here's something that you guys need to stop it. There's no way you came here for the Peterman analysis. There's no way, John, you and Short Bus Bills fan all had the same idea. There's no way. But so Fields does this a lot. I think somebody mentioned this. I saw this all the time on OSU's tape where Fields will identify that one corner is playing a certain way and just make the assumption that they're doing that on the other side, right? Like Eric, you're who I was talking about specifically because I knew somebody thought it. Fields understands, I think, that he's got what is more than likely mirrored corners, which is part of why he doesn't throw it now. You're going to see he waits a little while because he recognizes that when he throws this ball, 27, if he's playing standard cover 3, is going to close like this and need to flip his hips around. Look, can I be honest with you, Eric? Sometimes these guys make these plays, and I don't know, right? Does he know he's there? Hard to tell. I mean, we see him snap his head. Not really. But when he puts that ball out, he clearly angles it towards the sideline like it's going to try to flip 27 for him. I could not tell you. Like, I don't think it's luck. I think it's a guess, like an educated guess, Eric, where he says, okay, I need to hold so that I can throw this thing and try to catch the corner or cover 3 corner spinning around, right? But it might be that simple. Like, I don't think Fields throws this thinking it's a true one-on-one. I mean, especially when you're talking about somebody who's looking deep down the field, like you can see this guy in your peripheral at this point, unless you're blind, right? Which who knows? Maybe he's laser locked. It's possible. It's more like I think I believe you either way, Brandon. I really would. But it's a sweet throw, nevertheless. Hits Velus in stride. Obviously catches the DB in a bind. I would love to hear Fields' thoughts on it. If he talked about it, you let me know what he said. Because it looks like he gets a sense for where that guy is. Like, if we look at his head, Eric, his head isn't tilted this way, right? His head is tilted, if anything, a little more towards this side and pretty much straight down the middle. I get the sense he's seeing the whole thing. But, yeah, I know, right, Eric? But it feels like, look, I'm not about to call this no look, but it doesn't feel like Fields saw it or didn't see it. It doesn't feel like Fields failed to see it. I understand I'm kind of talking about what I want to hear, but Fields' head and his feet seem like they're pointed in different directions. If his head was pointed where his feet were pointed, I think I'd agree with you, but it looks like he's catching him in his peripheral. I don't know, but I know you come to this stream for answers, so I'm doing my best to provide the answer I can. Either way, throws right on the money. I mean, like, soak this in one more time if you haven't done it already on Twitter. Rip. Bang. Nice job, Velus. I'm telling y'all, okay, not to be a huge Velus nerdzo, but if Velus had caught that pass right there and the one against Dallas, he's viewed very differently, even with all the fumbles, than just that. Like, I do think it's a little funny how Velus goes from bust to he might be something. Like, just the moment he catches a deep pass, you know? We knew he can. Like, take him off the punt coverage, and you got to stop fumbling. Like, we're there. I don't disagree. But when people talk about the third round and they say he's a clear bust, and he was a bust from the moment he got picked, because I said he was a bust at the time. Like, I can tell you right now that I don't think Danny Gray is going to take this guy all the way across the field. I don't think Jalen Tolbert is going to take this guy all the way across the field. They do different things, right? Velus just tees this up and just runs hard, outruns everybody, and gets to the spot. Like, I'm not trying to praise him for more than he is. He looked lost, blind as a bat last week. There are pieces to this just being an NFL receiver that this guy needs to learn, and he's got to learn it at a relatively advanced age. Like, not that that's actually a problem. It's not like you're learning deficient at 25 years old, for crying out loud. All jokes aside, 25 is not too late to learn things. He's got speed. It's just a matter of whether the Bears can use him, but we'll need to see. Damo, did he seriously? Did my Luka Doncic on my Dallas Mavericks do that while I'm streaming about the Chicago Bears getting smoked by the Buffalo Bills? But so, play design aside, like, I'm just going to show these three runs, and then we'll show the runs after this. Like, the Bears get to the 20. They go run. So sad. Second down. Let's see. Is this G lead? It looks like it is. It's not that the running plays suck conceptually. Man, how do we not get more out of this? Is it just because Schofield's not fast? Like, maybe. Right, Brandon. G lead power. We may be calling it different things, but it's Schofield looping around a lead. And then third down, we're going to run it again into a 9-man box. Oh, gosh. Who gets obliterated? Somebody got beat Badly. It ain't Braxton. Oh, it's this linebacker. Milano just cuts the Oh, I get you, Brandon. Because of the backside guard, it's not G lead. I hear you. Oh man. Okay, we got 51-34. We're gonna have to come back to this because I do want to take one more look at the Velas play for one more specific reason. Let's watch Braxton. Oh, this sucks. It's just play action. We'll go back through another time. I'll post it on Twitter. Braxton's been, like, cooking. Gotta love seeing your 5th round left tackle step it up. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, give it a like. Really helps. Make sure that likes are all that matter from live stream stuff. So if you're enjoying the stream, know that your like, just taking a look down, clicking that like button, sends this live stream out to all kinds of Bears fans all across YouTube. Really, really helps. So thank you so much. Please do. If not, let me know what I can do to earn your like, corny as that sounds. Doesn't look like a wide receiver. It looks like the wide receiver's coming to crack him. No, it does. Yeah, Milano just beats him to the hole. Boom. Thank you, guys. And then on 4th down, we're finally willing to throw the ball. And man, oh man. All right, so I got to tell you, look, I'm not a quarterback. I've never been a quarterback. The only time I am a quarterback is when I wear these, which I may stream at some point. If you want some corny content, do not let this be the reason you don't like the stream. But I just tried NFL Pro Era last night. That's the new VR game where you are the quarterback, and that is freaking nuts. Like, that is crazy. Like, that game is wild. I need to show you guys at some point because, like, taking the snap from the pocket and whatnot is just bizarre. Preston, it's all going to depend on quarterback. What's the word? Like, J2K, I agree with you, Eric. It's too easy and too forgiving. J2K, it's definitely fun and it's fairly engaging. For what it is, you just have to understand that it's not the finished. I don't want to say it's not the finished version. That's not fair, but it's clearly a version 1.0 of a VR quarterbacking game concept. And the receivers and some of the animations don't work. But it's sweet. It is a lot of fun just because of the immersion factor. But then every once in a while when the game kind of doesn't work and you feel like you got cheated out of something, it's a bummer. Also, the game kind of treats it like pro difficulty, even on Eric, let's see. Is it fun? I think it's fun. But anyways, let's talk about this. So, Preston, I think it's just going to be all about quarterback demand. If hey Reinhardt, how you doing? If Bryce Young or Will Levis or CJ Stroud get lusted after, I think that there's a chance that the Bears could pick up 2 first-rounders. And if they did, they got number 4 and number 18. Who's to say they can't get Jalen Carter and JSN? I don't know. I can't tell you for sure what things are going to look like. But I do think that if the Bears catch break and they end up with the number 1 overall pick, then all bets are off as to what they can and can't do. Now, here's a question for the chat, because this is an honest question, and it's one I really want everybody to think about. If you got to choose, would you take 2 first-rounders this year, or would you take a first-rounder this year and also next year? Keep in mind that any team that trades up for a rookie quarterback, let's pick one. I don't know, Washington, right? If they trade it for a rookie quarterback, everybody keeps thinking that if you add Bryce Young to Washington, that Washington's going to be really good. No. Rookies don't play well. Have we learned that clearly enough with Trubisky, with Fields, with Lawrence, you pick your rookie. There's so many more good quarterbacks who struggle as rookies than Justin Herbert's. I mean, it's just not common. So if you get a future first, then you're probably looking at Brandon, I don't think that Washington, for instance, has 2-1s. I'm using them as an example. Detroit's another good example. Is Bryce Young on the Lions, are they going to get better than they are with Goff? Probably not. Goff's playing relatively well. So within that, it becomes a question of just like, if they trade up for a rookie quarterback, would you take the first and the first next year, or are you really, really working to get a first and a first this year? I don't disagree, WFM, that they need more help right now, but I will say, WFM, just to call a spade, that there is a point where you can get too tied up in the Pace-esque feel of we have to draft people and we have to draft people now, where that's how you pass on Antoine Winfield to draft Cole Kmet. Look, true BPA is hard. True BPA takes patience. True BPA takes good work in free agency and hitting on the guys that you can hit on. Truly, it does. Because you have to have a very long-winded mindset in a short-winded league, right? That's the biggest problem with it. But the main thing that I'm thinking about is when it comes to the Bears right now, like, I don't disagree. If I got to choose, I would take 2 firsts this year because I'm impatient. Like, for as much as I would talk about stacking picks for the future is probably better long term, I'll be honest. Like, Justin Fields short or like cheap years aren't forever. So stacking the talent you can for a big run in 2024, 2025 would be awfully big. But we'll just have to see what happens. I mean, I think if the Texans beat somebody and they go up to number 1, it gets even better. Like, I'm not saying, Preston, it's going to happen that they get JSN plus Kenny. I can't believe you would say that. I cannot believe Kenny Pickett, the real Kenny Pickett, would come into this stream and talk trash on Justin Fields. Unthinkable. Kenny, that you would come onto this stream and make fun of a fellow NFL quarterback. You should be ashamed of yourself. But anyways, all jokes aside, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the Bears do. I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to free agency. We'll have to see, but let's get there when we get there. First, I wanted to talk about this play where the Bears run. It's mesh-ish at this stage, but it's not exactly mesh. I mean, it actually may not be mesh at all. Let me see. No, it actually looks like they're trying to run a high, medium, low, right? 1, 2, I don't know about like 3. I don't think they're going there. With a sneaker that comes across, right? So Justin Fields goes through the reads. Doesn't like it. I don't blame him on any of them, right? And then he's going to get to Ryan Griffin with a man in his face. He's going to throw it. And gosh, I would love for Ryan Griffin to come out of this tackle and just fall that way. Just fall that way. The full roll totally takes it away. But how much can you ask for? Like, when you watch this play in slow motion, am I really going to assault Ryan Griffin? Am I going to drive to Ryan Griffin's house to give him a piece of my mind? I mean, I don't know. Not really. Like, that's a tough ball. It's not that Fields does anything explicitly wrong. Like, I would file this one under they got us as much as anything else. Like, not open. The fullback isn't open. He's not open. He's totally not open. This is the only throw you got. It's 4th and 2. You got to force it. And you got a man in your face. Like, getting the ball out, thank God. Let's see. We get the ball out. We get it to a tight end. We've got tight end on a running back, or like a tight end on a defensive back. We just can't convert. Bummer. But happens. Like, it does seem that way, right? And Peyton rules like maybe, but I also don't blame Fields at this point. Just being honest with you, Peyton rules, for wanting to improve everything, like, within just throw from the pocket. Like, it's 4th and 2. Get the ball out. Take your chances in the air. It does feel, Reinhardt, like, let's see, they go tight end chip. Somebody had to set a messy protection. Somebody had to. But man, you look at this front. That is not an easy one to take a guess against. Like, if you set him as the linebacker or the Mike, you're going to have an awful lot of people rotating over. But I just don't understand, like you're talking about. You're going to chip and you're going to hand an edge rusher off to David Montgomery. Rip. That sucks. Let's see. Should the TE have sat in the zone? Probably. Let's see. Who got stepped on? Oh, yes. Fields got stepped on just a little bit sooner. But at the same time, I mean, like, J2K, I would tell you with an honest thought. Like, okay, so this play call, here's the worst part about this, right? The worst part about this is that if you were really going to file it under, like, whose fault is it? This is a good defensive play call. Like, honestly, like, nobody's open. Not really. Right? Like, we're squeezing this ball in here, you know, but he's not open. Not really. He's not open. He's not open. He's not open. We're almost stoked we get a completion and a chance at a first down within this. The reason I say this is because the big problem, like J2K, would great Jimmy Graham have boxed it out? I don't know, because with the pressure Fields is under, he has to throw the ball in Griffin's path, so Griffin has to catch it, take contact, and then fall forward, which he doesn't quite do. Talent totally beats talent, Reinhardt. The main reason I bring this up, though, is because the biggest problem the Bears offense has that I have seen is that they will fritter downs away and bet everything on third downs, or in this case, it's fourth down. Right? And Brian, it only looks open for Fields to run because we've got a clicker. It doesn't look, in my opinion, as open when you play at full speed. Because Fields is reading right to left. So you're asking him to go from right to left to back mentally to your right, which you can do with some practice, right? But mostly when we're rewinding it, it looks awfully open. And if it's, I know this is so silly, but if it's Brady, we would want him to throw it too. In this case, the main thing that I'm looking at is that the Bears just need to avoid this scenario. Like, eventually you are going to get beaten by the opposing play call. It's not that you can't go for it on fourth down. That's not the issue here, right? The problem is that on second down and 10 earlier in the game, or first down and 10 earlier in the game, Cole Kmet dropped a ball that hit him right in the face that would have been a 15-yard gainer. Or in this drive earlier, like, the Bears ran 3 running plays and they couldn't get 10 yards, right? Is this play the problem? Well, eventually the opposing coverage is just going to beat yours. The Bears beat the great Buffalo Bills on a couple of coverage snaps. Is that so surprising? Not really, right? But the big problem, it's easy to just look at 4th and 2 and say, well, who screwed up? And part of me wants to say, I want a tight end that's able to get those yards. But the more I stare at that, the more that I feel like they just got the Bears. The fact that Fields was able to turn out a completion that was one knee away from becoming a first down is awfully neat. I mean, I think there's a very good chance that early season Justin Fields takes a sack there, and mid-season Justin Fields might actually turn out the first down. But I like that late season for Fields threw the ball. Let's do the throwing the ball thing so that we can learn what's working and what's not working, right? I want Fields to have those growth moments, but these runs that I'm showing one more time are great examples of plays where I would have loved to see something like a better result, honestly. Like, am I begging for passing? Well, everybody begs for passing until you take 3 sacks on a drive, right? Everybody begs for passing until at the very end of the game, the Bears drop back 3 times. They go first down, incompletion, second down, sack, third down, incompletion, and then they punt, right? So it's easy to sound like it easily sounds like a tough guy thing to be like, let's pass the ball more. Somebody asked earlier, where's Kmet? Kmet's on the over, and he's not open. But yeah, exactly, short bus. Like, sometimes you just run into a team with a better talent. They make a good play call. They understand how to defend condensed sets, and there's just nothing there. Again, Happy they got a completion at all. But then the game's over, right? So, we can talk a little defense if you want to. I actually think we covered the Kyler Gordon interception. Like, the big thing that I saw within this defense, in my opinion, is just that the Bears DBs are coming along. Like, do they look amazing? Not necessarily, but they're better. Like, they're learning their rookie warts. Jaquan Brisker did not have a great game. Matt Adams kind of exploded. Like, I think he's 45. Like, he looks surprisingly good. This ball made no sense. I mean, the irony here is, I think there's a strong case to be made that Josh Allen wasn't the best quarterback today. Like, pure quarterback. And I can't tell how high on copium I am saying that, right? Like, the problem is that how am I supposed to grade a quarterback that throws this? Like, if you changed the jersey and this was Zach Wilson on the Jets, right? He's clowned on, right? He does the same fans on the Bills, because I know a lot of them that watched this game still think Josh Allen is getting snubbed for MVP. This would be like these kinds of throws. If Fields threw this, Shady McCoy would be all over Twitter about it. Like, I mean, it's WFM. It was like, who threw more interceptions? I mean, it was Josh Allen, clearly. Like, let me see. Yeah, Scott, that's what gets weird, right? Like, it's just bizarre to me, right? Where on one hand, Allen made some great plays. Like, I love Josh Allen. I'm not taking a darn thing away from Josh Allen. And I'm not trying to raise Fields up to a higher standard than he should be, right? Fields did a lot of really basic stuff. Am I really crowning the guy because he threw to the flat a couple times, relatively on time, threw a slant, and had one huge bang post to Velus Jones that was flat out awesome? Well, the problem is that you could make the argument that Josh Allen was almost trying to throw the game away, right? And so, let me see. He does throw these, but it's on the sidelines. You mean like, as in like overthrows, Reinhardt? Like the non-floaty balls, stuff like that? Oh, you mean like inaccurate stuff. You mean when he's throwing like over here, right? But so then, like, let's see. Yeah, no, I hear you, Jordan. Don't hear this at any point as me trying to make a claim about Allen. Again, I love Allen. It's nice to see Justin Fields starting to purify pieces of his game. The stuff that he will do, stuff that he won't do. For as much as a lot of people like me would criticize about him not throwing with anticipation, it's not resulting in interceptions either. Like, he's only got 10 interceptions, which is really bad from a percentage perspective, but he's like generally keeping turnovers low. The fumbles need to get better, though a lot of those are like rain counted fumbles to some degree. But it's just interesting watching Fields grow, because then you look at the other side of the ball and it's like, hey, if an MVP quarterback, or even an MVP hopeful, a Super Bowl hopeful quarterback can make plays like this, then Justin Fields can throw a horrible screen pass to Cole Kmet once a season that gets picked off for a pick six and will live, right? Like, it's as simple as that, right? John, if he ends up with with 21 touchdowns in the next 2 games, so he throws for 5 more scores. Harrison, I actually don't know. That's a good question. Ultimator, how many interceptions or tip balls? I wish I had like the numbers, like at this point. Bradley, are you saying that they were worse last year or that they are worse this year? Let's see. At this point, I can tell you that a lot of Fields' fumble numbers get really, really weird, because a lot of these games in the rain, he dropped the ball and picked it back up and it counts as a fumble. And yeah, Peyton, exactly. Like, Allen had room. So then Fields and the Bears run a swing screen. They hand it off 2 more times, and everything sucks. Let's see, John, you mentioned most of Fields' picks are him playing hero ball. Well, two of them sure are. The garbage time picks are terrible examples of him just being late to play hero ball. I think that the interception he threw against ESB is something that I would love for him to throw again. Like, that's a ball that I want my receiver to catch, period. I think he airmailed one to Mooney where he just never saw Hufanga, and I think that freaked him out a little bit. Let me see. Was this quarterback run? Was it? No. Oh, man. Just nobody's open. Montgomery's getting bullied. Harry's getting bullied. Who's that? Pettis. Pettis is scuffed up. Jermaine Edmonds does a good job turning him. Oh, yeah. And he ducked Jermaine Edmonds. Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, worse last year. Yes, Bradley. The nice thing is this year, Bradley, I would say from a feel perspective, Fields' fumbles feel much more earned. He's not giving up a ton of fumbles where you're like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe we fumbled that. The worst one, Bradley, I understand a lot of people think about the Vikings. When Fields stepped up in the pocket against Minnesota against Baltimore and fumbled on what should have just been a basic quarterback carry was so sad. Like, do you remember that one? I'll see you later, Reinhardt. Thanks for stopping by. Catch you soon. But so it's nice to see the young quarterback grow. I think it's fun. The Bears fans are in a good place. We just got to suffer through two more games. Watch two more games at this point. It's going to be interesting. It's so funny, Alexander, though, because you mentioned getting rid of Nagy automatically improved Fields' turnover tendencies, but it also took away a lot of that, gunslinger that we saw with Matt Nagy. I'm not trying to be a Matt Nagy defender, but I will say that that's, getting Fields to just trust the play and throw the ball was something that I think Matt Nagy was a lot better at. But there were also better weapons, at least nominally, last year. And so who's to say that's exactly the same, right? And Scott, I hear you that it's a bit of a deflator that a lot of the offensive line targets got re-signed. But at this point, okay, so I'll say this. We can go through some of the defense. Brisker's got to get better. The whole defensive line needs replacing. A lot of other people are on injury reserve, obviously. I thought Blackwell played pretty well. I think Kyler Gordon looks a lot more natural at outside corner. A lot more natural. I think Jalen Jones is developing himself to a decent little depth piece, honestly. And seriously, WFM, you're not getting it all. This is, let's see, before you go hot take, Fields will have 45,000 total yards, or 4,500 total yards per year and one miss game per year. He won't pass for over 4,000 until his legs stop. That's before you go hot take? Oh, no, that's before I go hot take. Reinhardt, I tend to agree. We'll see. It would be awfully nice to see him pass for more than 4,000 yards, but Reinhardt, I'll tell you this. I think that it's a matter of what they do with the wide receiver position. And there's one player that I want to talk about within this. We will get there, but it's JSN. But we're going to get there when we do. So Jordan, you mentioned that Kyler should have been on the outside the whole time. I got to tell you, Jordan, part of me thinks that they've got him playing on the inside because with a year like this, why not have him learn the inside so that he can then go back and succeed in the... Well, it's not like let's have him learn the inside so that he can play the outside. It's more like we know he can play outside. We're really not worried about that. Then when he goes back inside, he'll be fine. But I don't know. That's me. Jordan, you and I are on opposite sides of the fence here, where right now you're looking at a problem, you're saying it's a problem. I'm looking at a problem, I'm saying I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm saying, of course it's a problem, but this is a tank year. They're not they're losing on purpose, but, kind of. And so I look at some of this stuff and I think, what a great time to get experience even if you're putting somebody in a position to fail, almost literally. And so I can't say for sure that's the case, right? In fact, that would be flat out sunshine sniffing to quite a degree, but we'll see. Have I seen any Rashee Rice film? I need to, Bradley. I haven't yet. Blackwell does a really good job here. It looks like, is it Blackwell? No, Blackwell's here. Taking a rub and following, I don't know if it's Diggs. Let's see. Has Kyler showed me at any point distinct growth and confidence? This game and last game, I feel like he looked much more centralized at this point. I feel like both on the inside and the outside, Kyler had yes, but Jordan, that's because he went from level 0 to level 1. So it's not as simple as has he grown, because the answer is yes. He went from, a negative player to a medium okay nickel corner, but he's taken plenty of lumps, suffice it to say. Bears pass rush does some okay things when they're given forever to work. So they make some plays, keep the game technically alive before it really all falls apart. But I think this is where they start to get time crunched a little bit. Let's see. Man. Even at this point in the game, the Bears were just running. They're down 2 scores, and they started the drive with 2 runs. Like, is this really them trying? You tell me, Chet, am I being crazy? Like, am I being crazy when I look at this? And it's like, I hear you, Alexander. Like, the Bills' defense certainly looked impressive, but goodness gracious. Like, the Bears' first 2 plays at this point was like running the ball. That's real. And then which one's 97, Brandon? That's not Oliver, obviously. Jordan, I got to tell you, I don't blame you. Like, to me, okay. Think about it this way, Jordan. I'll use an exact example that I think you'd agree with. Ace, good to see you. So Jordan, you've talked before how you want Tevin to play tackle, right? And I look back at you and I say, I think Tevin's a guard. And you say, well, tackle's more valuable. I want him to play tackle. In the same case, so I've heard people say this before, right? Some people, and specifically, I guess if I'm going to name a name, Brandon says it all the time. For better or for worse, where he says, I would rather let him fail at tackle, or I would rather let him fail at outside corner. I would rather let him fail at Mike linebacker. I would rather let him fail at outside receiver than I'll move him where I think he's going to end up anyways, right? And I say this because I think that there is a debate to be had that inside this Matt Eberflus often cover 2 defense, in which you're going to do a lot of safety rotation, and in which the nickel, especially when you got a guy like Kevin, or like when you got a guy like, oh gosh, what's his name? Kyler Gordon, that can shift and move and play pseudo safety, right? You could argue, Jordan, that Matt Eberflus may see more value in having an ultra flex nickel than having an outside corner. And that while Kyler may be better at outside corner right now, that he may be thinking that if I can get a nickel even better than Kenny Moore, I could do some stuff. Now, do I agree with him? Not necessarily, right? But more just talking out loud about the idea that Eberflus may be taking I'd rather let him fail inside, and then worst case scenario, I've got 2 very good corners playing on the outside, and I need to find my nickel. But that's totally just like me shooting from the hip. Like, I am giving this staff the benefit of the doubt almost everywhere I can. Like, unless I think it's completely unreasonable for me to say that, right? Like, unless I am completely unable to say that there's no way Alan Williams is going to trot out a 4-3 Fangio style match coverage defense, then I won't, or then I'm not going to critique them for something that I could give them the benefit of the doubt for, because, Jordan, we know they're not making a staff change. And so past a certain point, I really might as well just keep my seat warm on the bandwagon because there's no sense getting off it. You don't get a prize, right? Like, that's not to say you can't be. Like, anybody who wants to, be out on the regime as soon as you choose. It's more to say that in this season specifically, where they seem to do everything they can to lose, like I can't help thinking that when they don't win, I don't even know if they're according to plan. Or like I don't even know if they're not according to plan at this point. Exactly, J2K. Like, where I think the coaches just wanted to throw stuff at Kyler and see what kept around. But I don't know. Like, we'll have to see. It's more to say that I think that what they're doing with Gordon is something we'll have to see the payoff for later. What I'm excited about, you mentioned, or Bradley, you ask, is flip-flopping positions like that a hindrance towards their development? So at guard, where, all right, I'm not going to stand up. I'm not in ultra nerd mode today, but envision a guard and envision them moving, right? When they flip-flop from right guard to left guard or something like that, or even right guard to right tackle, the way they're going to move their feet completely changes, right? A tackle is going to kick their feet way out. A guard is going to kick their feet a little bit thinner so that they can stay a little more even-keeled. A center obviously has to move differently than a guard. You get what I'm talking about. So flip-flopping positions at that point can be a real problem for development. Based on what I understand, flip-flopping between nickel corner and outside corner is less damaging for the player because at the end of the day, it's just cornerback, right? Especially when you're taking a guy like Kyler Gordon from the position that he's learning this year to a position that he's played at Washington and, frankly, the whole rest of his life. So I don't think it does as much damage when you're talking about corner changing positions. That's like a safety playing in the box versus playing up top. That it can come with the game, so to speak. But that's totally just my 2 cents. Like, I don't see, at least in this game, there any real, what's the word? Like, I don't see. Oh, sorry. Anyways, got distracted. I don't see any problem with Kyler Gordon moving around. Like, I think that I think if Kyler can find it at nickel, that he'll be a very useful player for this Bears team. It's just a matter of him doing that. But let's keep going. So the Bears start to run. Lord, that is messy. Look at this route cluster. Tell me what we're doing. Like, I get that we get collisioned. But man, just a bunch of people bumping into each other. Fields has to run for his life. Matt Milano breaks super duper well. Josh, so one of the things, the more you stare at all 22 stuff that you'll see is that collision is a huge part of collision is a huge part of playing defensive back, where you're going to see a little bit of a press jam here, and I think it's collision right here that just massively screws up the timing. So as I think it's Pringle, is this Pringle? Looks like Pringle. Like, so Valus is trying to run through this way, and Pringle's trying to run an out, but you'll see that the collision completely breaks these routes down. Like, Pringle can't break because he's being collided with. Valus doesn't get a clean release, and so he basically can't find his feel, and then these two bump into each other because the defensive backs did what they did. Look, I got to be honest with you guys. If you think that there's any human out there that is able to just stand right here and match feet with Valus Jones without ever touching him, that human doesn't exist. I mean, some of these guys are just too fast. right? That's the main thing. J2K, I'm hoping I'll convince you with this, but we'll see. When we do start talking about Jackson Smith-Jigba, that's one of the things that is really magical about the way he plays his game. He's so methodical in his movement that you can't collision him or he will beat you. Like, you don't risk collisioning him because you don't know what route he's running. A lot of these guys give away what route they're running, or at least what type of route. Like 3, I think it's 3. No, it's this guy right here. Doesn't really have to think too hard because 7 sees Byron Pringle take a step to the outside right there. You see how he ducked his head? And he knows that all he's got to do is sit on his leverage and let him run into him and collision him, and this route is over. And I mean, look at Pringle. He like barely runs out at this point. Like, it just ends up like you're saying. I think it was Josh, or you asked if somebody runs the route wrong, but it's like they just do, like, the Bills defend it really properly, and that's why collision's so important. It's something that I want to see Kyler get a little better at, because I think there are too many times where Kyler basically lets his receivers run routes on air. And when you let a receiver run routes on air, you risk just getting smoked. Bradley, call it a tinfoil hat. Let's just all be aware that we're tinfoil hatting, right? But Jackson Smith-Jigba happenstantially, Bradley, caught 1,600 yards in a year where his other 2 receiver teammates all got drafted in the first round. Huh. So you're telling me that the leading receiver on Ohio State watched the second most productive and the third most productive receiver get drafted in the first round. And keep in mind, getting drafted in the first round guarantees you somewhere between $15 and $35 million, right? Guaranteed immediately. Like, if not more than that. But I think when you're in the top 20 picks, you get some money, right? Happenstantially, Bradley. Happenstantially. Happenstantially, this guy gets an injury that it's not really easy to prove whether he has it or not, right? You could have a doctor reach under there, tell you that there's a problem with that hamstring. You get an MRI, see if there's tear, right? But can you really, like, prove that there's a hamstring injury? Well, I don't know, right? And then he tries to come back a couple times. Oh, he just can't do it. He ends up sitting out basically the whole season. Oh man, rats! What a bummer. I mean, what if it's just not real? I mean, look at his 2021 season. He didn't have to play at all. Like, he did not have to play at all, and he would have been a first rounder. Like, just like you're mentioning, John, the moment that those 2 receivers backed out of those, of that bowl game, he went for over 300 yards against Utah by himself. I mean, it's not to say that he's like receiver God. It's more to say, because I agree with you, BG. Coaches and teammates wouldn't be happy with that. Like, let me be plain with you, BG. I'm not saying this would make you friends. I'm saying that if your thought is, I would rather make money, then it's a way to keep yourself fresh. Like you're saying, could be too tinfoil hat-ish. Really could. But I don't think he needed to play this year. If there was any precedent for getting all the way out, or basically skipping a season and just going straight to a draft, I would tell you that I think that's not out of the question. That's really it. But anyways, we probably will. Like, we've done enough talking. Like, we might as well. It's just bizarre. Because when you talk about JSN, you talk about a receiver that was so good that he didn't need to. Like, and Jordan, so here's my problem, right? I think I'm too stuck, to be honest with you. And here's some defensive tape. I know I feel bad about just skipping the defense altogether, but like, it's more of this. Let me see here. We just got something. I just heard a ding. Oh my gosh, thank you, Q. Thank you. Uh, but so let's see. You mentioned holding him to just 11 rush yards was pretty good. I agree with you, Short Bus. I think that the fact that the Bills were able to hold him like they did was really great. I thought that the Bills, honestly, their defense looked awesome. I think when you can win this convincingly with a bad offensive day, like you're feeling good. The problem that I have, guys, is that I don't think I want a receiver room. So I am not convinced that Justin Fields is so pure about distributing the ball, right? That he doesn't need a wide receiver one. Okay, let's be honest, guys. I hate to pause, but I really can't focus when this thing's running. Okay, look at so don't hear that as a dunk. More think about Kirk Cousins. Think about everybody's favorite Vikings quarterback, right? So Kirk Cousins is clearly at his best when he doesn't have to pick from three good-ish receivers and when he can just throw to one guy, right? Let me see, John, what did you mention? Oh, Rashee Rice. Yeah, I need to take a look. I'm getting through everybody that I can. But so the main thing that I look at with Fields is that if you ask me, let's line up here. Oh, no, I'll use this to make a point. Let's see. So hooked, to be honest with you, Jordan, like the funny thing is that I'm not about to try to tell you that like I watch JSN and I think, wow, it's gotta be that guy, etc., etc. It's more like I look at JSN and we're just gonna show the tape because we're doing too much talking about him instead of talking about it. But I want to make a point with, gosh, where's the stupid Valus bomb? There it is. Okay. A lot of people have talked about Jordan Addison. A lot of people have talked about Quentin Johnston. John, if you're in here, I know you've mentioned Quentin Johnston. Quentin Johnston rules. Like, the problem for me is that when I look at this Bears team, and this is not a great formation example, so Alessandro, I'll answer that for you. It's not about wide receiver one. It's about situations, right? The Bears are going to throw a deep bomb here. Velus Jones is going to run a deep route. Velus Jones was a huge post. He gets open enough. Fields drops the ball in. Do you need to have, because J2K, I hear you. You're talking about contested catches, or, well, actually, I have a contested catch for you. But, like, you talk about high pointing the football. And I would tell you, to me, the Bears and Justin Fields are not having issues creating explosive plays through the air because of their receivers. We've got a huge touchdown throw in Washington to Dante Pettis. We've got this huge deep bomb to Velus Jones. We've got plenty of deep bombs to Chase Claypool, some that got interfered with, some that didn't. We've got deep bombs to Darnell Mooney. We've got deep bombs to Cole Kmet. We had a deep bomb touchdown to Byron Pringle just the other week. That's not the problem. Clearly, do we agree on this? The issue is that when Justin Fields and the Bears are sitting on 4th and 2, they don't have a play, right? There aren't that many options. So what I would tell you, Alessandro, it's not that Justin or JSN has to be the standard wide receiver one. The Bears desperately need a receiver that they can line up, and Justin Fields can take the snap, stare at him, throw the ball on time, and he'll be open. That's it. Just that he'll be open. It's like a possession receiver, but it's more important than that. Right? It's your reliability blanket. It's your safety net. Like, it's, in my opinion, what the Bears desperately need is an Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, J2K, you're right. JSN isn't running that route that Velus did in getting open, but JSN is running all kinds of routes that other people can't run, in my opinion. And that's not to say that they can't. It's more to say, honestly, we are doing enough talking about it. Like, let's Let's just watch. So I've got JSN's Michigan game, and I've got his Indiana game, and I even have some Penn State footage in here that we can look at later. No, he does not hate him, and that's okay. In my opinion, let's see. You could that said, can I truly say he'll be 7-11 on every third down? So the person who did this did a great job of marking JSN for us. But the main thing that I really want you to watch, because honestly, let's go to the Michigan game. Maybe let's see. Did I seriously? Yeah, okay, got to do that. It's stupid. All right, video options. Scale of frame size, bada boom, bada bing. Okay, so we're gonna play Find JSN on most of this. So he does damage in the slot, right? But the main thing I want you to watch is how, I think this is Smith-Jigba. I want you to watch how he moves, specifically the way that he attacks his corners. What you're going to see is a receiver that's completely under control 100% of the time. Michigan's defense is 7-11 Eric, as in always open. What you're going to see with Jackson Smith-Jigba is, so a lot of people talk about how he's going to run a 4.5, right? If you watch the way Smith-Jigba plays, he doesn't sprint just about ever at this point. It's not a matter of he doesn't have to. It's a matter of when Jackson Smith-Jigba is running his routes, he's constantly feinting that he's running one thing to then run another. Now, obviously, there's all kinds of stuff that goes into this. Like right now, they're playing in a really cold-looking blizzard. But one thing that I'll notice is that they line up Smith-Jigba all over the place. Also, JSN blocks. Not that this should be the difference between a first rounder and a not first rounder, but Jackson Smith-Jigba does not mind getting dirty in the blocking game, which is one of my eliminators for a Bears receiver. If you're not blocking, I just don't think Poles and Getsy want you, which I think is kind of a stupid thing to eliminate on account of, but that doesn't mean they don't do it all the time. So plays like this, right? It's simple, but it's hard. Watch Smith-Jigba release off the line and start to run a slot fade before hard cutting inside for a hard in and getting a first down off of it. In a blizzard, by the way. We talked earlier about how snow makes everything tough. He ends up catching it in at the sticks off of an extremely hard cut that crosses the face of his DB and sneaks in. It's a good throw by Stroud. It's a really good route by Smith-Jigba. And that route is just flat nasty. And I think it's going to be hard to find a receiver outside the first round that is that clean with some of this stuff. Now, granted, the Lions did. Amon-Ra St. Brown rules, and he does a lot of this stuff. But man, oh man, oh man, there are pieces to this game that have, if you can't tell in the chat, a DB coach salivating from what you can do as a wide receiver for good reason. If you watch Smith-Jigba, you are not going to see blazing speed. You are not going to see raw power. It doesn't look like Darnell Washington, right? What you're going to see is a receiver that is constantly showing one route and running another, right? And that's the core. JSN doesn't separate because of crazy breaks like Jordan Addison or outrageous foot frequency or incredible explosion, etc., etc. So Preston, he plays pretty much out of the slot. John, you mentioned Justin Jefferson 2.0. Justin Jefferson's huge. Justin Jefferson is a dominator. Jackson Smith-Jigba is best described, if I could say the best thing possible about him, if I was going to just preach his name, so to speak, I would call him a ghost. Jackson Smith-Jigba is the kind of person who, if he's at his best, is going to run fundamentally every route on air because people just don't keep up with him. Scott, it sucks when you have to compare somebody to Jerry Rice because everybody is going to say he is not Jerry Rice, and you are all going to be correct. But it's more to say that Jackson Smith-Jigba he's 6'1", he's 200 pounds, he's not light, he's not huge. There are some receivers out there that are just big old dudes, and Jackson Smith-Jigba's, he's big, but he's not that big, right? Where he really excels is basically relaying bad information to his DB. If you watch the way defenders play him, it is different to see like the way that defenders play him versus playing other receivers, where I feel like consistently you get some scrap in his game, but it doesn't, like in this case, it doesn't really matter. Let me see. Let's find some more passing reps, because it's neat to watch a guy block, but when we're not watching the whole team, who cares? And I'm there for like the relatively sure-handed though. Preston, a drop's coming up. Let me see. And then you get some reps on this where like this is Chris Olave, who can't make that catch. Bummer. Generally, I've seen him very sure-handed. He has one on this. Marty, thank you so much. Just wait. Let's see. That one play didn't count. Let's see. Is there any JSN film with Fields at QB? So there is, but that's not really like, it's not that JSN wasn't good enough. It's that Fields isn't really looking for him. Like Stroud established wide receiver 1 with JSN. Oh man, this is nice. Okay. Watch this footwork on this, on this route where you're going to see pop, slant, pop, back up. Yes, it ends up defended. But if you're talking about a one-on-one against this corner right here, like pop, in, shook, gone. I don't know what he's running, but at this point, if he's running anything to the outside, like this guy needs help or he's toast. That is a sweet route. Ends up it obviously ends up running it into coverage, but the footwork that he shows, like, again, you're going to see a receiver. Here's the weird part about watching JSN. For any draftniks out there that disagree with me, the weirdest part about watching this kid is that he won't show you his whole golf bag. Like, there are plenty of players out there that they show you the golf bag all of the time. Like, they want you to see what they have. They want you to see all of it. But JSN doesn't want to show it to you because eventually he wants to beat you with it. Like, and so I have loved just watching more and more of his film, because if he doesn't have to beat you with something complicated, he won't do it. Like, he'll just at this point he will, like, okay, so J2K, what I think I would beg the question on is have you seen reps where he is challenged and they don't work well for him? Because every time I see or at least in the film that I've watched, like when I see JSN in a setting where he is challenged with it, like here's a little bit of him after the catch. He's not crazy. Like Jordan Addison's probably better after the catch, but he slips out of that one and what is that? Splits 2 defenders for as much yards as he was going to get, only running a 4.5-ish. Remember, Robert isn't sitting here thinking that JSN is going to be a 1,500-yard receiver. Robert is thinking that JSN could allow Fields to breathe so that on key passing downs, you could stuff the ball, or like you could stare at JSN and get what you want from a route perspective. Here, JSN works back open. He doesn't catch this, so you mentioned Preston, sure hands, but bummer that one didn't work. But quick release, gets past 30 without really any issue. Like, to me, I keep seeing JSN run routes on air. Like, it doesn't really matter who he's going up against. Michigan's good defense. And when JSN wants to run a route, he just runs his route. And if he's schematically covered, then he's schematically covered. Sure. But, man, like, it's wild watching as good as he is. And J2K, I'll be the first to tell you that I need to see Marvin Mims. I need to see Parker Washington. I need to see Jalen Hyatt. I need to see all kinds of these players so that I absolutely know. Because right now, I'm telling you guys that I see a player that's really valuable. Do I think he's the most valuable choice at a certain spot? I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, I can tell you, Jordan, if for one reason or another the Bears slipped back into anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20, I think that JSN makes a lot more sense. I don't think I would pick JSN at number 2, right? But somewhere in that 10 to 20 region makes a lot of sense to me. It's just a matter of how do the Bears get to pick there and what did they give up to do it. But let me see. I think they'd prefer quicker than fast. I love Parker, though. Gotcha. Let's see. Because I think that a top 10 pick would be Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson. I think that all those kinds of players would make a lot more sense. And Alessandro, I don't disagree with you that the Bears have a quick receiver. I don't think that they have an ultra technician quite like JSN. And frankly, I think it helps Mooney when they don't have to. Here's JSN getting wide open. And granted, you take a look at this where, they're going to use him out of the backfield, slip him out here, and then cut through. You guys got to remember that, to me, John, Mooney is a Z receiver. So he's somebody that can flex all over the field without really any issue. And it's not that he has to be one thing or another, but I don't think he's quite good enough with his breaks to be that go-to guy on third downs with success. Let's see. You mentioned JSN is perfect value in round 2. I just find it hard to believe that as good as JSN is, he's going to go in round 2, given the production that he showed in his junior year or his sophomore year. When you catch 1,600 yards, 300 plus in a bowl game, as much as I understand that everybody's looking for a physical super specimen, I don't think that this is going to go unrewarded. I mean, it's too big a school to do this at. I think it's fairly obvious. Obviously, I'll need to take a look through at other players to see other options, because I'm sure that some are there. But I'll tell you that watching his tape, I can't help but think, Frank, I understand that there are plenty of people that look at JSN and they think that he's going round 2. I got to remind you that guys like Dane Brugler had Christian Watson in the 5th round this time, or last time this year. Around that time this year, people were looking at Tyler Smith as if he was a 4th rounder. Around that time this last go around, Devontae Wyatt was going to be a 3rd rounder in the eyes of plenty. I mean, I feel like we do this every season, basically, where somehow it's going to turn out that something is going to become a big rise up the draft board when you can look at a guy right now and say Jalen Hyatt isn't going to be a 4th round wide receiver. Zay Flowers is not going to be a late 3rd down wide receiver. I think he's too good for that. The tape that I feel like I see when I'm watching the tape that I see at this point, with these guys or with somebody like JSN is way too technical, and specifically the assignments that he's defeating he defeats them with too much ease and too much poise for me to not be super intrigued. And that's the thing, Nomad. I don't blame you. You mentioned that that there's nothing he does that blows you away. To me, what you should be looking at is that we have so far, for instance, renewable. I'm glad you asked. You mentioned, is JSN's RAS score green enough to be a polls guy? Probably not, right? But the main thing that I would look at, here's another example, is every time JSN catches a pass, you're going to see this key metric that I keep trying to highlight. Maybe Michigan just sucks. Maybe Indiana just sucks. Maybe Utah just sucks. Maybe Nebraska just sucks. Maybe all these teams just suck. Maybe all their corners are just awful. Maybe Ohio State's just too good for them. Maybe CJ Stroud's the magic arm. But JSN just keeps getting absolutely wholly wide open. Did you asked earlier, J2K, does he need to high point the ball? He does not have to. I haven't seen him try to high point the ball, because when he's thrown to in that setting, he's just not covered. In my opinion, or not in my opinion, he at this point is I don't know. He's so open. When he runs a route with the intention to get open, he is so open. And he probably will J2K, but it won't surprise me to see him to see him grow within that. I have little doubt that somebody this controlled, and remember, we aren't talking, you mentioned earlier, let's see, what happens when he runs a 4.6 and is 170 and 5'10. I mean, we are talking, I understand it. Let's see, JSN. Height and weight. You guys are going to get to watch me just not be able to type. At this point, he's booked at 6'1", 200. And if he comes in at 5'10", 170, I'm sure the math changes some, but we're talking about somebody who's wearing 200 pounds. It doesn't look like much. I mean, and I understand what you're talking about, that he plays in the slot, but you got to remember that the slot's where a lot of this stuff is, it's where a lot of the NFL's going. And trust me, if there was a Jamar Chase out there, I would be really interested in a Jamar Chase. When you're looking at somebody like when you're looking at somebody like a Justin Jefferson, we'd be having a very different conversation. But in particular, when I look at the Bears, I struggle to envision somebody or a receiver archetype that would help Chicago more than somebody who was just open all the time. Like a Garrett Wilson, honestly. But Garrett Wilson's a Jet, and he's not going to not be a Jet. So if you can get somebody who's just open all the time, and so far, the JSN tape that I watch is practically spotless. I mean, that's the problem, though, J2K. David Bell was a great example. When I watched Bell, I kept seeing contested catches, guys who were right there, standing with him. With JSN, I watched defenders practically fall over because JSN shows them an in and then runs an out, and he's just wide open. I agree with you guys. It's not a question about whether, it's not a question about whether or not the other guys are more athletic. They are more athletic. It's more about, to me, the technique that JSN exhibits is so technical that the fact that he plays in the slot is part of the point. Does this route look hard to you? No, right? This guy who's caught 70 yards so far is just going to run a simple over route. But as you take it through the route, you're going to see he steps in, then he steps up so that this corner sees him stepping up at that point. Once he clears his vision, he then bends it straight back over the guy's back so that he thinks he's passed on already, and 19 can't catch him anymore. It's little stuff. Wide open. Let's see. Nomad. JSN is one of the guys who's receiving more attention than is probably warranted, and it's not his fault. I mean, you catch more yards than anybody else on Ohio State. I think you're going to get some attention. John, everybody, right? Especially given, John, that in my opinion, I think that there's legitimate reason to consider the injury a bit dubious. It just seems too easy. So is JSN hit his ceiling then? It's hard to say. I mean, goodness gracious. Does this look hard? This route right here. Does this look hard to run? Then why can't everybody get that open on a dig route? That's the problem, right? You tell me he runs a 4.8 just about. And I'm like, how? He's so open. And it's consistent too. These are good corners. Look at this. Look at the small pieces of his footwork. Stride, pop. 3 quick steps, and he's got probably 3 to 4 yards of separation. Did he have to show you Jordan Addison's footwork? Did he have to show you pop, bang? No. He just practically lollygagged his way through a route and was so open. It is shout at the TV level throwing to him. I mean, he's the kind of guy you can just stare at, and he'll be there for you. Yeah, Alexander, this is on an icy field with snow coming down too, and there's at least one play that I want to watch through, because there's one catch he makes that's just stupid. And Jordan, right now, no. But the hope would be that you could throw some resources the offensive line. JSN hits a block. The receiver legitimately goes behind the back, because I would expect JSN to not block like well at all. Those plays, if there's something to worry about, spade a spade. You've heard how excited I am about him. If there's something to be worried about, it's that when JSN breaks in the open field like this, right here, you'd rather have Jordan Addison. Like, there are plenty of people who you would rather, at that point, try to go break a tackle. No problem. Honestly, J2K, like, I would tell you with open eyes, or at least trying to have as open mind as possible. I don't know Keenan Allen well enough, but the route runner ultra technician, I can understand somebody just reaching for a player. I think of Amon-Ra St. Brown at this point, just because to me I think that makes more sense, and I can't help but think that John, when you mention Addison's going to go higher than JSN, that wouldn't surprise me. I think there are a lot more people within the draft that want to see more bang, and JSN isn't enough bang to exactly what J2K is mentioning. Like, is Jackson Smith-Jigba the guy you look at and you salivate and you say, oh gosh, against NFL safeties, like, he's just going to cook them? Not really, but at the same time, the JSN that I am watching is one of the only players that I can envision getting Eddie Jackson to take a step back. Like, there's a lot of players, because John, you mentioned not a super high ceiling. I can't help but think that the way I would put it is that JSN has a very niche ceiling, right? To me, Jackson Smith-Jigba has a very specific receiver that he's trying to be, and I'm specifically mentioning Brandon Eddie Jackson in like a safety coming over the top, trying to take away a crossing route or something like that. But let's see. Now we're at the third quarter. There's a crazy contested catch that you got to see. Oh, I get what you mean now. Let's see. Chauvin, wouldn't Fields' short passing game need to improve to take advantage of JSN's skill set? Chauvin, the argument that I'm making is that with a player like JSN, you could expect his short game to improve dramatically, not because he actually got any better, but because he looked at his number one receiver and threw to him, and it made it look easy. Jared Goff makes things look easy. All right, Kenny Pickett, you say one, or you call anybody one more name, and I am gonna have to ban you from the channel, or at least hide you, so you can watch. You can hit the like button like everybody else should, but you won't be able to talk any more trash. We're not trash talkers here. We're analyzing football. Let's see. Bradley, you mentioned Hyatt will be the second receiver taken in the draft. Hot take. I don't know about second, but I do think Hyatt's can be in the second round. But so let's see. A lot of what JSN does, and there's no problem. Field defenders are a sad bunch is a name, my guy. But that's that. Let's see here. We could make a big thing. I could make a big meal out of how it does seem like JSN is one of the people that actually knows how to get people lined up. But I don't know how much that matters in Ohio State. Ohio State's one of those clap and look at the sidelines offenses. And so I'm really not anticipating that they have like a ton of stuff that they're really hardcore about. Bradley, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, I love this. I didn't realize Michigan did this. I think this is fun. I'm sure it's not uncommon, but I thought it was fun. Let's see. Ugh, no kidding, Jordan. I mean, like, I think when I combine, and granted, I'm painting a mental picture in my head of who this guy is, right? Because exactly like you're saying, Antonio, that's the player that I see. Like, Lord. Look at this. So this is where he is. Watch him run what looks like a blaze out of some kind. Brano, yes, that's basically where we are. Like, shows inside, snaps out, and tons of separation again. Like, consistently. So shows an outside release to get inside, hard break, gets out of it, plenty open, if the quarterback was there for it. On an icy field. I'm not making the argument. He's the fastest guy in the draft. But, like, to me, when BG, you know what? I can. Like, actually, as a matter of fact, we can do that. It's like you're saying, Jordan. It's crazy. I mean, it looks like a given. I can't wait to see him in the NFL for that exact reason. I could not believe Olave caught this up or coughed this up. Like, this was crazy to me. Like, just that it's a sad drop. So sad. I honestly think, Joshua, that it goes understated how explosive this kind of stuff is. Thank you, Ace. Anytime. So first of all, I saw J2K. Were you mentioning contested catches? I have one for you. This isn't the first, or this is one of two. But so, hand in his hand, and he comes away with it. Which, look, is this the greatest? You know what, Scott? Honestly, you mentioned this isn't good tape for Olave. This is same tape, right? This is the tape that, thank you so much, Ace. Truly, thank you. You have no idea how much that means. It really helps a lot. But so, this is the same tape, right, Scott? Like, if Jackson's shining and Olave's not, this is the tape that got Olave drafted 12th. Like, I love Olave. Like, there's a lot of great stuff from Olave. Jackson Smith-Jigba caught for 90 yards 8 games in a row or more. Like, oh, I see what you mean. Like, I just don't know J2K if they're gonna be in that spot, right? Like, if JSN is ever going to need to high point a ball, because I would imagine if they're gonna ask for somebody to high point a ball, it's gonna be Chase Claypool, which, granted, that's really not his game either. Here's another example of him getting opened. Like, oh man. Look at this. Like, huge jam. This is so key. You would expect this in the NFL. Steps out of it. You see his whole body pushing this way. And he's going to plant this foot and just blast back forward. Stab and break out. And look at that. Jam or not, he's still got another 2 yards of separation and a first down on third down. Like, man, oh man. Like, you would expect a jam to affect him more than this. You really would. Like, a small receiver like him, I would absolutely anticipate that a full, like, we're talking 2 full steps of right there, like 1, 2, like 3 of wind up. And he still separates. That is crazy. Ooh, do we get a decent look at it here? Just steps out of it, basically. And sure, the extra yards is great, but like, I mean, look at 5. Is it 5? No, it's 9. Or yeah, it's 5. Looking up like, what on earth? How did we let him get this ball? How did we let him get this ball? Let's see. There's a specific play I'm hunting for that just, I mean, all these are great. There's one catch that made my eyes just about bug out of his skull, or out of my skull. Let's see. Zoriash. Do I feel like Fields' issue with anticipation on short to intermediate routes is fixable, or will it be a long-term weakness? Okay, so Z, let's envision this is E for early. This is O for on time. This is L for late, right? Week 1, Fields was here, unacceptably late, right? Right now, Fields is like here on average. So that's week 1. This is week 16. The hope is that he can push this, and I think that's the best he'll ever get, right? So will it be fixable? Will he ever be early? Doubt it. Will he be late forever? Doubt that too. And yeah, exactly, AKS. This is with no offensive line. To me, I'd tell you, Antonio, that there are a lot. Jordan Addison is quick like a cat. Like, we've got Addison, and we can look at him. So we will. We've had enough people ask for it. We can walk through an Addison game. No problem. So, but let's get to at least the play that I want to see. There's just one crazy contested catch he has where I'm like, what? What's nice to me is that even though JSN does a ton of stuff from the slot, like if not all of his work from the slot, one thing I love about watching him is that he'll play on the line in the slot. He'll play off the line in the slot. He'll play a couple yards back, a couple yards forward. Like, it does, like, for instance, this might as well be playing outside. Not that he should. I don't think JSN makes as much sense on the outside, but because he's right here, yes, Grant, they do. It's peak hater. It's so good. Like, let me see. Do they have it here? Do they have false starts up there? But no, they do have like a big Ohio State thing. But so like you watch him and poor number 30 doesn't like, okay, you tell me, watch this route, really soak it in. Feints in, gets up, is this open? Right? Like, you tell me. I would tell you from a whole shot perspective, that seems open. Like, it's not that JSN is incapable of getting open on explosive plays. It's more that a lot of his game doesn't rely on them, and then he gets open anyways. Yeah, Grant, it's hilarious. I mean, it is hilarious. Peak hater is a perfect way to put it. Timothy, I have not forgotten you. I want to see if I can't find this play, and then we'll talk about it. Let's see. Oh, it's this one. He caught that. We do not have a good angle. But so JSN comes out of this break. Stroud throws it. The throw lands on this guy's back. And he catches this with one hand. I don't know how he did it. There's no good angle. All I can tell you is that gets caught. And I totally understand that I'm hooking onto one play. But to me, there's something really amazing about a receiver competitive enough to go win me this ball. And because you're going to get the penalty either way, right? But okay, let me put it this way. Chase Claypool is going to take the foul and complain to the referee. Jackson Smith-Jigba has the attitude to go get it anyways, no matter what it takes to do. And that, to me, is incredibly exciting. I mean, is he the only one that can do this? No. Like, receivers can, but to me, a wide receiver one's attitude doesn't come in how open deep can you get. It doesn't come in like how much explosion do you have. It is, can you catch it anyways? Like that simple question, right? Can you catch it anyways? And that to me is what has me so excited about him. Like, and then yeah, the stupid production stuff, like the crazy production that he has. Yes, of course, the route running technicality. Yes, of course, the way that he goes about this. Like, look at this one. Watch the way he comes off the line. This poor number 30 has been on him all game. He's been setting him up all game. Just comes off, skip step, bake. I mean, I'm not saying that he's the most explosive person, but there's not no explosion in that. Like, he doesn't have to be the best receiver in the league. That's not the case, or the case that I have. Like, I bet it is, BG. I bet it's just crazy. I can't show it or I get demonetized. Feel free to share the link if you've got it. But like, to me, at least, I look at a player like this and I think there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things, John, that Chase Claypool can do. That this is going to sound silly. There's a lot of things Chase Claypool can do that a lot of you guys are talking about, can also do. Like, Chase Claypool is 6'4", 220, runs a 4.4. He's in like 3-person category with Megatron. I cannot remember the second person, and him. Like, I get it. Nobody wants to think of Claypool as a wide receiver one. I don't think of him as a wide receiver one, but it's more to say that if you're looking for explosive plays, the Bears may already have a lot of that. Justin Fields can throw a touchdown to Byron Pringle, but Justin Fields won't throw a slant to, it's DK. Thank you. Justin Fields won't throw a slant to just anybody. And so to me, I think what they need is whatever it takes to fix their passing game. That's the way I would put it, J2K. Would I spend a first round pick on a slot receiver who can't play outside? I don't know. But there's a question of like, is JSN that guy who transcends it a little bit? I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know. Because I think it's hard for me to tell. I think when you tell me that all I get is Mims or Downs or Zay Flowers or Hyatt, okay, I can get excited about that, but they're not an every down guy, right? I can't plan around them being it on those downs. I'm still going back to Mooney, right? And I'll draw up different plays. Like, Hyatt will get open a different way. Downs will get open a different way. Mims will get open a different way. But JSN, to me, is I have yet to see him run a route that isn't basically on air. Have you? Like, he's not gotten jammed successfully all game long. He has run where he wanted to run. And it's just been a matter of whether somebody could keep up with him. I'm sure some of that will change. But like, somebody asked me earlier about what I think about, I mean, goodness gracious. Like, he's been killing you all game long. It's fourth down. And look at this. What? What? This is the rivalry game of rivalry games for Michigan. They are doing everything they can in theory to win this game, and he gets this open. He gets almost 3 full yards open on an inside cut. I mean, what am I supposed to think? Like, that's my issue, J2K, is it's not some plays. It's every play. Like, to me, JSN is very similar to watching Darnell Washington. I know what he's not good at. I know what he is good at. And I love those kinds of players. I love the kinds of players. Another example is Khalil Herbert. You know immediately what he's good at. You know immediately what he's not. And if you can put him in the positions to have or to keep those, or not, to keep is the wrong word. Like, if you could put him in positions to use his gifts, The rest is easy. Let's see. Will JSN be able to return to the form in 2021 with 9 touchdowns? If he can't find the end zone, then what does he excel anyway as a possession receiver? The first downs, the chosen. Like, it's about first downs, in my opinion. Like, I think the Bears' problem right now is that on 3rd and 6, they don't have a choice. Like, they can try to call a play call for Mooney or something, but it's less about, like, working to get in the end zone, and it's more about when it's 2nd and 9 and you absolutely need 7 yards to set up a 3rd and short. Where do you go with the ball? And right now, the Lions, they just go to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he will be open for them. The Packers used to go to Devontae Adams, and he would be open for them. The Bears don't have one of those. Mooney is a really good receiver that won't always be open. Chase Claypool, I think, has a lot of potential. He also won't always be open. JSN is the kind of guy where if he hits if he hits the marks that you want him to hit, then he may just about always be open. That's the hope. We'll have to see. I mean, I didn't doubt that he's going to do any work in the offseason, like not in a negative way, more in like I don't think he's going to go to the Senior Bowl. Like, I don't think he's going to show up at any place he does not have to. But so this, like, his film from 2011, maybe all we get. I think if you can get him in the 2nd round, you are cheating. And everything's good. I think that if you I think I would aim to take him at like 15. But I need to watch more receivers so I know what I'm talking about. Like, at this point, I think that the hamstring thing, even though I think it's a little on the overblown side, even conspicuous outright, that I have to hope that it's going to drop him. And if he gets taken before then, damn. But that's where my head's at. I mean, you look at a Jalen Carter type, and I think a Jalen Carter type has so much obvious value that if you lose him, or like if you gain Carter, but you lose somebody like JSN, sucks. But I show you this film just because when I talk about when I look at the Bears, I think that what they need is a separator. I think they need a separation king one way or another. I don't think they need another wide receiver 2. I don't think they need another wide receiver, specifically a slot guy. Like, I don't think yes, JSN plays slot, but it's not about the fact that he plays the slot. It's about the fact that he separates like crazy for a receiver that Bradley, I would get over it very quickly. Like, very quickly. I would have no problem with that. I think if you trade up and you get a player that... The problem is that the Bears have some specific niches that they need worked out. I think JSN makes Claypool a better weapon, to be honest with you. Like, I think the biggest problem right now is that there are a lot of players within the... Exactly, Brandon. You need a guy that you can go to on the gotta have it downs. The problem right now is that both Chase Claypool and Darnell Mooney will, neither of them are so consistent that they're gotta have it people. I would expect, guys, that for as much as everybody's saying right now, that JSN's probably going to turn out a relatively decent 3-cone. I think his 40 is going to be only okay, like a low 4.5. I think his... I'm curious to see what his height and weight are. If he's 5'10", 180, it's not like, whoa, that changes everything. Like, it's more that I think that that'll shift a lot. But my gut is that he's going to be in the 12 to 18 range. And if that's where the Bears could take him, like if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. And it depends. So somebody asked earlier, now that we've watched him, about Jordan Addison. I will indulge you just this once. And then we've got some other free agents that we can go through. If anybody, by the way, is missing the fact that we're not covering the Bears game, feel free to say so. Like, I don't hate you for it. Let's see here. So specifically, you're going to be watching, I think he's number 3. You might be able to even see. I've got some little markers in this. Let me see. What did Chris Olave get listed as, Brandon? Because that's interesting. Yeah, specifically we're watching 3, who I regret to tell you is actually not about to have a huge game. Like, I couldn't tell you why. Caleb doesn't really look his way, but you can watch the way he moves, and you could certainly watch him make a play at the end of the game, should we get there. But so you'll see that Addison plays with a ton more foot frequency and pop in his breaks. Here, number 6 literally falls over coming back to him. Like, just eats it, trying to stop him. No, man, nobody's saying that they shouldn't upgrade the defense. I think that they can do a ton of work on the defense in free agency, which we'll get to. I don't know how much we'll get to it tonight, but like there's a lot of this stuff that you look at. Man, the other thing I'll tell you is that for as good as Addison is, number 2 can play. Like USC has some receivers. Let me see right here, like powers through, absolutely hog wild open. That's sweet. Let me see this break. Is what it looks like the route is. It's by no means bad. Pop, pop. Ha! You got it, Nomad. Look, it's not that one's better or worse. Like, I think Addison and JSN are going to be like right in the same neighborhood. It's just plays like, wait, let me see. The main thing you'll see, Bradley, is Jordan Addison plays with absolutely crazy foot frequency. He just takes probably 1.5 times the steps of a normal human. Like, because of this, he can make some cuts that are flat nasty. Like, kudos to him. Is he the most physical player on earth? Not really. Not necessarily anyways. He gives effort as a blocker, but he's the guy who's going to get pushed around a little bit more. He is super Mooney, would be a way I would put it. Like, that doesn't mean Mooney's bad. It just means when you think 5th round archetype that is then a 1st round receiver, I think you think of Jordan Addison, where he does a lot of the same things that I would expect Mooney to do. But it's like he's better at them. Now, you can probably already tell that he and JSN kind of play different roles. They do different things, and they do different things well. Like, we could watch another day just so that this isn't the JSN stream, though I guess I did say it's week 16 plus, so it could be anything. But we could watch a game that isn't on ice so that we could see, like, I haven't seen the Penn State game yet, so we could watch it together, and you could hear Rob Live oohing and eyeing at stuff. Or you can let me show you Ethan Pocic, the Cleveland center. You can let me show you Dalvin Tomlinson and Sheldon Rankins. You can let me show you more Deron Payne or like Draymond Jones. If you want to see more Draymond Jones, I love watching Draymond Jones. Like, there's all kinds of stuff we can look at, but I wanted to make sure, because I know folks asked, that you saw stuff like this. I mean, this, I have Okereke, Jordan. All the tape I have of Okereke is mostly him not making stops, but we can watch some. Breaks like this are still sweet. Like, pop, 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 get downhill, break off. And it's a sweet route, and I love that he's running routes like away from the play. I think that when you play with releases, to me, I think it is the sign of a good receiver. I've seen it with JSN. I've seen it with Alec Pierce going back to last year. I see it with Jordan Addison. When you play around with releases during run plays, I think you make yourself better, because it is a free one-on-one rep against a corner across from you. Zoriash, it was not a hint at Okereke not being good. I think Okereke's very good, especially in coverage. It's more me sighing about how I understand the tape I show y'all. And with the JSN game, like the one we were just talking about, I'm going to show you the whole damn game. Because if I showed you a couple plays, I would get accused of being biased. And I didn't even have the Utah game. Like the one where he caught for 300 yards. right? Because that's so core. But so it's interesting to see this stuff. Like, it looked as if Oregon State must have had him scouted, because there's a whole lot of stuff or a whole bunch of plays where you take a look at Addison, and it's not that he's like not open, it's that his route runs into coverage one way or another. Man, Nomad, I got to tell you, I want to like Myles Murphy. I don't like Myles Murphy. I think Myles Murphy is a dangerous choice in the first round, because I don't know if he'll ever get there. He's got sweet frame, but he doesn't blow the game up like Carter or like Tyree Wilson does. And now, granted, I had a front row seat, so to speak, to Tyree Wilson's craziest game. Brandon, if you're still in there, there's a point where I had to look up Wilson's stats, and I didn't believe him because I didn't realize that against specifically Baylor, he had 10, I think like 6 tackles for loss and like 10 total tackles. So you just heard his name the entire game, the whole game. And obviously not all of them are like that. Let's see. Here's Jordan Addison running a corner route. Like, okay, I understand that I'm being very specific, but I don't love it. No. He doesn't have a ton of leverage. I don't hate Addison. I just think it's hard to be Smith-Jigba. And the more Smith-Jigba film I watch, the more I'm like, wow. That guy's a little different. It might be, Alexander. Really could be. Like, Murphy has frame. He's got athleticism. I don't know if he's got much bend, which isn't to insult the guy, but in watching his Clemson film, I thought, Bradley, I don't know all the way about Clelin Ferrell, if only because I don't know that Murphy's going to end up there. This happens every year. I mean, truly, Bradley. Like, Nomad, I agree with you that the 280, 290 type is what Flus prefers. That's where I would look at somebody like Tyree Wilson. It really is. It really is like J2K. When you watch one and then you watch another, there's a reason that generally speaking, you don't want to do this, because you pick a favorite and you shouldn't pick a favorite. Like, I've already made it a point to go back and watch more Addison. Thankfully, I've already watched this and already came to my conclusions earlier, because like you're saying, J2K, you watch one, then you watch another and you go, this guy's better. And it's not really about better all the time. It's about getting a clean read on a football player within a system. Anyways, Nomad, I look at Tyree Wilson thinking that he's more in line. J2K, I'll have to go back and watch the Pitt stuff, because I do think that getting a sense for what he looked like a year ago matters. One thing we can do, let me see. What do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to move on to free agency stuff? Do y'all want to keep watching Jordan Addison? I'm good with either option. I can also show you the play that Addison makes at the end to ice the game, because at this point, after watching 7.5 minutes of film, I imagine you've got a pretty decent idea for how he moves. These plays, if I am grading a receiver, this is going to sound hateful. Not hateful. As an evaluator, one thing I want to see personally is when you're given a play where you're going to run a comeback and get open for your quarterback on a sprint out, I want to see you get the ball. And Oregon State does a really good job blanketing him here, but if there's a criticism I have of Jordan Addison, now granted, could Caleb Williams have thrown this ball? With anticipation, probably. Like, that's pretty solid separation. But it doesn't get the ball for one reason or another. So I don't know what happened, but that to me is a question that I would like to understand that a little more with Addison, where on a lot of the plays where I would have expected him to force the ball, he didn't. Also, message received about free agency. So let's go to, I think it's like, let me see if I can get the score. It's 14-10, 1 minute to go in the in the fourth. And Jordan Addison, quick stutter, gets into the hole. Caleb Williams with a nasty throw, like super sweet anticipation. Releases there. Addison snags it. Nice body control. Waves goodbye. I did want to make sure everybody saw that. It would be unfair to not. Whew. Good player. So getting to it, I wanted to basically talk through some of the free agency stuff, because if you can't tell just looking at the names that I've got, specifically I'm showing these. Like, the main thing that I want to address is, okay, what happens if Deron Payne doesn't make it to free agency? I mean, after we cry about it, right? Like, once we're done, once we pick up the pieces and we stop sobbing, what do the Bears do? And I think there are a lot of ways that you could build a defensive line. So we could talk about a couple different names, but I did want to go through, it's not about my favorites. I actually want to show you some that aren't my favorites. For instance, let me go with a name that makes sense for the Bears to pick on, but let me see, throw the bag. I said the bad. Me personally, J2K, I think Draymond Jones looks sweet. I'm very excited about him. Let me show you guys some Yannick Ngakoue footage. So I want you to watch number 91 for the Colts, right? He's going to line up mostly at the right defensive end, right around here. So just keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for number 91. Specifically, the main thing I wanted to talk about with Ngakoue is Ngakoue has not only played in Indianapolis, but he has between 8 and 9.5 sacks per season. He's fast. But what does he do? He plays in a wide 9 almost exclusively, and he doesn't defend the run just about at all. So is he the best choice for this Eberflus defense? It depends on what you're looking for. I mean, right now, Yannick Ngakoue has more sacks than the entire Bears defensive line put together. Al-Qadim Muhammad has 1. Travis Gibson has 2. D-Rob has 1. Justin Jones has 2. And I think there's somebody else in there who has like a sack. And, it's Armon Watts. And together, that makes 8. And Yannick's career average is 8.5, which is very sad. Now, Ngakoue, as you can probably tell, visually almost looks like you're watching a Robert Quinn type player. I mean, he's going to attack the edge from that wide 9 position almost literally every play, and is a complete and total liability in run defense, which, there you go. Yeah, no kidding, J2K, right? Like, it's really depressing, what the Bears defensive line is at. And the main reason I want you to watch him is because I expect Yannick's name to come up a lot. I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to over-prioritize. So people in this case, I am talking about Bears Twitter. I expect a lot of people on Bears Twitter to over-prioritize sack numbers, where I expect Yannick to get talked about a lot. The problem is that I think that Yannick kind of pollutes the cohesion of the defense. Like, if I was going to be harsh, I would look at Yannick and I would tell you it's not the same as what would happen if you put Anderson on the defensive line. It's more that it misses what Eberflus wants out of a defensive end. And in my opinion, I think Eberflus's ends aren't so much trying to sack the passer as they are trying to push the passer up into a dominant defensive lineman. Now, is that dominant defensive lineman Draymond Jones? I mean, that's very kind to Draymond Jones. It can be, but it'd be more of a DeForest Buckner, Jalen Carter, Brian Brisset type. Like, those guys are going to smoke it. Now, here's a good play by Yannick. Truly. Watch him get around the edge, force Mac Jones up into Buckner, where immediately, they make a play off of it. This is better than the Bears have, right? You see him get down the alley, cut underneath, get a hand on Mac Jones, and Buckner finishes the play. It's this is the perfect example, just while we talk free agency, of this guy is an upgrade. This guy is maybe not the answer. Does that make sense? Right now, the Bears have put us in a position where there are a lot of guys that I could point at and say, upgrade. There aren't as many guys that I could look at and say, that guy is the idea of this defense. And I'm with you, Joshua, that it doesn't quite sound like a guy flew with target, but you got to remember, Joshua, that you also don't get everybody you want in free agency as much as you might like to. So I want on this channel for our wonderful and informed streamers to have a nice feel for who a lot of these players are. Even if you've just watched 5 minutes of their tape, I want you to come away saying, I think I know who that guy is, or at least I know the gist of who he is, right? Like at this point, I agree, or I'm sure it's not like you've seen Yannick's cross chop and you compared it to this person or that person. You've not seen his inside move. Yannick, gotcha. Thank you. But so it's not that you know everything there is to know about Yannick Ngakoue. It's more to say that I want you to get a sense for who this player is. I think there's so much to be gleaned with just watching how a human being moves. That to me is so core. And when you watch them, like Yannick here, you can see so much about the kind of player that you can expect them to be. In this case, I would expect a much more productive pass rusher the Bears have on the roster, but at the full expense of run defense, right? Like, you're not going to get on 1st and 10 a successful run defense out of him. But if they drop back on 1st and 10, he will be there to pressure the passer. Brisker's leading the team in sacks. So we'll keep this tape on for a little bit longer. Bradley, kind of. It's more like he's an everyday down pass rusher. I do want you to take a look at number 58 when he comes back on the field. That is Bobby Okereke, who will almost assuredly be a Bear. Like, it just would not surprise me at all, because he knows Matt Eberflus on basically a first-name basis. Like, he knows the whole staff on a first-name basis. And so, let's see, would a Jalen Carter and Deron Payne combo be the gold outcome? I feel like Payne is more of a 1T than a 3T. Yes, Zuriash, like 100%. I think that, let me see. What am I sure? Oh, I think if Payne gets to free agency, like, that would be neat. I'm beginning to doubt he will, just because he's playing so well. This feels kind of like the Ryan Bates thing, where I remember watching Ryan Bates thinking, this guy's a beast. This guy's a beast. Wait, how are the Bills aren't gonna, no way this happens. And guess what? It didn't. Because at the end of the day, the Bills recognized they had a good player. They matched whatever the Bears offer was, which was like practically a Godfather offer. There's no way it's Okereke. There's no way, Jordan. I believe you. I have a memory burned into my brain of listening to a Colts preseason announcer call him Okereke. But so, New Poster, it's not that I disagree with you. I'm there. It's more to say that I'm beginning to think that in many cases, if I think the player is good, there's a very good chance that other people smarter than me also think that player is good. And if they think that player is good, there needs to be a reason to let him go. It's that simple, right, New Poster? Like, they may not be able to afford Payne. That's the magic of the tag, is they can keep him for another year and figure out how to afford him later. But so I keep waiting for number 58 to enter the game. Is that him? I think it is. They use him as like an extra backer because the Colts linebacker room is stacked at this point. Let's see. No, that's 26. It does, Bradley. I mean, you look at it and you're like, wow, that's got to be it. Has Hargraves like the D tackle? I don't think he's been re-signed yet. How would I feel about a Draymond Jones and Poona Ford combination? Good, but I did look this up earlier, and I think the Seahawks have the cap to keep him. So I would expect him to stay. All right, we're not getting any Okereke footage out of this, which bums me out. But let me see. There he is. Okay, 58. Specifically look for his hair. I found that helpful. What you'll see is that he's just a smart linebacker in coverage. Sometimes will look slow because he takes a couple extra steps, but he's the kind of guy you'd pair with Jack Sanborn that could, like, Sanborn could spend the whole game flying around, and he could spend the whole game running, like, the mic tube. I don't know what else to call it. Like, taking seams, basically. Okereke here is a much better coverage backer, and he's pretty good in run support too. I don't want to take anything away from him in run support. I would just play him at Mike. You'll see a much more spry and understanding player in coverage. Again, even just watching the way he moves around. And so I think, like J2K kind of mentioned, if you sign him, you bring him in, you play him next to Sanborn, you're good. You got two good linebackers. Like, you can roll with that. Relatively young, like, plenty of good years ahead of him. To me, it makes way too much sense. So, Scott, it wouldn't surprise me if Javon Hargrave stays in Philadelphia. I got to tell you, Scott, this could be, let me see, new poster. Am I out on Morrow? I'm not out on Morrow. I don't hate Morrow. It's that I think that both of them are free agencies. Free agencies. I think both of them are free agents at this point. And so since both of them are free agents, it's kind of like the Montgomery thing, right? Like, I think Morrow has looked plenty like a starter, to be honest with you. Like, but since they're both free agents, I have a feeling the Colts are going to stick with the guy that they trained up. I mean, you got to remember, Okereke spent so much time in Indianapolis under Matt Eberflus that they'd basically be pulling him in, like saying, okay, let's go back to what you were doing. And he'll be like, okay, coach, you bet. It wouldn't surprise me, J2K. Like, re-sign Morrow and pick up him. Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah, it's not that linebacker tape isn't exciting. It's that 58 looks a step away from the play a whole lot on this tape. I know he's a stud. I've seen him way better in so many other games. Honestly, the fact that he's like a sub linebacker might be part of it. Like, that's solid run defense, but it's nothing crazy. Like, the other thing is that when you're watching like a depth piece, like, or not a depth piece, but like a linebacker that's good, but maybe not the greatest linebacker ever, I think it's harder for them to make an impact in some cases. But that's just me shooting from the hip. It doesn't help that the Colts take him off the field on like third downs and long. They really are. They're crazy deep, Scott. It's not an insult. Like, there we go. That's good. I like that. Because here we see him stay tight, keep the ball away from the running back, good coverage. Do I think, 100% Mario. Though I will tell you that as far as wills go, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Bears ride with Sanborn if because he's cheap and they think he's earned it. J2K, what do I think about Sanborn being called a will and not a Mike? I don't disagree. I think your Mike linebacker has to be a little quicker in an open foot race so that when you have a quick tight end like Tyler Higbee that takes you down the seam, you're prepared to have your guy match step for step with him. It's 100% just my 2 cents in the matter. But I don't think that Sanborn's as good at that. I think Sanborn can do it in a pinch, which fits a will linebacker, but Sanborn's such a good tackler. J2K. Like, we have seen Sanborn make so many of these crazy shoestring tackles that there's a point where you just mutter to yourself, well, I guess that's just a thing, that's just a tool in his toolkit. And so if that's a tool in his toolkit, neato. Like, I guess he's covering the running back most of the time. Here, I think Bobby Okereke's about to give up a touchdown. So do keep your eyes on him. Running back out leverages him. Nice one-handed catch. Good throw by Mac Jones. We'll stop there. At least you've seen him. I'll look for better tape another day if I want to be a propagandist. But at least you've seen him. So 2 players on this next piece of tape that I want you to watch. Once it loads. Media is pending. Come on. Come on. Oh, did we get it back? Let's see here. Too much tape. It's worth the wait. Because this is a center. And I've been looking for this center. I've been looking for a center like this. And this kid can play. So I want to show it to you. Let's see. Den and/or AZ having a fire sale. It's hard to tell. This is let's see, tape of Schwartz. It's free agency. Let me see. Can I get this? Can I get this like somehow reset? Come on. Every other tape here is down to work. Maybe I need to like re-import it. Honestly, I'm going to try. Oh, the links. I'll go. This is ridiculous. Yeah, we're trying to, Jordan, we're trying to work on Pochich. Not Chauvin, not intended to be. Adobe's having real issues loading it, which is a huge shame. We may have to go to Europe for this. Let's see. We'll save Europe for a moment. One of the other groups that I think is well worth watching is this pair right here. So let's move on. We'll get back to it. Another name you're going to hear a lot. You'll hear 2, okay? You got David Onyemata and Marcus Davenport. So that's 92. 92 is Davenport, right? 93 on the inside, I'm not sure he's here, is Onyemata. If it's me, I think Davenport, when I watch him, I understand he's hurt all the time, makes a lot of sense. Like, when you look at an edge and you think to yourself, okay, what would a Matt Eberflus edge rusher look like? This guy, this guy makes a lot of sense. When you do this while setting an edge, yeah, I get it. Like, Davenport's a guy who plays with an absolute juice of power. Just so much, like a lot of power. And then also converts it like when he needs to into enough speed to be a problematic passer. And so, or a problematic pass rusher. Like, is he the spryest person you're ever going to look for? No. But he doesn't have any like devastating ligament tears. He defends the run very, very well, and he applies enough pressure to get everybody else on his line sacks while collecting a good 6.5 to 8 sacks per year of his own. And if he played more, he would have more numbers. So he's got to be in a relatively limited role. But even a pass rush like this one, right here is going to get the ball out of your quarterback or the opposing quarterback's hands, which is more that the Bears can say. I mean, you can almost hear choo choo coming off of like the steam engine here as he's just going to put his tackle on skates and blast through. Now, if you sign Davenport, you are gambling that he's healthy enough to make an impact for you. And not everybody's going to love the gamble. Here's Onyemata, the other target who I want you to get a sense for. He's a lot of people's favorites, active hands, 30 years old. So it's not that I'm trying to be ageist, but you understand. Like, we can't hand forever deals to people who aren't healthy enough to make them work, and not everybody's Cam Jordan. Eventually, you've got to imagine that an Onyemata type would run out of gas. But me personally, I look at Dalvin Tomlinson, I look at Sheldon Rankins, and I think that they could be the backup one technique that I want on my defense, whereas Onyemata, to me, competes with Draymond Jones, and I want Jones. Like, it would. Let me see. What are my thoughts on Andre Dillard? He's been stuck behind Lane Johnson, but should be available. So when I think about right tackle, Damo, I think to myself two things. I want a shorter term solution that's going to be better now so that I can draft somebody later. Like, I want a Draymond Jones, to use an example, 25 years old, plays the 3-tech spot, because when I look at this Flus defense, I think in an absolute worst case scenario, I want to be able to, I want to be able to rotate all kinds of guys. Like, if I get Jalen Carter and I have Draymond Jones and I have Sheldon Rankins, oh wow, what a good problem to have, don't you think? Thank you so much, you dog. You decided to become a football fan last year to troll my friend at my students help me. Yes. Tell me how you're trolling him, you dog. Like, what are you doing? Talk in the chat. Like, as you learn the football strategies, like, how are you messing with them? But thank you. Oh my gosh. What happened to Davenport? What happened? He gets the piss chipped out of him. Oh my gosh. Bang. All that talk of power, but what a chip from the running back. Wow, almighty. And then Onyemata doesn't really... Oh, no, that's not Ani. Oh, okay. But so, thank you, you dog. That's really kind of you. Let's see. Onyemata's right here. Nice tip. It would very much surprise me if the Cardinals actually traded DeAndre Hopkins. Just because the coach and the GM and whatnot are having trouble, in my opinion, it doesn't mean that that everybody's in a fire sale. It's kind of like the DeForest Buckner situation. No matter, I'm with you. If the Bears can get DeForest Buckner, like, that rules. I just don't think the Colts are about to sell everything off. Maybe they are. Like, maybe Jimmy Irsay will be convinced, but it wouldn't surprise me if they don't see themselves in a rebuild. But we'll see. Like, if they are in a rebuild, Buckner's very affordable and an extremely good player. And I think that in and of themselves could be considered valuable to them. No, I agree with you, J2K. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they have a fire sale brewing. It would be sweet. Like, because that's the thing, Bradley. You mentioned trading up for a quarterback in the draft. I think that's actually a different question altogether than whether they'll trade. But you mean trading Buckner for a quarterback in the draft? Maybe, but wouldn't that be like robbing Peter to pay Paul in some sense? Like, why are you trading Buckner? If you're getting your young quarterback, now you're just making your defense worse, right? You'd want to keep Buckner. That's like Buckner's not quite where Mac was, to use a Mac as an example. Like, Buckner is a couple years younger. He's got a little more in the tank. Theoretically, you could keep him around for one more decent run. But we'll see. when he got drafted to make him mad and eventually decided to layer with the hype was. Oh, that's great. That's great, you dog. So he's not hyped about Justin Fields at all? Like, is he not a Bears fan? Or is he a Bears fan and he wanted something else? I love it. Like, I mean, if nothing else, Fields is fun. Like, do I think Fields is going to be do I think, just to use an example, do I think Justin Fields is going to be like a straight arrow superstar? It's hard to tell with any football player. Like, if they're not all the way there yet, you just don't know. But I will tell you that it's awfully fun. I mean, especially this year, like watching some of the things he's done has just been like, whoa. Hard to find guys that do that. But yeah, you watch Davenport, and to me, I see a defensive end. Like, I see the defensive end that would fit within an Eberflus model, in my opinion. I see him more than I see David Onyemata, who I would imagine, like, if you could put Sheldon Rankins next to Draymond Jones, next to what's his name? Oh, Davenport, with Travis Gibson coming in a rotational role, I think that works really well. Like, with Davenport, you need to keep him on a pitch count. Like, he's basically never played 600 defensive snaps in a season. And so I'm not anticipating he would, as soon as I signed him, be great. I just don't think he will, right? But instead, you can basically try to let Travis Gibson play like a Marion Barber-esque role. I'm really taking you guys back. But you guys remember how with the Cowboys forever, I love it, you dog. I really do. I think that's hilarious. I get you now. It's fun. That's a great story. Why not, right? But so within that, like, I look at this team and I think to myself, or not this team, like, I don't think you can draft an entire defensive line in free agency, but with somebody like Travis Gibson, I think he makes a lot of sense as a rotational edge rusher. So it's same with Dominique Robinson. Do I think that they suck? No. Like, do I think that they're a starting edge material? That seems like an awful lot. So you look at somebody like Marcus Davenport, you add a Sheldon Rankins, Dalvin Tomlinson to clog up the middle at that one tech position. I'd love Deron Payne, but like, I'll believe that we can get Deron Payne when I see it. So you throw some money at Davenport, you throw some money at Jones, you throw some money at at Sheldon Rankins, or you bet ace, pass out, sleep well. You throw some money at Dalvin Tomlinson, and you got yourself an expensive but really solid 3 pieces of your defensive line, and then you go draft somebody in like the top of the draft, like a Tyree Wilson type, and your defensive line goes from 0 to hero. Plus, you've still got, at that point, like Bobby Okereke and Jack Sanborn and the current Bears secondary, and you'd have yourself a pretty good defense. Like, in my opinion, watching the players, I think that help me. Davenport makes a lot more sense than somebody like Yannick. We'll have to see. Like, I need to get a sense for more edge defenders, but I look at somebody like this, like Davenport, and I think he's got the size to play the edge that they want him to play. And maybe we could get other defensive ends, like maybe, but I can't help but think that there are 3 tech options that aren't, like, there are other 3 tech options, like Onyemata's not a bad 3 tech option. Hargrave's not a 3 tech option. There's enough of these guys where, like, they're a defensive tackle in a 3-4, but they're not quite a 3 tech in the, like, conventional sense within this defense, that I don't know. Like, do I think Draymond Jones will be a defensive end? That's a Flus question, but I guess he could be. I could also see him playing 3 tech. Like, I'm interested to hear what you guys think. But I see a player who's crazy good rushing the passer and would be really valuable and young. But also, I'm worried about Javon Hargrave falling off. Like, proud of him and what he's doing with the Eagles. I just don't know if I buy it forever. And so I don't know if I would want to be the team that hands him the bag, because I can't help but thinking that the team that hands him the bag is going to be like, it's exactly J2. Like, he looks so good at 3 tech. I wouldn't move him personally. And then you get a ton of pressure, like from all across the defensive line. If you had Davenport as a secondary pressure guy, you're feeling pretty good. A lot better than you feel this year. And then you add, like, watching some Dalvin Tomlinson stuff. Like, just to use an example. Like, here. Now we've gotten a sense for him. Let's see if this is working. I bet it's not. So sad. Okay, so Dalvin Tomlinson is big old number 94. He's like 29 years old. And what you're going to notice is an absolutely raucous amount of size and power. Like, Tomlinson is the kind of guy that you're going to bring into 2-gap. And Shane, I agree. Like, the secondary and honestly pieces of the coaching have been what have kept this defense together. So you add some actual juice on defensive line, and I'm not about to tell you that they're going to be the best defense in history. No. But I will tell you that I think that they'll get decent to good in a hurry. And then you've just got to add the pieces on offense to make the offense really good, and you'll have a dangerous, dangerous team. What I love about Tomlinson in this case is that, I agree. Like, so, like, I look at Tomlinson and I think to myself, okay, I don't know, or like, you probably give him a 3-year deal with one of those years guaranteed, or 1.5 of those years guaranteed, or something like that, right? Like, not a forever deal. But you give him something that you can get out of. The main thing that I look at with number 97 or 94, Dalvin Tomlinson, is watch the way he eats space. Like, to me, it is mission critical that the Bears find somebody that can clog the running lanes, because they've been an issue for them. And you watch the amount of effort it's taking a good Lions attack to fight off Dalvin Tomlinson. And that's what I want on this Bears defense. The guy's 325 pounds. Does that sound familiar? Because what is it? Akeem Hicks used to be exactly the same problem, where offenses just had no real answer when Akeem was on his game. Like, it's not that he's going to add you a ton in the passing game, but yeah, exactly, Bradley. I mean, he's running. Like, he's running hard. He plays hard. He's not just, like, I don't know, running around for fun, so to speak. Like, he's hustling. He's huffing and puffing. He's going to blow your house down. Like, and then I think there's a couple plays he makes here in the tape. But when let's see. Yeah, right. Is 97 Tonga? Let me see. Which number is he? Is he 95? Honestly, Damo, like, he has. I think Ryan Poles was a little too words. I think Ryan Poles really wanted to do this thing where they completely shaved the roster of anybody that was, that's honestly some decent interior pressure. Like, anybody that was related to the Pace era. I think he took things a little too far, but I also think that there are pieces of the Vikings defense that are just schematically different enough, or they want different things from the Bears. Honestly, it makes me wonder whether they wanted to. Guys, I'm so conspiratorial right now. I'm so conspiratorial that I would tell you with a straight face that it wouldn't surprise me if there are some of these moves that the Bears made so that they could be worse in the short term and raise their own guys. I don't know. Like, I'm so conspiratorial at this point. I'm not saying that that's real. But you could quote me that I said I'm thinking it. Bradley, we had the same idea. Like, let's see, if they were Pace people, that would be a really bad look. I really get the impression, Eric, that they wanted a clean break from the Pace stuff. Let's see. J2K, how much confidence do I think Poles had in Fields in the offseason? I think he was super TBD. I think the only time we've seen legitimate confidence in Poles from Fields was the Claypool trade, which was sort of, I think, his olive branch. That's just a guess, right? But watching this, watching the way that this team, this regime has acted, I don't think anybody got a free lunch, so to speak. Like, anybody. And so it neither surprises me nor does it make me like, I don't know. We got to remember J2K. Ryan Pace looked the cameras in the eyes and said, Mitch Trubisky's our starting quarterback. Then he traded for Foles. Then he didn't pick up his 5th-year option. Like, been there, you know? These guys will say anything. It's just a matter of why and what. And, hey, by the way, we talked about Amon-Ra St. Brown a bunch. Here's St. Brown motioning across the formation on a key 3rd down. Run, break, wide open, easy throw for Jared Goff. Yeah, right, Damo? Been there. Like, Sir Lord, it was a trial for everybody. And I'll tell you that I don't even think it needed crazy plays from Justin Fields to fix it. I think they just needed to see Fields in the meeting room. I think they needed to see how Fields handled a ton of losing. I think they needed to see how he rallied guys around him, what he did about it. Like, it's easy to say a lot of that stuff, but it's hard to do it. And I think that they did it in a lot of his ways. Yeah, wait, J2, wait, do you mean the Trubisky one, J2K, or Fields? Because I actually don't remember the picture you're talking about. I'm waiting for Dalvin to get back in the game. Oh yeah, you got to tell him, Bradley. Chauvin, I hope not. Oh, man. If there's a picture that you have, shoot it to me on Twitter, because that sounds hilarious in a very depressing Standard Bears way, but hilarious nevertheless. A lot of that stuff got scrubbed, which I guess isn't that surprising, but still. Are they playing 2-minute drill defense? Let's just yank it forward. Honestly, U-Dog, it really is. Like, doesn't it sound conspiracy? Like, it sounds fake. But liquidating the defensive line, I mean, they spent nothing. They tried to spend on Ogunjobi. I'm glad they didn't. And they backed out one way or another. And then on the other side, they didn't spend on the offensive line either. Like, so they got bad in the trenches in a hurry, and suddenly it's impossible to win football games. Is anybody really surprised? But at the same time, U-Dog, think about it. Like, at the same time, they developed 2 secondary players. Who's to say Brisker's going to be the dude? Who's to say Gordon's going to be the dude? But you were able to develop a quarterback, some receivers, and some defensive backs without worrying about them winning. It's bizarre. It's new age, to say the least. I mean, it's debatably reckless, because how on earth was Fields supposed to get any better with this core around him? And yet he did. Like, yeah, so Mario, does it? Which number is Evan Brown? Because I keep hearing about Evan Brown. Is he in this game? Like, is he playing this one? Because I can see Dalvin's there, but I thought Evan Brown's 63, isn't he? I'm here for it. Which one is he? Let's see. Is he 73? I think he might have missed this game, Just because when it shows the number or the names behind them, it looks like he's hurt. It's simple. This, to me, is what this Bears defense needs. It doesn't have to be from Dalvin. Specifically, this could be Deron Payne. But engage, take this lane away, force the running back into this one, wrench the shoulders. He covered both. That's what this Bears defense needs a lot more of. Now, Detroit washes the edge down, and the running back, ooh, did he get in? Oh, he got in. Touchdown. But all the same. It would be so useless, U-Dog. Well, worse, you'd win games. Like, as bad as they are, if you had invested more in offensive line and defensive line, I struggle to think they wouldn't be 6-10, like 6-11, 7-10. Nothing crazy, still bad, but not terrible. Not pushing the number one pick overall in the draft, right? Like, that takes a special kind of bad, and that special bad comes from being really cheap on the defensive line, which they did. Let's see here. I am stunned that this Pochich footage isn't showing, and I'm so annoyed. You know what? Here, we'll watch a little bit more Draymond Jones. We'll go to Europe, and then we will and then we'll go from there. We're watching number 93, who's of course not in the game. Debo touchdown. 93. Right, Grant? We do need to go to Germany at some point. It can't always be Italy. It's crazy, J2K. It's crazy. I mean, they are cheap on the defensive line. As a rookie nomad, I remember Andre Dillard really struggled. Maybe he's gotten better. He's the one who's buried behind Lane Johnson, right? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, don't show me this. Oh, don't show me this. We're watching Jones. And, like, oh, man. Establish. Get the edge. Make the tackle. Ooh, that's a good run D rep. The Bears need so much in their run D. And this is McGlinchey he's up against, like you're mentioning, Mario. But I think McGlinchey gets the chip and just can't quite do much about him. Yeah, demo, we'll have to take a look. Oh, Scott, I mean, did you see the offensive line? Like, honestly, I cannot believe I'm about to suggest this. If you guys want to just, like, really soak in, like, this flashpoint of a season, we can break the All-22 open in Germany from Broncos Rams, and we can watch some of those later reactions. Like, the offensive line was mad. Like, the Denver offensive line was not having it. And it makes for some special television. You know what I mean? But that's only if y'all want to. Man. Jones looks long and quick. Schadenfreude in Germany really does. I mean, I can't believe they got this poor. They just did. Like, this Broncos defense is loaded and good. And look at this. Jones can play from a wide 9 and ooh. Okay. This is sweet. Well, Nomad, the other way to put it is the Broncos backup QB's over there shouting at him, and then they look back like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna eat you for breakfast. But so here's Draymond Jones up against Trent Williams going for an underneath spin. And I mean, Trent does a great job holding him back. He's gonna be Hall of Famer for a reason. But I love the competitiveness and creating any pressure at all. Jones can play, J2. And I think he'll get out. I struggle to envision that Denver right now is in push the chips in mode. In a world where everything had gone well, you could theoretically restructure Russ's contract and pay guys like Draymond Jones. But right now, I don't know if you can do that. So you might have to let him go. And if you do let him go, I don't know quite how he fits in this defense. Not quite. Probably 3-tech, though they move him all over the place. But this pure 3-tech spot where he's lining up right now makes a lot of sense, and he's been able to create a lot of noise from it. That KC game we watched, I was stunned. I was stunned at how fast and how lean and how quick number 93 looks as an interior pass rusher. Is he a game wrecker? That is a title reserved for a guy like Jalen Carter. But he seems very good. Very, very good. The Bears could use some very, very good. Let's see. Kind of off topic. If you're Jones and just had this season with the Broncos, why would you want to resign? Honestly, not a bad thought, Bradley. Part of me wonders with NFL players. Bradley, just being honest with you, man. I understand I'm being conspiratorial, but now we went from talking about the Bears, who are having a rough enough season, to talking about the Broncos, who are having a terrible season. And suddenly you beg the question on I wonder how bad the injury is. Nobody wants to go to free agency hurt, but also these guys are all going to get separate physicals, So they could say things in the negotiation room that they don't have to say publicly. Things like, yeah, I'm not that hurt. Here are the doctor reports. I don't know. Probably crazy. But yeah, why would you want to go back? And Nomad, I don't know if they have a choice. I think at this point, he may be best to them for a comp pick because they don't have to trade him. He's just a UFA. Spun off him too. Terrible and expensive. No kidding. Did Dre do this? Rolled the guy on his butt? Man. I'll tell you what. I feel bad for Patrick Surtain. Surtain can flat play. He's really good. He's really good. He's just not Fields. He's not a quarterback. What he represents is opportunity cost. And IU can play too. I know that's Samuel. I'm well aware. But I'm sure this will happen. Let me see. Is that 92? Yeah, 93's over there, kind of getting pushed off. Active hands. Case, when you say it like that. Case, we're about to. Case, would you like to join us? We're about to go watch. First I want to watch Pouchich, so we'll watch a little bit of that, and then we'll watch a little bit of Denver for the nightcap. That's the cough medicine, or that's the spoonful of Germany. Draymond is who Case is referring to. Because this is the latest stream where you've shown up and, oh my gosh. Is that legal? What on earth happened here? Watching Jones. All I see is him, getting grabbed and his neck twisted like that. Oh, Case. We get to drink it in. It would be so exciting to have a defensive line full of people that can rush the passer at an even competent level. And I mean, that's what Denver does. And I think a lot of okay, so I don't know if all of Chicago's defensive backs have the potential to be what a lot of these guys on Denver are. And I obviously love a lot of what they do schematically in Denver, but it is so much like a factor of what you're able to do on defensive line. Like defense, in my opinion, has so much to do with what kind of havoc can your defensive line create. And so when you are a problem and defenses have to kick the ball out against you, that makes guys like Kyler Gordon that much better. That much better. By the way, we got 68 likes. For anybody who's jumped in late, make sure you like the stream. Really, really appreciate it. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much for whooping butt. Let's see. Do we think Vic prevents Sean Payton from getting to Denver? How would Vic do it? What would he do? What magic can he work? Man, I want to see one more play. Let's see. We can get to half. Boom. Gotta love good defense. Oh. I would be so interested. Oh, shoot. Who drew the flag? Bradley, I will not cry on stream. There are a lot of answers that aren't Draymond Jones in free agency. That's the beauty of it, man. Like, I will cry on stream. Let me see. I don't know what the Bears would have to do to me. I don't know what the Bears would have to do to me, but have you guys seen that guy on TikTok that's like, I don't even know if he's a real Ravens fan. He might be a fake Ravens fan. Zoe, thanks so much for subscribing. Thanks so much. We'll keep you updated. Like, jump on board. But do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like the Ravens fan, the guy who's like, we lost to the Jags. The Jags. Like that guy on TikTok. I don't know what it would take for me to melt down like that, but I almost want to find that in me. Like that football thing that would just oh my gosh. If they did come in and it was like do with the number 1 pick overall, the Chicago Bears select Will Levis, Kentucky. Gosh. Oh my gosh. That would be just wild. Sean Payton would make that terrifying case. Like, it would be terrible. Or, like, fun to watch from a football perspective, but one of those, like, oh, gosh. Let's see. Okay, we've watched enough. Yeah, Bradley, don't laugh too hard. Austin, thanks so much. I'm glad to see ya. All right, so let's see. We've watched pretty much everybody. All right, so this is me saluting. We are not leaving. Austin, I am taking us overseas. So let's see. Ready? We're going to Germany. Catch you in a minute. Now, I can't even speak fake German, so I don't know how to do this. I took a couple classes of Italian, which let me fake at some point. But yeah, thank you. Will Coleman. That's perfect. That's it. Let's see here. So Brownies. Let's go Jets. Let's go coach's film. All right, so I specifically want you guys to watch number 55. Like, my understanding is he's a little on the injury-prone side. But let me see. I mostly want you to just watch how smooth he plays. And then I also, Mario, you still here? Because we can double dip on this one too, where I want you to watch number 98. That's Sheldon Rankins while we're at it. Let's see. Did you lose me there for a moment? Because I could not tell. I hope not. Looks like the data is coming in a little weird. But here's 55. Pay attention to him. Look, we're talking about center tape, right? So it's going to take a good couple of reps. But again, I want you to really pay attention to. We got 98. Here he is, Sheldon Rankins, a disruptive defensive lineman. Look, Matt, look at that. Immediately we have a quarterback hit from good old Sheldon Rankins. He's got some burst. He could probably be your one tech. He's only 305 pounds only, right? But all the same, he's quite good. What I really want you to watch is how controlled Pochich 55 looks in almost all of his movements. Like, he looks controlled, he looks strong, and as you'll see, there are a couple screen reps he'll get here where over the next little bit, you'll see him in space, and I personally think he looks much more controlled than Sam Mustipher, but even now, he looks a lot leaner. He looks, let's see, doubt he gets out of town. So, Jordan, I was talking to a certain cap guru from a certain website that says that he thinks that he's got a legitimate shot to get out. And that's the only reason I even bring him up, because I agree with you, but also, the Browns have $3 million of cap space. He's one of those guys where, hey, it wouldn't surprise me, but at the same time, he's a center, and you can't pay literally everybody. But we'll see. I mean, he's been super good this year. Clean all around. There he is going to work against Sheldon Rankins, and I mean, he makes this look easy. Like, just take a look at what he's able to do against number 98 here. Stays fresh. Pushes him on out of the way. Huge hole for Brissett to go through. 29 almost takes Brissett's head off. So the only thing, J2K, because I've heard the concept of the old draft a center trick, right? Like within the second round. I don't know. Like, to me, I would prefer to draft a guard. Like, me personally, J2K, it's just a little strange to me, personally, the idea that, okay, look, I think I just have Grasu fever, right? Where Hronis Grasu really screwed me up in the head and made me think that drafting a center, and then James Daniels too, because he never panned out at center. Watch 55 here. Really, really, really nice screen mobility. Like Tep, get on out, completely under control, sets up a blocker, gets his guy extra room. The point is that J2K, I'm worried that that drafting a center will just mean that that center then has to learn, and in that center needing to learn, I don't know. I struggle to see a world where a rookie center comes out and whoops so much butt at calling the line that the Bears are ready to go to a Super Bowl in 2024. I think a veteran center with rookie guards that grow into the position makes a lot more sense to me. Now, who are those guards? I don't know. You can't pay everybody, right? You can't buy 3 defensive linemen and also 3 starters on offense. So you're either drafting a tackle, or you're paying a tackle, or you're drafting a center. There's so many different ways. But I'm with you, Case. I can't help but think that a veteran center may help Whereas you can take the gamble at some of these other positions, especially if Braxton Jones is working out a little bit. Then you'd have 3 starters that are stable. You'd have 2 starters that are young. And the stable ones in that case are like Jenkins, Jones, and Pocic at this point. But I don't know. Like, I think it's a good question, Tim Z. What is my read on Lucas Patrick at C? I don't know. Like, the Packer tape we got of Lucas Patrick is pretty okay. It really is. The guard tape is not great. But so, I don't know. I think right now, if Lucas Patrick is your depth center, then you're feeling pretty good. But Austin Reeder makes a lot of sense too. Like, I don't think they want Bozeman, for instance. But we'll have to see. They may want a vendor or like a rookie center, but it also wouldn't surprise me to see them have a guard. And Eric, I don't disagree with Gabriel. Like, I think Patrick looks solid. It's just the question of like, okay, what do we mean by solid, right? Do we mean solid like solid at holding his own? Or do we mean solid like actually top half? Because I look at Pocic and like, look at this. When is the last time you saw Sam Mustipher? Just to be clear, I kind of hating, and I know that. But like, look at Pocic on this play. Watch him grab this guy and actually keep him out of the lane. I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen Sam Mustipher look legitimately strong on a run play, which is a real bummer, but it's true. Like, in this case, I'm seeing Pocic drive his guy out of the play, which is awesome. I don't think you normally see that from a center. Now, like Jordan's saying, he looks so good, you gotta wonder, is he even gonna get out of town? Like, it'd be great if he did. It'd be great if Deron Payne did too. But like you're saying, he's athletic, he's big, he's lean, and at center, that's just rare. I mean, look at this. Is he lead blocking for a touchdown here? Boom. Touchdown. Make it look any easier. And Nomad, that's the thing. I'm not trying to ban the guy from center. It's more that okay, let me put it this way, guys. I think that Pocic looks like one of the best free agents available. Like, it's like a BFA. I mean, exactly, J2K, right? Where it's like he looks clean, technical, easy to understand why he would be considered pretty good. Then let's see. Joe Flacco. When center, can we look at how cohesive the Browns line plays as a unit to help us play at his tape? It's tough, man. Like, mostly because then I'd have to know a whole bunch of what the Browns are doing from a scheme perspective. Damo, I'm waiting for the Browns to actually try to pass because I'm with you. I don't know. Like, part of me has just been sitting here like, can we throw a pass? Because all we're doing is throwing screens and running the ball, which I can respect. Let's see. He's a blessing of a find at a position that was ravaged to their third option. Just feels like they would be remiss to let him walk. So I agree, Jordan, but that's one of those where, like I was saying earlier, sometimes you got to call somebody on a mistake, and I would be absolutely down to call the Browns on this one because the tape that I've seen, as little as it is really, really crisp and clean. He's athletic. I was looking up a bunch of other guys that all had like crazy RAS scores. Like Evan Brown has a crazy RAS score, for instance, according to Center. I think he's like a 9.77. But RAS doesn't always make a good player. Oh, Bradley, what you're mostly looking at? Whew. What I'm looking at when I watch center tape in this case, like, yes, there's the coordination piece, but also, so watch the way he engages here, right? So you're going to see him drop into his stance. Like, I'd slow it down if I could so you could see exactly what I'm looking at. But slow down, engage, hit with force, put the guy back. Like, to me, what a center needs to be able to do, Bradley, is to go from no movement whatsoever to applied force. If they can do that, they can play center because the center gets the least amount of time to start up, so to speak. A guard can explode off the ball. A center doesn't get to explode off the ball. Snapping the ball pretty much takes that opportunity away from you. Sure, there are some things that you can do within that, but like a play like this, like look at him being a positive impact on the run. Think of how often Sam Mustipher, you're just hoping he's not a problem. With him, he's grabbing 97, he's pushing his shoulders straight across from him, and he's driving him out of the lane altogether on an outside zone running play. You can see, like you're talking about, like, I completely understand you're wanting to look for, like, can he call the offensive line? And that's a great question. I think that's hard to know, right? Especially since the center doesn't always have to do it. When Lucas Patrick was in the game at guard, he would call the offensive line. You could see him standing up and pointing and like gesticulating and stuff like that. With Pocic, I'm mostly looking at how does he block, and his ability to reestablish himself looks really fabulous. I mean, he snaps, he comes up, he engages the defensive lineman. And at least from what we're seeing, he's typically able to do it without giving up much ground. You can't throw the bag at everybody, but he looks good. The big thing, Jordan, that I'm looking at is the Browns have $4 million in total cap space next year. I know. Not literal. It can't be that literal. Because they've got to have opportunities to restructure. And I know, there will be plenty of people that'll look at Pocic and say, well, I mean, come on. What other free agents even matter? Like, why would I assume that they would let Pocic walk when he's one of the only defensive linemen that's particularly good? But let's see. Oh, yeah, that's the doggone truth, Jordan. Like, he's got some players next to him, so his life isn't quite as battle-tested as it would be otherwise. And in fact, Jordan, okay, so are those two locked up at this point, like Teller and Bitonio? Do you know about their contract status? Because I wonder if they'd want to pay the whole offensive line. Let's see. Zoe, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's the scary thing for me, Zoe, when we're talking about free agents in December, we're still technically in December, is when you're talking about free agents in December and you make the argument that a player is good, whatever argument we make is probably a similar argument to what the Browns would make. So the question then becomes, Jordan, yeah, they did. If they're extending Conklin and they're extending both guards and Teller gets a bag, would you also extend Pocic? Do you even have that money? Like, can you extend all four? Or can you extend 4 out of 5 of your offensive linemen? You can. It's an option. But I don't know. We will see. Certainly, I think he, and frankly, even Rankins, look pretty good. And eventually, we'll need to watch some, like, other stuff. But it's 1 a.m. I'm fading. So let's watch some Browns. Let's do it. Yeah, it is. It is a similar deal. Like, the Watson contract's kicking in soon. Like, they can only have so much money. They can only have so much money, right? Let's do this. Did I pick the Chargers? Gosh, I am tired. It's 8 a.m. in Berlin. See, this is us getting up for work, Grant. Man, I checked this game at like 1.5 minutes into the fourth and thought my phone was wrong. Like, I don't know if you guys had a similar experience or if you were just watching this. But Case, like, did you get to watch this one? Did you get to soak this one in? Now remember, our guy, Draymond Jones, is not in anymore. Okay, so here's another player that I would love for you guys to watch. Just as a think of it as like a case study. Pun not intended. Tyler Higbee plays a big role in this game. Like, he helps Baker a lot, and he's quick, and he gets in and out of his breaks. And so I want to get a feel for, okay, how well does he get in and out of his breaks? Like, is he a big receiver? Does he block well? He's not a free agent, but if you got nothing else to watch, that's an interesting one to watch. Gotta love the sideways motion to a pitch to the left. Bradley, that is hilarious. Same with Cam Akers, right? Just nothing until that game, and then everything all at once. Man, I love this stuff. Oh, man. Everything about this play screams that they're hitting to the left, and then they just go hand off back to the right with a couple blockers. I'm just giving up on life, Case. But see, what they didn't know, Case, is that they were facing a Baker Mayfield with everything to prove. Everything to prove. Remind me, Zoe. Juwan Taylor. He's a tackle, right? Is he a tackle? And then, Jordan, what position does Tyquan Lewis play? OT Jacks. I probably should. What are you thinking? Oh, Tyquan Lewis, a DT. Mm-hmm. Or a DE in Indy. Indy? Oh, is he a free agent? A friend of mine wanted me to watch, let me see. There's another, I think it's another Juwan. Let me see. There's my whole free agent list. Let me see there. Friend of mine wants me watching Juwan James. So I'll have to get there. Man, the same Broncos defense. Take Draymond Jones away. I dare ya. Oh, yeah, Case. I mean, that was the great irony, wasn't it? As soon as the Rams picked him up and we saw that first game, everybody remembered, oh, yeah, dunking aside, this makes total sense. Baker, no, not right as I'm talking good about you. Not then. Couldn't you have waited any sooner or any later to just screw a snap up? Baker, no. Baker, no. Second and a billion. Or third and a billion. That's interesting, Zoe. That makes a lot of sense. Honestly, it is. Because Bradley, I thought the same thing. I thought it was about the Niners, but it very well could have been for them. I mean, it's worth remembering. I don't know what the Rams are going to do with Stafford. Like, you would imagine that they'll keep playing him, but at the same time, if Baker's balling, like, whatever. I mean, it's complex, you know? because I'm sitting here muttering to you guys where it's like, do I actually think they're going to replace Stafford? I mean, I would imagine they won't, but when you're hanging 51 points with a former first overall pick, a dramatically young, well, I guess both of their quarterbacks are right now first overall picks. But like you're saying, Case, this is like, okay, I hate using this. It's a bit callous, but this is like, no, I could use a better version. This is like trading a 2008 like Porsche for the 2018 Porsche, but now you're getting rid of the 2008 that's been in an accident or two, and you're getting one that was just relatively mistreated. Like, is Baker Mayfield in a true to form quarterback battle worse than Matthew Stafford? I don't know. You tell me. I know one of them won a Super Bowl. Good for Matt. Oh, man, Broncos offense. Here we go. Did we all see the Nickelodeon clip? The Nickelodeon clip? That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like, you want to talk about peak NFL humor? Oh, no. Oh, Russ. Oh. Jinkies. What are we doing throwing this? What are we doing throwing this? I just got done making fun of Josh Allen. But like, Russ, what do we see? What do we think we see? Like, what told you this was a good idea? No. Oh, Gaze, it was so funny. That's called an intraception. Oh my gosh. Patrick Starr clowning on you. Your career is over. Julian, it was so good. Oh my gosh. You know, that guy was sitting there and he had everything already written for a Russ interception and was just praying he'd get the chance. So, Jordan, I don't blame you for despising the Russ hate. I think that a lot of people have taken it way too far, but it's funny to me. Like, just as an independent observer, like, I think that once somebody makes 200-ish guaranteed $1 million, they reserve, or they basically, I don't know. I don't want to make it sound like rich people get to be sad, but, or like that they have to take abuse. It's not that simple, but I don't know. There are plenty of people, mostly looking at the rest of the Seahawks teammates, that seem to take it way too far. Man, Bradley, I wish I'd gotten the Danger Witch. Like, I wish I had a Danger Witch, just for the sake of the memes. Yeah, he did. I mean, he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback with millions of dollars. I cannot imagine that he has too much weighing him down at night. Honestly, Case, not a bad argument. And then also, hey, just because we're talking about Baker, like, what a sweet pass. Cody, I think there's truth to that. This is a tight window. I'm not, like, I want Fields to hit this window this convincingly, or with this much conviction, right? Like, sees it, throws it. Bang. There is a level of quarterbacking that Baker, from a timing perspective, with more experience, is better at Fields, or better than Fields in. And I would love to see Fields take that step. Just because there's some of this stuff that, like, Baker gets by on because he hits the back of his drop and he rips it. Like this. Is this magician offense? Not necessarily, right? This is boring old NFL quarterbacking. Pop, 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 throw. In. Jordan, I think one thing that really didn't help is that there were a lot of people, myself included, who basically told ourselves that Russ was an entire offense by himself. In the not literally Lamar Jackson, but like in the nature of that. And so the idea that he still had Judy, he still had Hamler. Yeah, he's missing his tight end, but like he's got, I don't know. It's not like they had crazy pieces, but when you're one of the worst offenses, if not the worst offense in football, things get nasty. Is this when he gets clowned? Let's see. Legit think the market for trades at quarterback will quickly close this season after Russ, Lance, Ryan Wentz. Derek Carr isn't worth more than a fifth that stands. Yeah, I totally get you. I think so too, Bradley. Though I wonder how much of that was him asking to take the leg game away. Jordan, it's not. Dysfunction at this level is not all the quarterback, no matter what anybody would think. But Russ is the Russ is the standout face of the franchise, which is part of what makes the whole chiding thing fun. It's just a disaster. To me, I like it mostly because Ben Albright is a weird guy, and it couldn't happen to a better dude. But, oh man, here's the Patrick play. And, like, Wagner does a great job here. This is so well done by Bobby Wagner. This is so well done by Bobby Wagner. Like, very late break. Oh, man, so good. Oh, no. That's an interception. Bobby Wagner coming back to town, picking off his teammate. That's not what he wanted to cook. Right, Case. I think that's another part of it. Is that he becomes like... Russ became the Denver finally got their quarterback and drew all the Manning comparisons. And I mean, hey, you look at the names on that roster, Case, and they are loaded with talent. Also, it's so little, but like Baker is so obnoxiously competitive, and I love it. Like, you better believe Baker is just freaking juiced to go up 24 points to nothing in like the first quarter, for crying out loud. Like, Baker will absolutely hand it off and just get jacked up. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey. That movie was like my whole childhood. Not literally. My childhood was not Talladega Nights, but that's all anybody ever wanted to talk about at high school. Got that stuff burned into my brain. Had it burned into my brain before I even saw the movie. Case, I legitimately think he's hard not to like. And I think there are a lot of people that think he's exactly the opposite of that. But Baker is such a competitor. He's not bad, but he's not good. But he's not bad. Shike and bake. Man, I cannot believe Nathaniel Hackett actually went one and done just because of the money it takes to swallow that decision. Like, that coaching contract's fully guaranteed, isn't it? So Nathaniel Hackett just made, I mean, he just made so much money because now it's all it's not that it all gets accelerated. It's not about that. It's about like now he could just kind of sit around. I would love to fail in the NFL. If I could get an NFL head coaching job just to fail and get paid for 3 years, that much money, I would love that. I'm not ashamed to say that. If I ever do get a job in the NFL, I'm going to try really, really hard. Yeah, it's a dot, Bradley. It is. Oh. So sad. Which one's Dalton Risner? We should be watching Risner. Is he the guard? I know, Julian. Like, just crazy. Nathaniel Hackett and Urban Meyer. Thank you, Zoe. Good call. Risner here is a free agent. Man, I'll tell you what. Jerry Jeudy can play. Not stunning. Super good for a reason. But he can play. I don't know, Bradley. I think that's kind of the question of the year. So I agree with you, Case, but I also didn't love the I didn't love the so the Urban Meyer one was always silly. I thought Hackett and Kevin O'Connell were both not great. But but O'Connell's looked fine. I also don't think about it that hard. O'Connell just seemed to me I can't even remember his roots, to be honest. Like was Hackett the no. Guess he was the quarterback's coach, obviously. Was Hackett the OC? McVay OC. Yeah. Well, Risner got bullied. I agree with you, Bradley. I think that ultimately that's what it was. Just a pathway to get Rodgers. And then it didn't work. Man, 90. Go harder, my guy. We'll go a couple more. We'll go like one drive each, and then I want to skip to some of the end ones because the line starts to get flat out mad. Yeah, Julian. I think liking Jalen Carter, there's nothing wrong with that. The guy is a beast. Case. When did he start openly disliking him? Did I miss this? Swing pass. You'd have thought Cam Akers was one of the best backs in football today. Dude was just hair on fire. Case, it makes me wonder if some of the Broncos people just didn't do their homework or something. Begging the question, right? Who's to say? Man, Baker Mayfield is out here just showing that sometimes just checking it down to the running back with some speed can be all the difference. Takes a look downfield, swings it, staples it to his guy. Cam Akers makes guys miss. First down. So easy. Oh, it's such wonderful football. Who's to say whether McVay is going to hang it up or not after this? But man. I mean, Case, that's the problem, isn't it? Rodgers is a know-it-all and an incredibly, Rodgers is a know-it-all and seems fairly, medium hard to work with and is primarily out for his own image and is a diva. But just because he's a know-it-all doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's talking about football. Hey, guys. Huh. Play action. Oh, there it is. Eric, my understanding is that McVay is bored. My understanding is that there's actual fire behind that smoke about McVay walking away for a little while. But I don't know. I obviously don't know anything. Snipe. I mean, it's worth remembering, Eric, that as I understand it, when you're coaching in the NFL, you get made fun of for spending only 100 hours a week at work and only sleeping at your desk 2 to 3 times. Not everybody is running off the Arians method, which obviously is not working for everybody. Looking at you, Todd Bowles. And so, with Sean McVay, I mean, he could have hit the point easily where he's like, we won our ring. We did it. To be honest with you, I don't really want to be here. For this rebuild, I have no interest in rebuilding. There are some people, I'm looking at you, Andy Reid. Credit to Baker. You should get points for this. I don't think I've ever seen anybody throw the ball away by pinging the crossbar. That is, strictly speaking, that's just badass. This is a hashtag Baker moment. In case there's something special about just me throw it away. Let me show you how accurate I am. Hits the crossbar from 22 feet and then snipes Tyler Higbee. Oh my goodness, while getting hit. Oh, Baker. Oh, Baker. Oh, Baker. Free blitzer. Doesn't matter. Oh, that is nice. Yes, it's still incomplete. I think it's a dead ball as soon as it hits it. But free runner, powers through. Oh, okay. Baker Mayfield. Jeepers. Cool God, you missed a good chunk of free agency talk that you can go back and look at. A little review of the Bears offense. We're watching this game because it's funny. That's we're here to laugh at the Broncos. So unfortunately, and then I'm gonna go to bed. But just because it's fun, that's all. Because the Broncos absolutely exploding, or not the Broncos, the Rams exploding against the Broncos was one of those you had to be there moments, and we're just soaking it in. There's a lot more free agency and draft talk to be had. We talked JSN, we talked Jordan Addison, talked about receivers within that a lot. I am running out of steam, as are the Broncos, but I still want to watch a little bit more of it. Man, Ramsey, That was cool. Like, I understand he like didn't even make the tackle, but like dives, spins, and just like ninja stands back up. Julian, we gotta hope that Jeff Saturday's Colts squad gets to the Texans and also keeps that conviction to lose up. I want to see a lose off. I want to see both teams trying to lose. I think that would be super funny. I doubt it would ever happen. Oh, Eric, it is so depressing. It is so depressing. I mean, the good news is that this Baker resurgence. Okay, so Eric, here's a cool God. Here's another way to put it. We are all Baker Mayfield giga stands. Every single Rams win. Every single Rams win makes that Lions pick worse. This Baker Mayfield run is the jam. Baker Mayfield is the Chicago Bears hero because every time he makes them just that little bit worse, like, that's huge. Jacob, I'm curious as to whether they would. I've been thinking about that. Like, I know it's technically meaningless. I am so curious. Because all they got to do is beat the Titans, right? I think Russ just hit his guy in the back of the shoulder. I can't think of any other quarterbacks that would ever hit their offensive lineman with the ball. I can't think of a single one who would hit their offensive lineman in the back of the head with the football. Can't even think of one. Darn shame. Scott, I think that do they have the division? Like, do they have it right now? I agree with you, Eric. Oh, dang, Bradley. I had no idea. So they have to beat the Titans to keep it. Go Jags. That rules for them. That's so fun. Eric, what we're hoping for is we're hoping for the Brock pot, to be honest with you. If the Vikings beat the Packers and the Niners also beat the Packers, then the Vikings need to win to stay the 2 seed. I believe I've got that right. So within that, we need Brock Purdy to come out and roll on for another game. Yeah, you know, Tim. I was thinking about Justin Fields, if it wasn't obvious. But yes, you know it happened by another QB somewhere else. We've had a QB step out of the back of the end zone. Anything's possible. Now to find the reactions I wanted to see. Eric, I believe that if the Vikings win and the Niners win, then the Vikings need another win to secure the 2 seed. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. I think on this one, Sutton gets really mad. Yeah. Watch the receiver down at the bottom. Clap, furious. So angry. I mean, like, it is just crazy. I cannot believe this would happen on a real football field. Then I want to see if we can see anything with the offensive line. I don't know if we can. Wait, up top too? I don't know about jumping up and down angry case. But Judy just stops running. He could, Bradley. He could just run for it. Let me see. Man, these Rams drives are long. Oh, I did not realize these sacks are back to back. Okay, I think this is where the offensive line starts to just get flat out mad. Incompletion on the screen pass. Well, okay, Russ, that did come out crazy fast, to be fair. I'm looking for body language. Oh, yeah, we're getting some. We're getting some from 66. Oh, Dalton Risner is angry. Oh, man. Dalton Risner's kind of getting tossed around, too, but 66 over there is... Whoo-hoo, he's mad. Friends, you guys are the jam. 53 people just hanging out, watching a completely unrelated game to the Bears. For that, I commend you guys. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a Jack Sanborn video or something. And then I am going to probably try to put together like an Eddie Jackson video, the one that I've been working on. We're going to get some off-season stuff going. I'm going to keep watching Draft Kids, other free agents, and we'll have more stuff ready for that. The Bears take on the Lions. They're probably going to lose. I cannot believe I have to burst your bubble on that, but I do. So sorry. I looked into my crystal ball, and I saw that in my NFL is rigged schedule, they're going to lose. And so, no, you know what? I'm going to knock on wood. There's always a chance they don't. But I think it's more than likely. We'll have to see what happens with this Bears team. Like, it's like, oh yeah, J2K, 100%, 100%. So go Texans this week. Maybe they'll catch the Jags napping. Go Rams. I don't remember who they play. But get charged up and ready for a good, fun week of football. We got plenty to come. So we'll catch up soon. Until then, everybody, bear down, and thanks so much.